Chapter 143, Shadow's Blessing. While Fire Dance and Water Buffalo were both inwardly shocked, a deep voice came from behind them. "Why haven't you guys left yet?" The voice startled them both. They hurriedly jumped, spinning around to dodge while unsheathing their weapons. They stared at the figure that had appeared behind them. Big Brother Yifeng. Fire Dance let out a sigh of relief after identifying the newcomer. She pulled back her dagger and returned it to its sheath at her waist. The men from Martial Union were all over Gale Valley. If a battle were to occur, they would immediately call to their companions, and there would be no end to the enemies that Fire Dance needed to kill. "We came to help. Martial Union has killed so many of our companions. We must take revenge." Fire Dance's eyes turned cold as she spoke about Martial Union. "I wish to form a large team to enter large-scale dungeons in the future. I wonder if you all would be interested in joining?" Shifeng felt that Fire Dance had great talent. Moreover, Fire Dance and the others were all independent players that did not belong to any guilds. If he could rope them in and form his own team, it would be a great benefit to his Zero-Wing workshop. Fire Dance was slightly hesitant after hearing Shifeng's proposal. Water Buffalo also turned taciturn. "Do you guys already have your own large team?" Shifeng inwardly lamented. After entering White River City, there would be many large-scale dungeons. They were the main source of equipment, materials, and many other resources. If an independent player wished to obtain good equipment, they needed to raid these large-scale dungeons. Moreover, if a guild wished to level up, conquering large-scale dungeons was a must. Hence, if one wanted to develop at all in God's domain, conquering large-scale dungeons was one of the necessary conditions. However, it was extremely difficult for independent players to form a large team capable of raiding a large-scale dungeon. The most common large-scale dungeons were all 50-man dungeons, while there were even some 100-man dungeons available. Gathering so many players was a near impossible task. Not to mention whether the entire team possessed sufficient strength, just the degree of trust and the distribution of equipment would be a huge hurdle. In this, however, the elite teams of guilds and large-scale workshops had it much easier. "No, we don't have our own large team. Our team currently only consists of players who prioritizes amusement and don't really care much about other matters. Could you give me some time?" Fire Dance explained. In reality, she too wished to develop in God's domain properly. In spite of that, the majority of the players in her current team were not too keen on raiding dungeons. They only wished to play casually. If they joined a large team, they would definitely experience certain constraints and would not be willing to join. "All right. In any case, there is still time. Let's add each other as friends then. When you've made your decision, you can contact me at any time." Shifeng knew that such matters could not be decided upon immediately. If one wished to obtain something, they would have to lose something in return. Shifeng did not wish for just any random person to join him. "That's good. I'll contact you after discussing it with them." Fire Dance nodded. She also felt that it was about time to make a decision. Soon after Shifeng added Fire Dance as his friend, he ran towards the deeper regions of the Gale Valley in search of Blackie and Lonely Snow. On his way there, in order to avoid Martial Union's patrols, Shifeng hid in the treetops and waited for the players of Martial Union to move past. Since he had nothing better to do, Shifeng took out the loot from the Shadow Leopard King. He wanted to see just what valuables the monster dropped. "Isn't my luck just too good? The profits from a chieftain monster are impressive." Shifeng was slightly shocked after looking at the drops. Among the 9 items, there were 2 secret silver weapons, 3 pieces of mysterious iron equipment, 2 rare materials needed to make secret silver equipment, 1 bronze-ranked cooking knife, and 1 secret silver accessory. The 2 secret silver weapons were a level 8 staff and a level 8 two-handed axe. The mysterious iron equipment was also level 8. Moreover, the usefulness of the bronze-ranked cooking knife was also not small. It could increase the speed and success rate of one's cooking. However, the most valuable item among all these items was the secret silver accessory, the Shadow's Blessing. It was one of the most precious items that the Shadow Leopard King could drop. Shadow's Blessing, secret silver rank necklace. Level 8. All attributes +5. Luck +3. In God's domain, accessories were extremely rare. Even when players reached level 20 or above, they would, at most, possess 1 or 2 bronze accessories. Moreover, these accessories would all be below level 10. Meanwhile, the accessory in Shifeng's hands was secret silver rank, and it was much more precious than a fine gold weapon of the same level. The luck attribute was extremely rare in God's domain, and it was capable of increasing the drop rate of items when killing monsters. There was once a player who calculated that with 1 point in luck the drop rate would nearly double. However, the higher a person's luck was, the less effective every additional point would be. At 3 points in luck, a player's drop rate would only triple. Besides that, the luck attribute also held a great effect for lifestyle classes, so its value would never depreciate. If Shifeng estimated correctly, the Shadow's Blessing would only be worth 2 to 3 gold coins to the average player. However, to Shifeng this item's value was around 10 gold coins. Immediately, Shifeng equipped the Shadow's Blessing. That way, when he killed high-level monsters in the future, the amount and quality of the equipment he would obtain would increase. After some time, the team from Martial Union finally left. Shifeng then continued his journey into the depths of the Gale Valley. "Blackie, where are you guys right now?" Shifeng sent a voice call asking. "We seem to be beside a swamp. I don't know where this place is, but the monsters here have very high levels. I'll send you the coordinates." Blackie sighed in relief after learning that nothing had happened to Shifeng. He then sent his coordinates. "Don't go any deeper and stay where you are. I'll be there soon." Shifeng immediately knew Blackie's whereabouts after glancing at the coordinates. He truly did not think that Blackie could actually survive in the Silent Swamp. There were 2 entrances to the Gale Valley. One was where Shifeng entered and the other was at the Silent Swamp, which led to the high-level monster areas. The Silent Swamp was a level 15 to level 20 monster area. To the players at the current stage of the game, it was a forbidden area. Half an hour later, Shifeng managed to locate Blackie in Lonely Snow. The 2 of them sat beneath a tree, silently observing their surroundings. They had previously met a level 15 swamp crocodile, frightening them into a run. The swamp crocodile had nearly turned them into its chow, but fortunately they had speed scrolls and isolation scrolls, allowing them to escape. After this meeting they no longer dared roam. As expected of Brother Feng, you avoided Martial Union's search and arrived here safely. Blackie immediately felt that there was hope for them when he saw Shifeng walking over. "Let's leave this place immediately. This place is simply too dangerous." Lonely Snow nodded in agreement. They were only level 8 and the gap between them and the level 15 swamp crocodiles was just too massive. It was extremely dangerous for them to stay here. "No, let's stay here to level up." Shifeng shook his head, saying, "I've previously killed quite a lot of Martial Union's members, so they should be frantically looking for me right about now. It would be too difficult to get you guys out of here without discovery." Hearing Shifeng, Blackie and Lonely Snow finally discovered the bright red marker displayed above Shifeng's head. This mark was deeply crimson, and it was a wonder just how many players Shifeng had killed in order to turn it into such a state. However, it was only right when one thought about it. Martial Union's men currently filled the Gale Valley, and it would be impossible for Shifeng to arrive without being seen. Shifeng would have encountered some players from Martial Union on his way. With Brother Feng's skills, he would have no problems facing 3 to 4 players at a time. He has definitely killed a lot of players on his way here. Thinking up to this point, Blackie and Lonely Snow were extremely moved. Although Shifeng spoke in a casual manner, they knew that his journey must have been filled with extreme dangers. "Alright, I'll party you 2 up. You guys should change into this equipment first." Saying so, Shifeng passed the staff and 2-handed axe, dropped by the Shadow Leopard King, over to Blackie and Lonely Snow. When the 2 of them received the weapons, they were shocked. Level 8 secret silver weapons were the most top-tier weapons currently available. Though they did not understand just how Shifeng managed to obtain them, they did not attempt to look into it too deeply. They knew that some questions were not meant to be asked, and such a situation would be beneficial to both parties. After partying up, Blackie was immediately startled when he looked at Shifeng's level. He asked, voice trembling, "Brother Feng, you're level 10 already?" They reached level 8 after continuously grinding monsters and leveling up in Gale Valley. Even if their levels were not the highest amongst all the players throughout God's domain, they were still considered close to the top. However, after not meeting for only a few days, Feng had left them behind by 2 levels. Such a leveling speed was simply frightening. Chapter 144, Forming a Party. In regards to Blackie's and Lonely Snow's shock, Feng merely nodded in reply. Brother Feng, your leveling speed is just too fast. The highest leveled player I've previously met was only level 9. Right now there might not be another who has reached level 10 in the entire White River City. Moreover, since there has not been any information on the official website stating that a player has reached level 10 and entered a city, this means that there are no players who have reached level 10 at all. Brother Feng, now that you've level 10, you are definitely the top player in all of Star Moon Kingdom. Blackie was incomparably excited. Only high-leveled players would know how hard it was to go from level 8 to level 9, not to mention rising from level 9 to level 10. The difference in EXP required was at least several times higher. Right now, Feng was far ahead of everyone else. If the players from Martial Union found out about this, their intestines would turn green with regret. Every gamer knew that once you got ahead, you stayed ahead. The small gap during the initial period of the game would only grow wider later on. As long as Feng slowly expanded his advantages, little by little, he would sooner or later cause the players from Martial Union to tremble in fear. Meanwhile, Lonely Snow, who stood by his side, was dumbstruck, not knowing what he should say. Previously, he had been worried that it would not bode well for them to continue entangling themselves with Martial Union. However, after he saw that Feng had already reached level 10 and possessed a pile of secret silver equipment, confidence filled his heart. If this continued, he could sooner or later step on Martial Union, becoming a future tyrant of White River City. Alright, quickly swap out your equipment. We'll look for a place to level up. Feng looked at the excited expressions on Blackie and Lonely Snow and smiled helplessly. Due to constant tasks earlier, he was never able to lead his own party personally. Now he still had quite some time before he had to go to Blackwing City to conduct the trade with Aqua Rose, and in the meantime he could carry Blackie and the others. In the future he would have to form a guild. However, a framework was required to establish a guild. Otherwise the guild would simply fall apart. The members of his current party would become the framework of his future guild. So, Feng decided to upgrade the overall strength of his party from now on. If the members of his party could reach level 10 a step earlier and enter White River City, it would be a tremendous help to him in the future. Blackie and Lonely Snow looked at each other, smiles on their faces as they changed into their new equipment. Previously, the two of them wore level 5 to level 6 bronze equipment, mixed in with a few pieces of mysterious iron equipment. Now, however, the majority of their equipment consisted of level 8 mysterious iron equipment, matched with a few pieces of level 8 secret silver equipment. Their strengths greatly increased with this. If they met Martial Union now, they would not end up in such a sorry state. Brother Feng, if we are going to level up here, what will happen to Cola and the others? They say that they're under constant surveillance and going out into the fields to level up is extremely dangerous, Blackie worriedly asked. Relax. I've already told them to do something more meaningful in town. We'll call them over after Martial Union leaves the Gale Valley. At that time, you two might even have a fright when you meet them, Feng said with a smile. Seeing Feng's mysterious smile, curiosity swarmed both Blackie and Lonely Snow about the task Feng had given Cola and the others. Just what sort of quest could it be to shock them? Alright, let's level up then. Feng wordlessly smiled at the two's puzzled expressions. In actuality, having Martial Union focus on Cola and the others was not a bad thing at all. Before, while they had been busy leveling up, Feng stopped them from completing the quest. Now that they couldn't out and level up, they could give the quest a try. If Cola and the others could truly complete it, he would be able to carry out his plan with much less effort and more confidence. Although the Silent Swamp was a level 15 to level 20 monster area, the outer edge of the swamp was only a level 15 monster area, while the inner regions were level 16 to level 18 monster areas. Level 20 monsters would only appear in the core region of the swamp. With the Abyssal Blade, Feng could reduce the level suppression by 5 levels, making the outer region a perfect fit. Let's go there and take a look. Looking at the system's map, Feng pointed to the bubbling black pool of water in the distance. Although Blackie and Lonely Snow did not voice out about it, they were overcome with worry. After all, level 15 monsters own this place. Even if they received an upgrade to their equipment and could challenge level 10 common monsters without much of a problem, level 15 monsters would still annihilate them. Just as Shifeng and the others set foot beside the black-colored pool, a mass of bubbles broke out across the surface. A pair of black, shiny eyes surfaced from the pool, staring at Shifeng's party from a distance. "Brother Feng, I don't think this place is safe. Look, a large pair of eyes are watching us from over there." Blackie looked at the fist-sized eyeballs, anxiety gripping his heart. He definitely did not think that the monster hidden in the water was common. While Blackie spoke, the monster in the pool surfaced, its gigantic figure slowly revealing itself to the party. Steel-skinned hippo, elite rank. Level 15. HP 6,000/6,000. "Brother Feng, let's leave. That's a level 15 elite. If it chases us, we'll suffer the consequences." Blackie panicked as he watched the steel-skinned hippo closing in on them. Naturally, Shifeng knew that Blackie and Lonely Snow could not contend with a level 15 monster, not to mention an elite. However, Shifeng had his own strategies for dealing with monsters with special weaknesses, and the steel-skinned hippo belonged to this category. After the evolution of God's domain, everything in the game became more realistic. The weaknesses of these hippo-type monsters also increased as a result. As long as players could find a way to deal with said weaknesses, these monsters would be very easy to deal with. Shortly after the steel-skinned hippo revealed itself, another group of swamp hippos surfaced in the black-colored pool. There were over 20 of these swamp hippos. Swamp hippo, common rank. Level 15. HP 2,000/2,000. Watching these hippos leave the pool so overbearingly rushing towards them, Shifeng took out an isolation scroll from his bag. He then softly said, "You guys use an isolation scroll as well." Hearing Shifeng's order, Blackie and Lonely Snow immediately took out their own isolation scrolls. The isolation scroll was only effective against monsters up to level 15. When used, the scroll greatly reduced the user's presence, turning them half-transparent for half an hour. After the two of them used the isolation scrolls, they discovered that the hippos had suddenly stopped their movements, looking around in confusion. It was as if they had become invisible to these hippos. Hippos have very bad vision and they cannot see clearly beyond a certain distance. After using the isolation scrolls, our bodies are close to transparent so they cannot see us, Shifeng explained. Blackie, use your dark arrows to attack the steel-skinned hippo, but pay attention to maintain a distance of at least 25 yards. It won't see you that way. Blackie came to a realization after listening to Shifeng's explanation. He immediately tried Shifeng's instructions. A dark arrow flew from Blackie, striking the steel-skinned hippo that was dozing off. Damage of -24 points appeared above the elite hippo. Although the damage was minuscule, it was enough to send the steel-skinned hippo into a flying rage. The elite immediately spun towards the source of the dark arrow. However, it failed to discover even a single person in that direction. It took several steps forward but still failed to discover anybody. Just when it was about to return to the pool of water, another dark arrow struck its body. The steel-skinned hippo was truly enraged now. Letting out an intense snort, it abruptly charged towards the direction the dark arrow originated from. However, after rushing forward over 10 yards, it still could not find the enemy who attacked it. The steel-skinned hippo started to turn in circles in confusion. Blackie watched the stupid-looking steel-skinned hippo in the distance, inwardly laughing at it. He continuously sent dark arrows at his target, and with each consecutive arrow he slowly lured it away from the group of swamp hippos. At this moment, only level 15 swamp hippos occupied the pool. Shifeng silently closed in on them. After closing a distance of 20 yards, the swamp hippos finally discovered Shifeng. Immediately they all parted from the pool. More than 20 swamp hippos thundered after Shifeng in a grandiose manner. Such a group could easily flatten a level 15 party. Chapter 145. Might of the Devil Flame, 1. The swamp hippos were each the size of a small car. When over 20 of them charged forward, it was like being run over by 20 cars going full speed. The earth trembled under the combined weight of the swamp hippos. Their imposing aura surged forth, instilling shock and awe into all observers. In the distance, Lonely Snow, who observed this scene, wore a nervous expression. He tightly gripped the secret silver-ranked great axe in his hands. He wondered just what their party leader, Shifeng, intended to do. This was a group of over 20 level 15 swamp hippos. Not only did these monsters possess thick hides and sturdy muscles, but they also possessed 2,000 HP each. Just judging by how the earth trembled with each step, one could easily tell just how powerful these swamp hippos were. If that kind of body plowed into Shifeng, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, Shifeng remained extraordinarily calm as he silently awaited the arrival of the swamp hippos. 15 yards. 10 yards. 5 yards. Just as the swamp hippos were right before him, Shifeng finally took action. As Shifeng raised the pitch-black abyssal blade, it released a chilling glow. Green arcs of electricity abruptly appeared on the blade, producing crackling sounds. Shifeng then slashed down, the abyssal blade pointing at the incoming swamp hippos. Thundering flash. 3 electric arcs chained towards the swamp hippos, one after another. When the swamp hippos leading the charge noticed these arcs of electricity moving towards them, their bodies instinctively trembled. Though they tried to halt their feet to dodge these electric arcs, the swamp hippos at the back crashed into them. As a result, none of them managed to dodge the incoming attack. In the end, they received all 3 hits. After the electric arcs flashed by, the squealing of pigs at slaughter filled the surrounding space. The smell of something burning also filled the air. A series of damages appeared above the 20-plus swamp hippos, creating a dazzling sight. Every swamp hippo received frightening damages of -356, -481, and -648. Some even received critical hits, suffering damages of over -1,000 points, their HPs immediately falling to 0. The remaining dozen or so swamp hippos were burnt black. Their HP bars also dropped to dangerous levels, turning a bloody red color. Moreover, a debuff icon appeared beside their HP bars. Damage amplification. All damage received increased by 20% for 20 seconds. Immediately, fear surfaced on the faces of all the surviving swamp hippos. They all wished to scatter and escape. Shifeng gave them no chance whatsoever. With a sudden leap, Shifeng jumped into the airspace above these swamp hippos. He raised the silver lake, the sword giving off a faint blue glow as it carried with it the power of thunder and fire. Shifeng loosed a thunder flame explosion in the midst of the swamp hippos, thunder and fire exploding outwards, devouring every single swamp hippo. With the damage amplification effect, this attack of Shifeng's caused over -900 damage on the swamp hippo, instantly killing every single one of them. The gigantic figures of the 20-plus swamp hippos fell to the ground with a loud boom, shaking and trembling the earth. The scene was similar: over 20 small cars descending from the air, heavily smashing into the ground. When the bodies of the swamp hippos collided with the ground, the resulting impact generated gusts of wind that spread to the surroundings, causing the leaves and branches of the nearby trees to snap and float in midair. Lonely Snow, watching this scene from a distance, was completely dumbfounded. Be it the visual or physical sensation, both impacted him greatly. Shifeng caused over -1,000 damage to the level 15 swamp hippos, ending their lives in just 2 moves. Just how high of an attack power was required to achieve such a feat? If Shifeng fought against average players, wouldn't he kill one with every strike? Lonely Snow even started to suspect that he and Shifeng were not playing the same god's domain. The difference in strength between them was no longer just several stages. It was practically the difference between the sky and the earth. Lonely, you pick up the loot. I'll go help Blackie, Shifeng instructed before turning to chase after the steel-skinned hippo. Lonely Snow nodded in reply, though an absent-minded expression remained on his face. He thought that he had hallucinated before, but after giving his eyes a rub, the pile of swamp hippo corpses still remained. Plenty of items and coins blanketed the ground surrounding them. He now knew that this was not a dream but reality. When Lonely Snow looked at the system notifications and his experience bar, he was once more given a shock. System: Level 15 Swamp Hippo killed. Level difference of 7. EXP obtained increased by 700%. Obtained 1650 EXP. System. Level 15 Swamp Hippo killed. Level difference of 7. EXP obtained increased by 700%. Obtained 1650 EXP. System. Level 15 Swamp Hippo killed. Level difference of 7. EXP obtained increased by 700%. Obtained 1650 EXP. After a series of notifications displayed, Lonely Snow's experience bar greatly increased, reaching 69% of level 8. The amount of EXP he obtained was truly frightening. Previously, even when faced with level 8 monsters, they needed to kill each one while being extremely cautious and prudent. Moreover, every kill only yielded each member of the party several tens of EXP. After spending over an hour repeating the same process, they would see their experience bars increase by a sizable portion. On the other hand, Shifeng casually killed off a large group of level 15 swamp hippos with only a few moves. Even after splitting the EXP obtained amongst the three of them, Lonely Snow's experience bar still increased by a sizable chunk. Only now did Lonely Snow understand how Shifeng managed to level up so quickly. In this regard, Lonely Snow became even more respectful towards Shifeng. There was even a hint of fanaticism in his eyes. If he followed someone as strong as Shifeng, his future would be limitless. Even if he could not become Shifeng's equal, as long as he continued struggling forward, he could still become a true expert one day. On the other side, Blackie was still toying around with the steel-skinned hippo, continuously decreasing the elite hippo's HP. However, not only did the steel-skinned hippo had a very high recovery rate, but its HP was also very high. It would recover a lot of HP every 5 seconds. Moreover, Blackie's attacks could only inflict a tiny amount of damage. If he wanted to grind away the steel-skinned hippo's life completely, he would need at least 20 minutes. And yet, instead of tiring, Blackie grew even more excited. Dark arrows flew from his hand, one after another, each arrow bringing Blackie even more joy. The reason Blackie reacted this way was that challenging monsters of a higher level in God's domain was extremely difficult. Meanwhile, he was currently bypassing 7 levels to challenge a level 15 elite monster. If he spoke of this feat in the future, he would enjoy supreme glory. It was this sense of achievement that became the largest motivation for Blackie. Blackie, use Evil Whip, Shifeng said in the party chat after hurrying over. Okay, seeing Shifeng arrive, Blackie knew that it was time to deal with the steel-skinned hippo. As Blackie's chanting came to an end, 9 black barbed vines sprung up and bound the steel-skinned hippo's 4 limbs, restricting its speed. However, the steel-skinned hippo's strength was just too high. In the blink of an eye, one of the vines snapped, while the remaining 8 were only a small matter. At this moment, Shifeng used Wind Blade, rapidly arriving behind the steel-skinned hippo. Instantly, 3 sword strikes landed on the steel-skinned hippo's body, the collision producing glittering sparks. Seeing that the attacks from his swords had only dealt -22 damage each to the steel-skinned hippo, Shifeng was slightly speechless. It was as expected of the steel-skinned hippo. Its physical defense was truly frightening. It also possessed its innate steel skin, reducing all physical damage it received by 70%. If even Shifeng could only cause slightly over 20 damage to the steel-skinned hippo, a normal physical damage dealer would most likely cause 2 or 3 damage. This rate of damage certainly could not contend with the steel-skinned hippo's regeneration speed. Shifeng's attacks had yet to end. He immediately followed up with a thundering flash, the 3 electric arcs causing -125, -160, and -211 damage. The steel-skinned hippo was instantly enraged. It spun around, charging at Shifeng. However, with the thorny vines restricting it, the steel-skinned hippo's turning speed was slowed. This situation gave Shifeng the chance to evade its charge easily. Shifeng continued with a series of attacks on the steel-skinned hippo, using one skill after another. However, the damages his attacks managed to cause were generally very low. Ayo! Enraged, the steel-skinned hippo abruptly jumped. It intended to use War Stomp. War Stomp was Hippo's killing move. When used, the skill would cause all enemies within a 15-yard radius to enter a fainted state for 5 seconds. Reacting quickly, Shifeng immediately cast Abyssal Bind on the steel-skinned hippo. The hippo's movements immediately halted, and its war stomp cancelled. Originally, Shifeng did not think that there would be any issues. However, a chilling sensation pervaded his entire body, preventing him from moving a muscle. All of his skills were unusable. This is the Tier 1 magic, Death's Lock. Shifeng was astonished. With his many years of experience, he immediately knew what sort of attack struck him. This was definitely not a move of the steel-skinned hippo. Not bad. This is something that I specifically prepared just for you. You can be at ease and be on your way. A black figure suddenly appeared behind Shifeng. This figure was precisely the Absolute Heaven, the expert assassin Shifeng had met before. In the same moment Absolute Heaven revealed himself. The silver dagger in his hand sunk into Shifeng's back. Absolute Heaven's ambush instantly caused -357 damage. Chapter 146, Might of the Devil Flame, 2. A single ambush instantly devoured 1/4 of Shifeng's HP. Blackie, who stood at a distance, was dumbfounded by this scene. He did not understand why an assassin suddenly appeared here and attacked Shifeng. Although he wished to help Shifeng, time was needed to cast his spells. Moreover, all his restricting skills were already in use on the steel-skinned hippo. He could only helplessly watch as the scene unfolded. The only thing Blackie could do now was to chant and attack with his dark arrows. Such high damage. Watching his HP abruptly decrease by a large portion, Shifeng was inwardly shocked. Previously, when Shifeng faced the level 9 Berserker 5 rats, the maximum damage Shifeng received was only slightly over -100 damage. Yet one of Absolute Heaven's ambushes caused over -300 damage. Compared to 5 rats, Absolute Heaven's attack power was much stronger. Assassins had very fast attack speed, so generally their attack damage could not compete with that of a Berserker's. However, they could complement their low attack damage with the number of attacks they could dish out. To say nothing of Absolute Heaven's attack damage, which far exceeded that of the Berserker 5 rats. If an assassin could deal the same amount of damage as a Berserker with each attack, their total output would be at least double or triple that of a Berserker's. In the case of Absolute Heaven, his total output would be 3 to 4 times that of 5 rats. Although Shifeng was shocked, Absolute Heaven was similarly shocked. When he had used his ambush on an MT who possessed a complete bronze set equipment and was the same level, the attack stole at least 2/3 of the MT's HP. Now, however, he only managed to remove 1/4 of Shifeng's HP. Compared to those well-equipped MTs, Shifeng's defense and HP far exceeded them. Die. Absolute Heaven's hands twisted, a streak of silver swiping across Shifeng's neck. Simultaneously, his other dagger stabbed into Shifeng's back once more. Garrote. Backstab. Although Absolute Heaven was shocked, an assassin's explosive power did not lie in just the first strike, but a burst of continuous skills. From the moment Shifeng appeared in the Gale Valley to the moment Shifeng began kill-stealing the Shadow Leopard King, he had constantly trailed after Shifeng. He had silently waited for the best moment to attack Shifeng. He knew that Shifeng was extremely powerful, so he needed to wait for the moment when Shifeng was the most vulnerable. Only when Shifeng did not possess any skills would he have a chance at getting rid of him. However, he never found the perfect time to strike. However, his patience had finally paid off. While battling the steel-skinned hippo, Shifeng finally revealed a weak point. However, in order to guard against the unexpected, he unhesitatingly decided to use the Death's Lock scroll he had bought at an extremely high price. He bought this scroll precisely for this sort of situation. Death's Lock disables all skills of the target, temporarily preventing the target from using any skills. Target's movement will also be disabled. Duration of 6 seconds. Although Shifeng had high defense and HP, a 6-second burst was enough to kill Shifeng. In such close quarters, Shifeng could clearly feel the 2 incoming daggers. If he received the burst of Absolute Heaven's attacks, he would definitely die. At the moment of life and death, Shifeng activated Phantom Kill, immediately swapping positions with his doppelganger. The Death's Lock could only seal the skills a player had learned. However, it would not affect the skills attached to equipment. Just after swapping positions, Absolute Heaven's two daggers immediately sliced into the doppelganger's body. Bleeding damage of -212 points and a skill damage of -257 points appeared above the doppelganger's head. Absolute Heaven continued with a flurry of attacks. The two daggers in his hands assaulted the doppelganger, and 10 streaks of silver light stabbed the doppelganger's vital points. The series of normal attacks coupled with an assassinate and the poison damage on his daggers instantly decimated the doppelganger's HP. A doppelganger. Originally, Absolute Heaven drowned in ecstasy at the thought of having killed Shifeng. However, he did not expect that after all of his effort what he had killed was only a doppelganger. Absolute Heaven's expression turned grim. He squinted his eyes as he observed his surroundings. Very quickly he discovered Shifeng a distance away behind him. He immediately spun, charging towards Shifeng. The Death's Lock had a duration of 6 seconds. Right now there were 4 seconds remaining, so how could he so easily allow Shifeng to break free from the Death's Lock that he had spent a fortune on? Just as Absolute Heaven arrived before Shifeng, a dark arrow came flying at him. Garbage, I don't have time to deal with you right now. Absolute Heaven ignored Blackie's dark arrow. His dagger aimed straight for Shifeng. Regarding Shifeng's teammates, Absolute Heaven did not place any importance on them at all. As long as he dealt with Shifeng, killing Blackie would be a simple task. Boom. The dark arrow exploded on Absolute Heaven's body. Damage of -221 points appeared above Absolute Heaven's head, removing 1/4 of his HP. Why is this garbage's damage so high? Absolute Heaven's brows slightly wrinkled, inwardly shocked. Absolute Heaven had not the slightest knowledge that the staff in Blackie's hands was actually a level 8 secret silver ranked staff. Moreover, Blackie wore a few pieces of level 7 and level 8 mysterious iron equipment. He also used the mysterious iron accessory, the Interpreter's Pendant, that Shifeng had given him. Blackie's magical damage had long since reached the apex. If it were not for Absolute Heaven's equipment being of excellent quality, he might have lost more than half of his HP from just one of Blackie's dark arrows. However, Blackie's high magical damage could not stop Absolute Heaven. Absolute Heaven still accurately slid his daggers into Shifeng's vital points. The moment Absolute Heaven's dagger was about to stab Shifeng, Shifeng used silent steps, instantly appearing behind Blackie. Crap. Seeing Shifeng vanish before him, rage and dismay filled the assassin. Shifeng was clearly unable to use any of his learned skills, yet he still possessed so many skills to avoid the ambush. There were over 25 yards between Absolute Heaven and Blackie. If Absolute Heaven ran towards Blackie, he would waste a lot of time. The seal on Shifeng would definitely dissipate, and it would become incomparably harder for him to kill Shifeng. Brother Feng, you're too awesome. You still managed to escape under such conditions. Blackie said with a smile. Watching the previous exchange, shock overwhelmed Blackie. The assassin's speed was impressive. If Shifeng had reacted a bit slower, he would definitely have lost his life. Blackie couldn't help but break out in cold sweat as he had watched the scene unfold. However, now that the distance between them was sizable, that assassin would be at his wits' end. Stop fooling around and be more careful. That assassin is not someone simple, Shifeng warned as Blackie still seemed to be in a joking mood. Got it, leave it to me. The cooldown on my skills have already finished, Blackie confidently said. However, just as Blackie turned to look at Absolute Heaven, he discovered that Absolute Heaven was missing. He could only see an enraged steel-skinned hippo, bellowing as it searched for its enemy. Brother Feng, that person's gone missing. Did he just choose to run away since he failed his ambush? Blackie said with a laugh. Just as Blackie turned to look at Shifeng, his expression immediately turned grim. The assassin from before stood right behind Shifeng. Causing me so much trouble, you guys should be proud of yourselves, Absolute Heaven sneered, his hand holding some flash powder. He tossed the powder at Blackie. Blackie instantly shrieked as both his eyes lost their vision, causing Blackie to lose his battle prowess. After restricting Blackie, Absolute Heaven's dagger immediately stabbed Shifeng. Shifeng did not think that Absolute Heaven could actually learn a high-tier skill like Shadow Steps. Assassin's shadow steps allowed them to instantly appear behind an enemy and increased the damage of their next attack by 15%. However, Shifeng still could not move. Moreover, he did not have any skills left to avoid Absolute Heaven's attack. He could only grit his teeth as he activated the Silver Moon set equipment's second set effect, the Tier 2 Life Shield. The Tier 2 Life Shield would absorb 60% of the damage Shifeng received, up to a maximum of -500 points. It could delay Absolute Heaven for some time. When Absolute Heaven saw the Life Shield appear on Shifeng, he was momentarily speechless. He did not understand just how Shifeng came to possess so many life-saving skills, using them one after another. However, a single life shield was still not enough to extinguish his determination to kill Shifeng. Immediately, Absolute Heaven brandished his daggers, sending a flurry of attacks at Shifeng like a fierce gale. He used normal attacks coupled with assassinate, backstab and many other damaging skills. Shifeng's life shield quickly shattered and disappeared. Shifeng had less than 500 HP remaining. Die! Absolute Heaven excitedly shouted. Immediately he placed all 5 skill points that he had held on to into his finishing skill, Eviscerate. With all his might he prepared to use his most powerful damaging skill. Soon after, Absolute Heaven's dagger swiveled, accurately sailing towards Shifeng's back. Finishing skill, Eviscerate. A plume of blue flame suddenly appeared above Shifeng's palm. Chapter 147, Might of the Devil Flame 3. Absolute Heaven suddenly convulsed in shock when he saw the clear blue flame floating above Shifeng's palm. Although this flame looked minuscule, the heat it gave off was extraordinarily hot. Within an instant he could already feel his mouth drying up. However, since the arrow was knocked, he had no choice but to let it loose. Within an instant the ice-blue devil flame covered Shifeng's entire body, turning him into a man on fire. The ice-cold dagger suddenly stabbed into Shifeng's back. "You can move already?" Absolute Heaven was greatly shocked. To a top-tier expert like himself, he had a very precise grasp on time. At worst, there was only an error of 0.1 seconds. Absolute Heaven clearly felt that the 6-second duration for the Death's Lock had yet to pass. Yet Shifeng was still able to use Defensive Blade to block his finishing move, Eviscerate. "Didn't you have a fun time beating me up just now?" Shifeng revealed a faint smile, coldly saying, "It's my turn now." Wielding the Abyssal Blade, which was covered by a layer of clear blue flames, Shifeng used Chop, and the Abyssal Blade transformed into a blazing streak of light as it struck towards Absolute Heaven. "You have less than 500 HP remaining right now. Do you think you can defeat me?" Absolute Heaven sneered, retaliating. The instant the two weapons collided, a trace of shock immediately appeared on Absolute Heaven's frosty expression. It was as if the opponent he was facing against right now was not Shifeng, but a humongous bear. Shifeng's strength had thoroughly numbed his arm, and he was forced to retreat several steps before stabilizing his body. How can he have such great strength? When Absolute Heaven had exchanged moves with Shifeng the previous time, Shifeng's strength was not yet quite so terrifying. However, now that he had changed and upgraded most of his equipment, increasing his attributes by a large leap, he not only surpassed Shifeng, but the gap between them had somehow grown even wider. Now that he had failed at ambushing Shifeng, it was already impossible for him to kill Shifeng in a direct confrontation. He could only patiently wait for his next chance. After forcing Absolute Heaven into a retreat, Shifeng quickly took out a basic regeneration potion and drank it. Very quickly, Shifeng's HP recovered more than 700 points. "Absolute Heaven, it seems you only amount to this much. You failed to kill me in both of your ambushes, so now it's my turn to get revenge. Don't even think of getting away from me today." Shifeng revealed a calm smile as he looked at Absolute Heaven, who was currently filled with killing intent. He could not help but admire and admit that Absolute Heaven's assassination abilities were very powerful. Not only did Absolute Heaven manage to persevere and track Shifeng to this place, he had even managed to set up an ambush the instant Shifeng relaxed his guard during his battle against the steel-skinned hippo. As a result, Absolute Heaven nearly managed to kill him. Unfortunately, Absolute Heaven did not know that the ice-blue devil flame had strengthened Shifeng's body, slightly reducing the duration of the death's lock on him. Otherwise he would truly be finished. Now that he was back to normal, he used the ice blue devil flame to aid him. A 20% increase in damage was no laughing matter. What a joke. You've only managed to live this time due to luck. I will definitely kill you the next time we meet. As for you wanting to keep me here, you couldn't do it the last time and you similarly won't be able to do it this time. Absolute Heaven felt that Shifeng was simply too conceited, daring to declare that he could kill him. The rage in his heart burned from Shifeng's words. He inwardly vowed to form a more thorough plan to utterly vanquish Shifeng the next time. Brother Feng, I'll help. At that moment, Blackie's vision was finally restored. He angrily glared at Absolute Heaven, prepared to use his evil whip. Shifeng waved his hand, saying with a laugh, "No need. Against him I alone am enough. Brother Feng, he is an assassin, he definitely has a lot of life-saving skills. His speed is also very fast. If he manages to escape, what should we do if he comes back to ambush us again?" Blackie had seen before an assassin's myriad of escaping skills. If not properly countered, one would be completely helpless against an assassin. Relax, he can't get away. All right then. Since Shifeng insisted, Blackie could only resolve himself to watch. The reason why Shifeng voiced out those words was to agitate and provoke Absolute Heaven. When dealing with experts like Absolute Heaven, it was not easy to kill them. Dealing with such experts, one first needed to attack them emotionally, provoking them and sending their state of mind into a mess, before looking for a chink or weak point. "Brat, you sure have a big mouth. I want to see just how you intend to block my path," Absolute Heaven said with a sneer, rage clouding over his expression. "We'll know once we try," Shifeng revealed a calm smile. He activated Wind Blade, his body piercing towards Absolute Heaven. Originally, Shifeng's speed was already very fast. Now with Wind Blade activated, Shifeng's speed was on a whole nother level. He arrived in front of Absolute Heaven within an instant, 6 sword images immediately stabbing towards Absolute Heaven's vital points. So fast. Absolute Heaven was awe-shocked, hurriedly using his daggers to block the attacks. Ping, ping, ping. With the added power from the ice blue devil flame, Shifeng's attacks were not something that Absolute Heaven could easily block. Immediately, Absolute Heaven was in a disadvantageous position. He desperately blocked and dodged Shifeng's attacks, and he was forced into a retreat with every consecutive attack. After exchanging several moves without using any skills, Absolute Heaven was struck once by Shifeng. As a result, Absolute Heaven lost over 300 HP within an instant. Damn. Originally, Absolute Heaven only intended to exchange a few moves with Shifeng, grinding away Shifeng's arrogance. Never would he have imagined that he would instead be forced into a constant retreat. Yet his pride as an expert was unwilling to admit that he had actually lost against Shifeng in a normal exchange. Seeing as the flaming sword was about to hit him, Absolute Heaven gritted his teeth, using the skill block to defend against this attack. If he was to receive another attack from that flaming sword, then he would very well lose his life. Not good time to leave. The gap between our attributes and attack power is just too wide. After coming to grips with Shifeng, he clearly understood the gap between the two of them. It was especially true for that clear blue flame. Every time his equipment came into contact with it, their durability would continuously fall. Though his secret silver-ranked dagger was better off, only losing a little durability with each clash, the armor he obtained with much difficulty was only of mysterious iron rank. Just a single stab from Shifeng's sword had reduced over a quarter of the armor's total durability. If this situation were to continue, then his equipment would all soon turn to waste. Without the attributes provided by his equipment, he would definitely die under Shifeng's swords. Hence he immediately turned and ran. "You can't escape." Shifeng gave Absolute Heaven no chances at all, activating Windwalk immediately. As fast as a ghost, Shifeng caught up with Absolute Heaven in the blink of an eye. He then let loose his most powerful strength, creating 16 sword images in the blink of an eye. The sword images fully surrounded Absolute Heaven, the flames released by them looking as if they intended to devour Absolute Heaven. Absolute Heaven was greatly shocked. There was no way at all for him to stop so many sword images. He then hurriedly activated Wind Steps, using the 1-second invincibility to block all the incoming attacks. With his speed greatly increased, he immediately entered stealth mode. I said, "You cannot get away." Shifeng immediately leaped up, the silver lake in his hand, releasing the power of fire and thunder towards Absolute Heaven's path of advancement. Absolute Heaven knew that this move of Shifeng's was immensely powerful. He immediately used Vanish, the 1 second of invincibility, allowing him to avoid the damage and fainted effect of the Thunder Flame explosion. After successfully blocking the Thunder Flame explosion, Absolute Heaven no longer possessed any life-saving skills in his arsenal. Just like last time, he was prepared to leap up into the trees, shaking off Shifeng's pursuit. At this moment he suddenly discovered that he was unable to jump nor move. Unknown as to when it happened, both his legs had been frozen solid and even his figure was revealed. "I've already said that you cannot escape." Shifeng was extremely satisfied with the effect of the frost grenade. Once again he sent a burst of 16 sword images stabbing at Absolute Heaven. This time, Absolute Heaven could only go all out, desperately stopping the incoming attacks with his daggers. 2 swords, 4 swords, 6 swords. By the time Absolute Heaven blocked the 11th sword, he was no longer able to keep up with the remaining sword images. He could only helplessly watch as the sword images stabbed into him, damages of over -300 points, and even -400 points, appearing above his head one after another. Moreover, the durability of the equipment on his body fell madly. By the time Absolute Heaven's HP reached 0, the equipment on his body was all turned to scrap. Absolute Heaven suffered an incomparable heartache, gnashing his teeth. All these equipment were gathered by him, one by one, after spending a large amount of time. Yet they were all destroyed now. The only thing he could rejoice about was that the 2 secret silver-ranked daggers, which were as precious as his own life, were not destroyed. Soon after, Absolute Heaven's dead body fell to the ground, an expression of unwillingness displayed on his face. "I've already said that you won't get away. Your weapon I'll gratefully accept." Shifeng looked towards the silver-colored dagger that Absolute Heaven dropped with a smile, picking it up. Chapter 148. Underworld. Absolute Heaven disappeared with the wind after he died. Shifeng toyed around with the dagger Absolute Heaven dropped. The edge of the blade seemed capable of slicing air apart. A dagger with such a degree of sharpness was definitely a rarely seen item. Blade of Assassination? Shifeng took a look at the dagger's introduction, discovering that the weapon was actually an exclusive item for assassins. Blade of Assassination. Dagger, secret silver rank. Level 8. Attack power plus 51. Strength plus 5, agility plus 12. Attack speed plus 2. Durability 35/60. Additional passive skill dash. Sharp edge. Attacks have a 15% chance to cause an armor break effect, reducing target's defense by 50% for 10 seconds. Non-stackable. Class restriction. Assassin. With such a high attack power and agility, it was no wonder Absolute Heaven was able to deal such massive damage to Shifeng. This Blade of Assassination was an assassination weapon completely made to increase the user's attack power and speed. It was definitely a favored weapon for the agility-type assassins. Based on Shifeng's estimations, the Blade of Assassination was worth at least 1 gold coin. With this death, Absolute Heaven will probably need a very long time before he can recover. Shifeng looked at the Blade of Assassination, a smile plastered on his face. Previously, Shifeng still felt apprehensive towards Absolute Heaven constantly following him around and abruptly ambushing him. Now that Shifeng used the ice blue devil flame to give Absolute Heaven a thorough beating, not only did Absolute Heaven lose a level, all the equipment on his body was destroyed as well. Absolute Heaven had even dropped his Blade of Assassination after dying. It would be a long time before it would be possible for Absolute Heaven to come looking for trouble again. Brother Feng, you're just too awesome. You were like the incarnation of the fire god just now. Just looking from afar I could already feel myself being burned. I didn't think that swordsman would have such a skill. If I had known about it earlier on, I would have chosen to play as a swordsman as well. If I were to use this skill to pick up chicks in the future, I would definitely catch one with every hook I send. Blackie excitedly ran up to Shifeng, his eyes filled with endless envy as he looked at the ice-blue devil flame covering Shifeng's body. As for the matter of Shifeng managing to kill Absolute Heaven, Blackie paid no attention to it at all. In Blackie's eyes, although Absolute Heaven was indeed an expert, he was still just an elite player of martial union. Shifeng being able to kill him was all too normal. On the other hand, the elegant-looking clear blue flame surrounding Shifeng was the truly shocking matter. Hearing Blackie describing the ice-blue devil flame as a tool to pick up girls, Shifeng became speechless. He did not understand just what was going through Blackie's mind every day. This flame isn't a swordsman's skill. It is a mysterious flame and it can increase a player's attack damage, Shifeng explained. Mysterious flame? Blackie's face filled with confusion. Although Blackie did not know what a mysterious flame was, but hearing that it was able to increase a player's attack damage confirmed it was definitely an extremely precious item. Seeing that Shifeng possessed such an item, instead of becoming envious, his heart filled with joy. With the mysterious flame, Shifeng could become even stronger than before. When the time comes, let's see who still dared to bully them. At this moment, Lonely Snow also hurried over after finishing picking up the loot from the swamp hippos. When he saw that Shifeng's entire body was covered in flames, giving off a scorching hot temperature, and that Shifeng was even able to control these brilliantly beautiful clear blue flames, he too became incomparably shocked. He nearly regarded Shifeng as a hidden class. However, after listening to Blackie's explanation, Lonely Snow as well understood just how precious and powerful was the ice-blue devil flame. The ice-blue devil flame was definitely one of Shifeng's secrets. If others were to find out about this secret, there would definitely be tons of players wanting to obtain the ice-blue devil flame. Moreover, Shifeng being willing to share this secret with them showed just how much he trusted them. Just this piece of trust alone was enough to let Lonely Snow feel that it was worth striving for Shifeng. Let's not chat for now. We should get rid of the steel-skinned hippo and quickly leave this place. After Absolute Heaven revives, he might tell the other players from Martial Union to come here and surround us. Shifeng no longer continued to explain, turning around and charging towards the steel-skinned hippo. Blackie knew that they could not stay in this place for too long as well. He started chanting incantations, aiding Shifeng in attacking and restricting the steel-skinned hippo. Although the steel-skinned hippo had high HP and defense, with its short vision range, it was destined to become an easy kill for Shifeng. What Shifeng needed to do now was to charge up and go all out at dealing damage. After bursting out all of his skills, he would then turn to escape. Meanwhile, Blackie would desperately attack from a distance, and as long as Shifeng finished using all of his skills, Blackie would use Evil Whip to restrict the steel-skinned hippo. Lonely Snow would then use Charge and Break before escaping as well. After Shifeng was more than 25 yards away from the steel-skinned hippo, the steel-skinned hippo would lose its target, dumbly rushing about. When the cooldown for Shifeng's skills ended, he would then continue with another round of bombardment, repeating the cycle all over again. This time Shifeng did not keep his strength hidden away. He immediately used the ice-blue devil flame, increasing his damage output by 20%. Simultaneously, the power of Ice-type and Fire-type skills was increased by 40%. With such an increase, Shifeng's damage against the steel-skinned hippo instantly soared. Even his normal attacks could deal around 50 to 60 damage now. As for Thunder Flame Explosion, the skill could cause over 400 damage to the steel-skinned hippo. Even if the steel-skinned hippo had high HP, it still frantically decreased under the fierce onslaught. Several minutes later, the steel-skinned hippo let out a blood-curdling shriek as its body fell to the ground with a boom. It dropped 4 items and gave a large amount of EXP after it died. Amongst the 4 items, 2 of them were level 15 bronze equipment, while the remaining items were a tier 1 strength gemstone and a bronze-ranked leatherworking material. The effects of the Shadow's blessing was fully displayed here. Otherwise, aside from giving out a lot of EXP, a level 15 elite would at most give out a piece of equipment and some materials only. Let's go somewhere else to kill swamp hippos. After killing the steel-skinned hippo, Shifeng brought Blackie and Lonely Snow to another grinding spot. The silent swamp was extremely large in size. Its size was at least 2 to 3 times that of the Gale Valley. Meanwhile, the habitat of the swamp hippos took up 1/10 of the entire silent swamp. Moreover, they were scattered throughout the entire silent swamp. With the 1 to 200 members of Martial Union, it would be hard-pressed for them to locate Shifeng's party successfully. Moreover, Shifeng was very familiar with the silent swamp. He had once lived at this place for over 20 days in his previous life, so he knew which locations had the highest number of swamp hippos and also the locations with the fastest respawn rates. Shifeng also knew the spawn locations for the elite monsters in Silent Swamp. However, with the strength of their party of 3 right now, the only elite monster they could deal with was the steel-skinned hippo, as the other elite monsters did not possess any clear weaknesses. If they were to go against these elite monsters, they would have to risk their lives doing so. Leveling up at this place is just too awesome. Originally, I thought that the leveling speed at Gale Valley was already extremely fast, but after coming to this place for less than 2 hours, I've already managed to reach level 9. If we are to continue in this trend, within 3 hours I would definitely reach level 10 and be able to enter White River City. At this speed, the elites of those major guilds have probably just reached level 9. Blackie excitedly said, if Kola and the others didn't die and were with us right now, we 6 would be able to enter White River City today, becoming the first party to enter White River City. Lonely Snow nodded, agreeing with Blackie's statement. He too could not help but admit to the invigorating feeling of having Shifeng power leveling them. This leveling speed was at least 10 times faster than the other players. Even if Martial Union surrounded them and killed them once right now with Shifeng carrying them, they would quickly recuperate their losses. They did not need to fear having a confrontation with a large guild like Martial Union at all. Red Leaf Town, slums. Absolute Heaven was currently drinking away his sorrows in the enchanted bar. When the others saw Absolute Heaven, they all obediently distanced themselves to a corner, not daring to go near him at all. The reason was due to the waves of killing intent radiating off of Absolute Heaven. There was nobody who was willing to come into contact with that aura. Damn. I made a huge loss this time. Sooner or later I will definitely have my revenge. Though Absolute Heaven did not feel heartache over the loss of his levels, it was a different story for the equipment he lost. It was especially true for the Blade of Assassination. As long as he put some time into it, he could easily catch up in terms of EXP. However, it was a different story for equipment. It was especially true for top-tier equipment. Those top-tier equipment were only obtainable through killing monsters or doing high-level quests. They were not something that could be obtained within a short amount of time. The opportunity was also needed to obtain them. Just what is that clear blue flame? After equipping his weapon, he could actually destroy my mysterious iron equipment with such ease, and even greatly reducing the durability of my secret silver weapons. Recalling the ice blue devil flame that surrounded Shifeng's body, Absolute Heaven could not help but shudder in fear. To every player, the destruction of their equipment was much more terrifying than facing death itself. Just considering the future, every time he fought Shifeng, he would once again risk the possibility of all of his hard-earned top-tier equipment being destroyed. It was truly a nightmare. Brother Absolute Heaven, long time no see. I see that you still love drinking like always. A short-bearded man wearing a black cape said as he sat opposite to Absolute Heaven. South Wolf, why do you have the time to come looking for me? When Absolute Heaven looked at the person speaking to him, his previous indifferent attitude was completely gone. Of course, it is to congratulate you, the man named South Wolf said with a laugh. Didn't you always want to join Underworld? Right now, the higher-ups have already recognized your potential, and you already have the rights to become an outer member of Underworld. In the future, you too will be one of Underworld's members. I think you should know what this means, right? What? I passed the test? Absolute Heaven nearly jumped up from excitement. The frustration and depression Absolute Heaven felt from being killed by Shifeng before were immediately swept clean. He no longer minded even the loss of the Blade of Assassination, as there was nothing more joyous than being able to join Underworld. In order to join Underworld, Absolute Heaven had spent 3 full years undergoing over a dozen assessments and tests. Now he finally obtained Underworld's recognition, officially becoming one of Underworld's outer members. Underworld was a very mysterious organization. Its strength in the real world was extremely terrifying. The resources, influence, and information it possessed was not something any outsider could imagine. Just based on some of the identities of the outer members of Underworld that Absolute Heaven knew of was enough to astonish him greatly. However, for reasons unknown, Underworld started investing into virtual reality games some 10 years ago. In order to join Underworld, the real-world assassin, Absolute Heaven, had also started playing virtual reality games. Right now, Underworld was paying unprecedented attention towards God's domain. Hence why Absolute Heaven decided to fully devote himself into God's domain. Now that he finally managed to become an outer member of Underworld, how could he not be excited? Absolute Heaven, weren't you level 9 the last time I saw you? Why are you level 8 now? You couldn't have been killed by a player, right? The man named Southwolf joked as he downed his drink. He was extremely clear about Absolute Heaven's strength. Absolute Heaven was definitely a top-tier assassin. Moreover, the equipment on him was all of excellent quality and he even had secret silver weapons. He also learned plenty of rare advanced skills. There were only a scant few players in Red Leaf Town who were capable of directly confronting Absolute Heaven. Moreover, the majority of these players would not have a win rate of over 60%. As for players who would have a win rate of 80% and above, in the entire Red Leaf Town, only the famous Snow Goddess could possibly achieve such a feat. It was absolutely impossible for other players. Moreover, if Absolute Heaven were to put all his might into escaping, even the Snow Goddess would not be able to hold him down. Now that Absolute Heaven lost a level, there was a high possibility that it was due to him accidentally dying while carrying out a high-difficulty quest. However, after hearing Southwolf say so, Absolute Heaven's expression abruptly turned gloomy, his mood turning extremely sour. It can't be, right? Were you really killed by someone? Who did it? Don't tell me you went and provoked the Snow Goddess Gentle Snow? You couldn't have been so foolish, right? Daring to provoke even her. Looking at Absolute Heaven's dark expression, Southwolf immediately knew that he guessed correctly. He couldn't help but abruptly spit out all the alcohol in his mouth. Chapter 149, Freezing Shadow. I'm no fool. Why would I dig my own grave by provoking Gentle Snow? Absolute Heaven shook his head. If you didn't provoke Gentle Snow, then who killed you? I doubt that there is another expert like her in the entire Red Leaf Town. Southwolf could not help but become curious. Based on the information he obtained, the experts in Red Leaf Town only numbered so many. If it wasn't a top-tier expert like Gentle Snow, could there possibly be another top-tier expert appearing in Red Leaf Town without him knowing? Southwolf's curiosity deeply pierced Absolute Heaven's pride. He tightly gripped his fist to the point where blood almost came out. He had spent such a long time planning and preparing so many measures. Originally, he had a 100% possibility to kill Shifeng. However, the rate at which Shifeng increased his strength had far surpassed Absolute Heaven's estimations. Looking at Absolute Heaven's silence, Southwolf could not help but let loose a smile. He was now even more interested in the expert that managed to kill Absolute Heaven. Absolute Heaven, you know what my job entails, right? Now that such an expert has appeared in Red Leaf Town, I need to know just who that person is. Southwolf looked at Absolute Heaven, asking in a low tone. Absolute Heaven's expression turned sullen. He did not wish to tell anybody of this embarrassing matter at all, not to mention telling it to the Southwolf before him. Absolute Heaven had maintained a no-loss record for 3 whole years. Yet today that record was ripped apart by the unknown Shifeng. Moreover, today was even the big day where he got to join Underworld. With such an incident happening, it would definitely affect his standing in Underworld in the future. I can understand how you are feeling right now. You've managed to join Underworld after much difficulty, yet you were immediately met with such an incident. It would definitely have a huge impact on your mood. However, this is my job. If you do not cooperate as an outer member, you might even be expelled from the organization. You should think clearly about your decision, Southwolf said strictly. Absolute Heaven was extremely aggravated. However, he could not retaliate against Southwolf's words at all. He could only forcefully suppress the burning rage in his heart, saying in a low tone, "The person's a swordsman called Yifeng." Swordsman Yifeng? Isn't that the Yifeng that cleared the hell mode of the Dark Moon graveyard together with Gentle Snow? Southwolf entered into deep thought, I've seen his battle recording before and I've also analyzed his strength. He is indeed an expert, but it is only up to a normal standard. He has no qualifications to join Underworld at all. Now that he has actually managed to kill you, however, it would seem that he has previously hidden quite a lot of his strength. What hidden strength? It's just dumb luck. I don't know where he got it from, but that flame of his was extremely powerful. It was able to destroy my equipment during battle, and that flame greatly reduced even the durability of my secret silver weapons. If it wasn't for that flame, he would have no chance at killing me at all, Absolute Heaven said in disdain. Flame? It could even destroy equipment and not even secret silver weapons could block it? South Wolf became even more curious. I recall that swordsmen do not possess such a skill. It should be some sort of special equipment skill. However, if not even a secret silver weapon could block it, the skill is definitely not anything simple. This special equipment quality must be extremely high. It must be a dark gold ranked special equipment or item. However, even dark gold items would not have such a strong effect. There is a substantial possibility that it is an epic ranked item. Epic rank. Absolute Heaven was greatly astonished. It can't be, right? Right now, I haven't even heard the news of someone obtaining a dark gold ranked item. Yet he, as an independent player, could obtain an epic ranked item? What's there to be surprised about? God's domain is filled with mystery. Even if it is only at this stage of the game, there is no surprise at obtaining an epic ranked item. Within Underworld, there has already been more than one person who obtained a dark gold ranked item, but it is indeed my first time hearing about an epic ranked item. However, this is still just a guess of mine. It requires deeper investigation. South Wolf's face was filled with joy. Thinking that he could obtain such information even if it was only a possibility, he could still receive quite a reward from the higher-ups. If he could confirm this information, he might even be able to increase his standing within Underworld further. I've already passed on all the information about which the Underworld wishes to inform you. I'll now go and investigate about that flame. If it truly is an epic ranked item, as long as Yi Feng hands over that flame, taking into account his techniques, he might be able to become an outer member of Underworld. Within this period, you should avoid seeking him out for trouble. After all, you guys might be colleagues in the future, South Wolf said with a laugh as he departed from the bar. Damn it. Looking at South Wolf's unconcerned attitude as he departed, Absolute Heaven abruptly punched his fist onto the table. The beer bottles on the table all fell to the ground, breaking apart into fragments. Silent Swamp Stream Falls. Shifeng was currently leading Blackie and Lonely Snow to attack a jade-green three-headed snake. Three-headed snake demon rare elite. Level 16. HP 15, 000/15, 000. A rare elite was not much stronger when compared to a normal elite monster of the same level. It was extremely rare for players to meet one, hence why it was called a rare elite. However, even these rare elites had specified respawn points. Only they had many locations they could spawn from, so it was not easy to locate them at all. The loot of rare elites was much better than that of normal elites. Hence why many players loved rare elites. There were only a total of 5 rare elites in the Silent Swamp. Amongst them, the weakest one was the three-headed snake demon. Also, when a rare elite died, they would only respawn 2 days later. After carrying both Blackie and Lonely Snow to level 10, Shifeng himself reached level 11 as well. He felt that they should roughly be able to kill the three-headed snake demon, hence why they had spent a lot of time looking for it. Brother Feng, this rare elite's movement speed is simply too fast. I can't land a hit on it at all. Blackie continuously used Dark Arrow to attack the three-headed snake demon. However, the snake demon was extremely swift in its movements. It was able to dodge all the dark arrows that flew at it easily. No problems. You just need to use Curse to weaken the three-headed snake demon's speed and strength, Shifeng said in the party chat. Previously, they obtained many good items from grinding the swamp hippos. Amongst those items was the Weakening Curse skill book for Cursemancers. The skill was able to reduce all the attributes of the target by 15%, damage dealt by 15%, and increase the darkness damage the target received by 10%. It was one of the signature skills of Cursemancers. In addition to the evil whip binding and restricting the three-headed snake demon, and also Lonely Snow's charge and break, Shifeng could easily deal with this monster. The three-headed snake demon's main form of attack was a long-range venom attack. This venom was extremely terrifying, and even a level 15 MT would not be able to withstand the sustained damage caused by the venom. Moreover, basic antidotes were completely ineffective against it. On the bright side, the three-headed snake demon had very low physical damage. Moreover, the three-headed snake demon had much less defense when compared to the steel-skinned hippo. Just Shifeng's normal attacks alone could deal over -150 damage to the snake demon. In addition to the damage amplification effect from Thundering Strike, each of Shifeng's normal attacks could deal close to -200 damage. If he were to use a skill, then the damage dealt would exceed 300 to 400 points. With only 15,000 HP, the three-headed Snake King stood no chance at all against Shifeng's frightening damage. After 10 minutes or so, the three-headed snake released a pained cry, its body smashing down into the stream. It also dropped 5 pieces of items. Brother Feng, your luck recently is getting better and better. It's even better than mine now. Looking at the large number of good items dropping from the monster Shifeng killed, Blackie could not help but curiously comment. According to his memories, Shifeng's luck before was not very good. Even if Shifeng killed elite monsters, at most he would get 1 piece of bronze equipment. Now he would get at least 3 pieces of bronze equipment and even rare materials or skill books. It was truly unfathomable. Haha. It's a secret. Shifeng smiled. He naturally would not reveal that it was due to the contribution of the Shadow's blessing. The effect of the 3 points in luck was not something with which Blackie could catch up. Shifeng then picked up the loot, discovering a very familiar item. Isn't this the freezing shadow? This thing really brings back memories. Brother Feng, what dropped? Blackie asked. Lonely Snow was also very curious. We got quite the good harvest. We got 2 level 15 bronze equipment, 1 level 15 mysterious iron equipment, 1 rare dungeon teleport scroll, and 1 consumable item, the freezing shadow. We definitely hit the jackpot with this. Shifeng displayed the attributes on all the items for the two to see. Now that the three-headed snake is dead, it will take another 2 days before another respawns. Let's continue grinding swamp hippos then. Just as Shifeng and the others were about to continue grinding swamp hippos, Shifeng suddenly received a communication request. Who's South Wolf? Shifeng looked at the caller ID, discovering that it was a stranger. Moreover, there was no such person in his memories. Since it is someone I don't know, let's just reject it then. Saying so, Shifeng rejected the call. Chapter 150 Star River Valley. After Shifeng rejected the call, he continued searching for swamp hippos. He actually rejected. South Wolf looked at the rejection notification, feeling a sense of discomfort in his heart. Normally, those with social standings would earnestly wish to converse with him in order to form friendly ties. Now, however, he was actually met with a situation like this. It was definitely a first for him. However, the ones above had already given him the command to make contact with Shifeng. Hence, he could only endure it and continue attempting to contact Shifeng. After he reported the information about Shifeng and the flame, Underworld carried out an analysis on the effects of the flame. They immediately discovered that the flame was definitely extremely precious, and there was over a 70% chance that it could possibly be an epic ranked item. Hence, South Wolf was tasked with negotiating with Shifeng to obtain the flame for Underworld. South Wolf sucked in a few deep breaths, calming down his mood. He then sent another communication request to Shifeng. However, every single request for communication was met with rejection. Crap. I can't believe this. Let's see how long you can keep on rejecting my calls. South Wolf sent a communication request once more. This is getting irritating. Shifeng rejected the request once again. He then adjusted the system settings to stop receiving calls from strangers. After turning off the system interface, Shifeng suddenly felt that the world became much more peaceful and serene than before. Leader, I discovered a very special place here. The rivers are actually flowing in midair. There are also lots of golden-colored fish swimming in the silver-colored river. Moreover, these fish are all level 20 special elites. Lonely Snow suddenly said in the party chat, his voice containing great excitement. A group of level 20 special elite fish? Isn't this too much of an exaggeration? Lonely Snow, are you sure you saw right? Blackie did not believe Lonely Snow's words at all. Special elites. They were much stronger than ordinary elite monsters. The reason being, special elites were very outstanding in a particular field. If it were not in terms of speed, then it would either be in terms of strength, magic, or something else. There were extremely few special elites in God's domain, and their rarity was comparable to rare elites. Not to mention finding a group of special elites, even meeting with a single one was extremely difficult. It's true. If you don't believe me, I'll send you a picture of it. After taking a look at the picture, it was indeed as Lonely Snow said. The location in the picture was like a wonderland on Earth, dazzlingly beautiful. It was truly hard to imagine that the dark and damp silent swamp would have such a location in it. There were hundreds of big golden fish in the Silver River, and they all shone brilliantly, creating a dazzling sight. Golden-colored fish? Shifeng entered deep thought as he looked at the golden fish in the river. Suddenly he thought of a possibility. What are the coordinates? I'll come over immediately. When Shifeng and Blackie arrived at the silver-colored river, they discovered that this river was actually moving in position, though it moved at an extremely slow speed. Shifeng and Blackie only managed to locate this river due to Lonely Snow continuously following it. As expected, it is the Star River Valley. Shifeng smiled. Star River Valley was one of the rarely seen marvels in God's domain. These marvels would usually appear at maps that were below level 50. Any players that were able to meet such marvels were all extremely lucky, as this meeting represented an opportunity. Shifeng had once heard of a player obtaining a fine gold-ranked item from the Star River Valley. There was even a player who obtained an epic-ranked item, causing others to feel envious. However, there were also rumors that the person was just lying. Brother Feng, how do we deal with these big golden fish? Blackie felt a headache coming on just from looking at all the big golden fishes swimming in the silver-colored river. Golden Fish, Special Elite. Level 20. HP 100, 000/100, 000. Ignoring the level suppression, attack and defense of the golden fishes, just their 100,000 HP was enough to bring a person to despair. These golden fish are swimming in a river that's floating in mid-air. I've previously tested it out before and I couldn't land an attack at all. However, if we solely depended on Blackie's magical attacks, the damage dealt might not even match up with the golden fish's recovery speed. Lonely Snow said, Leader, do you have any good ideas? Let's take a look at the surroundings first then. We might be able to discover some clues, Shifeng said. It was also Shifeng's first time meeting the Star River Valley. If their luck was good, they might receive a huge harvest, possibly even obtaining 1 or 2 pieces of fine gold-ranked items. Blackie and Lonely Snow started searching through the entire region of the Star River Valley. After searching for over 10 minutes, Blackie discovered an elderly man floating in mid-air. The elder was holding onto a fishing rod, fishing. Brother Feng, I found an NPC over here, Blackie excitedly said. I'll be there immediately, Shifeng said, also becoming excited. The NPC elder was called Faust, and he was a level 100 NPC that was capable of easily suppressing Shifeng and the others. Respected elder, can we help you with anything? Shifeng respectfully said. The elder Faust seemed not to have heard Shifeng speaking. His eyelids remained shut as he quietly fished. He can't be deaf, right? Blackie said. He can't be a deaf person, right? I'm guessing that his hearing is impaired. After all, that NPC's setting is that of an old man, so his hearing should have deteriorated. He should be able to hear us if we speak louder. Lonely Snow shook his head. This old man is the great Faust. You adventurers are truly ill-mannered, daring to actually speak about this old man in such a way. This old man is going to give you 2 a punishment. Faust abruptly opened his eyes. Floating in midair, he looked at both Blackie and Lonely Snow as he spoke in a furious tone. Holy crap. This NPC doesn't react to praises, but immediately reacts when we talk bad about him? Isn't his IQ too high? Blackie was shocked. Lonely Snow was also incomparably shocked. However, before the 2 of them could recover from their shock, Faust casually pointed a finger at them. The two of them suddenly floated high up into the air, before plunging down to the ground, nearly dying from the fall. After teaching the two a lesson, Faust started fishing once again. You too. Shifeng laughed as he spoke in the party chat. The NPCs in God's domain possess extremely high intelligence. This is especially true for almost all high-level NPCs. They are totally different from the average Joe. You guys should treat powerful NPCs with respect in the future. This time Faust could be considered to have given you a light lesson. If he were to become truly angry, there is the possibility that he might even kill you. In Shifeng's previous life, many players who paid little respect to NPCs. In the end they were killed off by said NPCs. Shifeng had even seen more severe cases where NPCs would kill off a player whenever they met. Brother Feng, why didn't you say so early? Blackie complained. I wanted to say it, but you guys spoke before I had a chance to say anything. Shifeng shrugged, shoving away the blame. Just as Shifeng was about to reveal his strategy, the system's message notification constantly rang out. One after another, the message notifications created a symphony of beeps. Shifeng became speechless. Just where did so many messages come from? Why is it Southwolf again? Shifeng did not think that this person called Southwolf would be so persistent. The person had actually sent several hundred messages over. He was truly insane. Do you dare accept a voice call? Do you know who I am? Are you reading this? I know you're reading this. There is a big opportunity awaiting you right now. You best contact me immediately. Looking at these messages, speaking from a certain perspective, this person called Southwolf was indeed a very awesome person. Shifeng was extremely curious about why this person was trying to look for him. He also could not continue involving himself with this person, so he readjusted the system settings to allow calls from strangers again. Chapter 151. Come if you can. Very quickly, Southwolf's communication request arrived. Who are you? If you have something to say, then say it quickly. I'm very busy, Shifeng said in an annoyed tone after picking up the call. Do you know who I? Shifeng's words nearly caused Southwolf to lose it. However, in the end he still endured it. After all, this was a task handed down to him from above, so he needed to carry out the job properly. If it were any other person who dared speak to him in such a way, they would definitely face a tragic end. If you have nothing to say, then I'm hanging up, Shifeng said. Southwolf furiously said, Why would I look for you if I have nothing to say? Then speak of it quickly. I'm very busy, Shifeng said, annoyed. There was a huge opportunity right before his eyes, so where would he find the time to bicker with a stranger? Southwolf nearly burst out in rage once again at Shifeng's words. A loose expert like Shifeng dared to speak to him in such a way. However, after giving it some thought, Southwolf realized that Shifeng only dared to speak to him in such a way due to not knowing his real identity. I need to calm down. Calm down, Southwolf consoled himself, saying, as long as he knows my identity, he will definitely be shocked witless. I am the spokesperson for Underworld. I assume that you have never heard of the name of Underworld, right? That's because Underworld is a gigantic hidden organization. If a person does not reach a certain degree of standard, they will have no qualifications for knowing about our existence at all. As for the strength of Underworld, I can tell you about it right now. Even if it is an assassination expert like Absolute Heaven, after striving for 3 years, only now did he manage to obtain the qualifications to become an outer member of Underworld. Until now he was just in existence at the very bottom. What? Absolute Heaven is just an outer member of Underworld? Shifeng was slightly shocked. Indeed, he had never heard of the name of Underworld before. He also did not know how powerful it was. However, if a top-tier assassin like Absolute Heaven was just an outer member, it could be seen just how unfathomable a background Underworld possessed. Shifeng also did not think that Southwolf was speaking a lie. After experiencing so many things in God's domain, Shifeng was rather proficient at determining whether a person was lying or not. Moreover, the way Southwolf spoke carried the hint of someone speaking down from high above, like an emperor overlooking commoners. This was not an action that could be faked. They can't be wanting to take revenge because I killed Absolute Heaven, right? Shifeng inwardly guessed. Previously he had not discovered any guild emblem on Absolute Heaven's person. Hence he always thought that Absolute Heaven was a hidden expert working as a solo assassin. He did not think that Absolute Heaven would have such backing. Hearing Shifeng's shock, South Wolf felt slightly satisfied. Actually, this isn't anything special. Underworld also possesses an unimaginable influence in the real world. The resources and information we possess far exceed your imagination. Even as an outer member, the strength you possess could cause even a major corporation in a city to tremble. Even the snow goddess, Gentle Snow, that you're very familiar with, has to treat an intermediate member of Underworld with respect, not to mention the upper management of Underworld. South Wolf laughed, proudly saying, "By telling you all this information, I am not trying to brag about Underworld, but instead I am telling you just how powerful of a background Underworld possesses. If you don't believe me, you can go ask Gentle Snow. Without sufficient strength, one would not even have the qualifications to know about the existence of Underworld. I'm contacting you to tell you that you have already received the attention of Underworld. You now possess the qualifications to join Underworld." "Is it because I killed Absolute Heaven?" Shifeng calmly asked. "And you can put it that way. If you did not have the strength to kill Absolute Heaven, then you really would not be able to catch the attention of Underworld." South Wolf was slightly astonished. Shifeng was actually not the least bit excited after hearing his words. If others were to receive a similar message, they would normally be ecstatic, wishing they could join immediately. After all, by joining Underworld, one could have many chances to become acquainted with a group of large characters. Carrying out tasks in the future would also become much more convenient. The information Underworld possessed far exceeded what one could imagine, and it would have an unimaginable benefit towards one's future development. "So you're saying as long as I agree I can become an outer member of Underworld immediately?" Shifeng had long since weathered through plenty of storms. He was no longer that immature youth in his early 20s. Hence he reacted extremely calmly. In Shifeng's previous life as the guild leader of Shadow, he had never heard of the existence of Underworld. However, Shifeng did not find it strange either. After all, Shadow was only a second-rate guild. In the eyes of first-rate guilds, they were but an ant on the road, not worthy to be mentioned at all. You can put it that way as well. However, it would not be easy if you wished to join Underworld. Right now you only possess the qualifications to join. Moreover, in Underworld we have always believed that if you wish to obtain something, then you need to pay an equivalent price for it. Only when you can afford the price to join Underworld, would you be able to officially become an outer member. Can you tell me what sort of price I need to pay? The price to join Underworld is a considerable amount. Even Absolute Heaven spent 3 years to join. However, you are extremely lucky. From my previous investigations, I discovered that there is a certain flame in your possession that is able to greatly increase your attack and destructive power. As long as you hand over that flame and pay a monthly membership fee of 10 gold coins, you will officially become an outer member of Underworld. I see, realization struck Shifeng. The organization Underworld was similar to a grand chamber of commerce in real life. If one wanted to join the organization, then they needed to pay the membership fee. However, not just anybody possessed the qualifications to join the organization. Within the organization, members would be able to form platforms for mutual assistance, information sharing and resource sharing. With this, members would be able to obtain many more business opportunities to develop their own enterprises further. Since you understand, when are you prepared to pay the price? I can't stay too long in Red Leaf Town. I still have many other things that I need to do, South Wolf said with a laugh. As long as he could obtain the epic ranked flame in Shifeng's hands, coupling it with several years of accumulated contributions, he would be able to officially become an intermediate member of Underworld. At that time he would be able to call the wind and rain as he pleased. Sorry, but I refuse to join. You should look for someone else, Shifeng said in a stern tone. After his experience with Shadow, he no longer wished to join someone else's organization. Moreover, he did not need to join someone else's organization. With his advantage as a reincarnated person, he had knowledge of tons of information of which others were unaware. He also knew the trends in which the future would develop toward. If Underworld was seeking him out to cooperate as equals, then he could put some consideration into the matter. However, for him to become a member of Underworld, it would only be a different form of slaving off for someone else. Fortunately, he did not possess such a hobby. Right now, he could already start establishing a large workshop. The goal of establishing a large guild was also within close sight, so he truly did not see any need to join Underworld. The most valuable thing one could obtain within Underworld was information about God's domain. In the eyes of others, although such information was extremely precious, to Shifeng it was common knowledge. The reason he spoke so much was simply to find out more about Underworld. What did you say? South Wolf thought he had heard incorrectly. After speaking for such a long time, Shifeng had simply rejected him. I'm not interested in joining Underworld. You should look for someone else, Shifeng reiterated once more. After speaking so much, in the end you are just toying with me. South Wolf angrily said, do you know what kind of consequences your actions will bring? It is you who contacted me first. Now that I don't wish to join Underworld, are you going to threaten me to join? Shifeng sneered. Since you dare to toy around with us, Underworld, you naturally have to pay the price. Hand over the flame and I'll consider it as if this matter never happened. Otherwise, prepare to suffer Underworld's wrath. South Wolf threatened in a cold tone. Haha. You finally revealed your fox's tail. Since the beginning your goal has always been the flame, right? You found out from absolute heaven that my flame is not anything simple, so you wish to have it for yourselves now, is it? Shifeng calmly said, I only have one sentence to say to you. If you guys have the ability, then come. Chapter 152, Legendary Character. South Wolf fell silent at Shifeng's calm reply. He clearly informed Shifeng of Underworld's background and its frightening might, yet Shifeng still resolutely chose to oppose Underworld, refusing to hand over the flame. This was the first time South Wolf encountered such a case. If you think that just by being acquainted with and backing of a gentle snow, Underworld will not dare target you, you couldn't be more wrong. South Wolf sneered. Even the currently famous Ouroboros does not dare possess enmity against Underworld, not to mention a measly first vice leader. I'll give you one last chance to hand over the flame. That way you can still play in God's domain comfortably. Otherwise, there will be no place to accommodate you in all of God's domain. It looks like you really don't understand human words. Or is there a problem with your intelligence? Shifeng laughed disdainfully. You wish to take something that belongs to me just with just a few words? Do you think that your family runs God's domain or something? I'll tell you one more time, if you have the ability then come. I'm eager to see just what you can do to me. If it were his last life, Shifeng might have yielded. However, it was a different story altogether now. In this life he possessed both the capital and confidence to challenge a gigantic existence like Underworld. After reincarnating, Shifeng's goal in life was to complete the dream he never accomplished in his previous life, establishing his own virtual empire. On this path he was destined to make enemies of the many major powers of God's domain. If he lowered his head to Underworld now, how could he challenge the tyrants of God's domain in the future? How could he compete over the resources, territory, equipment and such in God's domain? Although Underworld's influence was massive and its influence in reality similarly great, when faced with God's domain, the globally acknowledged second world, nary a power in the world could interfere with the main God system, not to mention a measly Underworld. Even if Underworld wished to investigate Shifeng's identity in real life, it was an impossible task to achieve. After over 100 years of operation and improvements, the privacy of players in virtual reality games was nigh perfect. It was also impossible to uncover a person's identity through virtual trades. Very good. Since it seems that you have truly steeled your heart to oppose Underworld, you better make your preparations to enter hell. South Wolf was so angry he smiled. He truly did not think that there would be a person who did not fear death. Shifeng was but a single independent player, and he only dared speak those conceited words because he did not know the terror of Underworld at all. In South Wolf's view, Shifeng was just an arrogant and presumptuous fool who did not know fear. Underworld's main influence covered 2 empires and several kingdoms, Starmoon Kingdom included. As long as he reported this matter to the higher-ups, within a few days, An independent player like Shifeng would no longer remain mingling in God's domain. At that time Shifeng would have no choice but to offer up that epic ranked flame. How is it? I've enjoyed its atmosphere plenty of times before, and entering yours won't make any difference. Shifeng shrugged, smiling insolently as he spoke. Shifeng now possessed the ice blue devil flame. With his current battle prowess he did not fear any player in the least. If they wished to gang up on him he would use guerrilla warfare to deal with them. His leveling speed was extremely rapid so he could afford to face off against them. He did not believe that there was any guild or power that could afford to waste that much manpower and resources to continuously battle him in Red Leaf Town. After speaking his piece, Shifeng disconnected the call. Brother Feng, what happened? Blackie could feel Shifeng's rage from the conversation he just had. Nothing much, it was just someone trying to rob me. Shifeng shook his head, casually describing Underworld as a bandit. We're better off thinking of a way to get information off of that elderly NPC. Okay, Blackie nodded, agreeing. Although Shifeng spoke lightly, Blackie knew that the matter was not as simple as Shifeng described. Blackie inwardly hated himself for not being any help to Shifeng. If he could become more powerful he might be of help to Shifeng in the future. In actuality, Blackie was not alone in this train of thought. Lonely Snow also detected the abnormality in Shifeng's tone, and he similarly hated himself for being so weak and helpless. I must work harder to improve my technique and strength. At the very least I can't remain as dead weight to Brother Feng. Suddenly the two of them held an eager desire to increase their own strength. Meanwhile, after Shifeng hung up on him, South Wolf immediately contacted the upper echelons of Underworld. South Wolf, how is the matter regarding the epic ranked item coming along? Young Master Feng, I've already tried my best but that brat Yifeng still refused. He also looked down on Underworld, telling us to come at him if we have the ability. Haha. He's truly an interesting fellow. It is no wonder Snow is paying attention to him. I haven't met such an arrogant person for a very long time now. Since he has rejected my good intentions, let him disappear from God's domain. I'll give you the authority to mobilize all of Underworld in White River City, so quickly fetch me that item. Yes, this subordinate will definitely succeed. After the call ended, South Wolf released a sigh of relief. Listening to that person's tone, they were definitely angry. Otherwise, that person would not have given him the authority to mobilize the full strength of Underworld in White River City just to deal with a single Yifeng. Yifeng, let's see how long you continue acting freely. Very soon I'll show what kind of place hell really is. Just thinking of Shifeng was enough to cause South Wolf's belly to fill with rage. However, when he thought about how he could operate all the power of Underworld in the White River City region, he could not help his excitement. Although Underworld had a very low member count, each and every one of them were elite experts. Some were even the upper echelons of major guilds. If he gathered all of the members within the White River City region, the total power might even surpass that of a third-rate guild in White River City. Being able to mobilize such a power, just thinking of it gave him an invigorating feeling. Moreover, a majority of Underworld's members were players who walked the path of darkness. What they loved most was murder, and they were the best at dealing with independent players like Shifeng. Meanwhile, as South Wolf thought of ways to deal with Shifeng, the person himself was in the process of having a conversation with the NPC named Faust, albeit a one-sided one. According to Shifeng's understanding, Faust was a strange old man. Although Faust was a strange old man, he was also a legendary character. He was once known as the Elemental Dominator. During his youth, Faust had once killed a mighty dragon and had even sealed the Great Demon King. A Great Demon King was the human equivalent of a Tier 5 class. Moreover, Faust was once a teacher to the Emperor of the Black Dragon Empire. Rumor had it that Faust had once fought against a god and survived the encounter. However, when he reached the age of 100, he suddenly started wandering all over God's domain. Right now, Faust was already an old monster that exceeded the age of 300. As to how powerful Faust was right now, Shifeng was unable to properly discern that. In short, Faust's strength was immeasurably deep. Hence, it was extremely difficult to start a conversation with Faust. The first condition to do so was to have sufficient strength to attract Faust's attention. The second condition was to have delicious cooking. Only when both of these conditions were fulfilled would Faust give out a rare quest called Delicious Golden Fish. When this quest was completed, one could obtain a reward. In reality, displaying sufficient strength to Faust was a simple task. To do so, one merely needed to deal over 100 damage to the golden fish. However, it was an extremely difficult challenge for players below level 20 to cause over 100 damage. At the very minimum, one needed to be level 20 and possess a complete set of bronze set equipment and a mysterious iron weapon to achieve such damage. Moreover, before one displayed their strength, they needed to initiate a conversation with Faust. On the surface, Faust appeared to not take notice of players. In reality, he secretly paid attention. Yet just when Shifeng was about to inform Blackie and Lonely Snow about these conditions, the two of them started cursing at Faust. However, this could also attract Faust's attention. Having the backing of Chapter 153, Legendary Item. After attracting Faust's attention, Shifeng's remaining task was to deal damage to the golden fish. These level 20 golden fish currently swam within the bright silver river suspended in mid-air. The river was around 25 to 30 yards above the ground, making it impossible for any normal melee class to attack the golden fish. Moreover, the golden fish had scales as hard as diamonds, and it was nigh impossible for players below level 20 to cause them over 100 damage in a single attack. The golden fish possessed a very high magic resistance as well, reducing the magic damage they received by 40%. Also, the golden fish swam at exceptionally fast speeds in the Silver River, making them extremely hard to hit. As a result, there were many players who gained nothing despite having found the Star River Valley. One thing that greatly differed God's Domain from other virtual reality games was that, in God's Domain, there were many of fortuitous encounters available out in the field. These encounters could allow a player to soar to fame and power overnight, and Shifeng had seen many such examples before. However, even though there were plenty of fortuitous encounters available in God's Domain, encountering one did not necessarily guarantee any harvests. Whether one could obtain anything from such an encounter depended on one's abilities. Blackie, Lonely, you two take this. Shifeng took 2 basic frost grenades from his bag, passing them to the two. Previously, to obtain the ice blue devil flame, he used a lot of the frost grenades he stocked up. Right now, there were less than 20 remaining, and they were not enough to deal with all the golden fish in the Silver River. Wah! Aren't these frost grenades effects too powerful? These are godly tools for PK and grinding. If we could use them without limit, then our leveling speed would be absolutely heaven-defying. Blackie said, shocked, after taking a look at the frost grenades introduction. Just imagine if they used these frost grenades to grind on groups of level 30 monsters. They might even level up once every minute. At that time, what would martial union amount to them? Just the level suppression alone would be enough to oppress them to death. It would be fantastic if we could get more of these. In the future, if pikers surround us, we wouldn't even have to use a single skill to deal with them. Just by throwing a dozen or so of these frost grenades, they would definitely fall dead. However, with effects as good as these, I'm guessing that these items should be extremely rare and precious, Lonely Snow lamented. Indeed. Not to mention using them for grinding and PK, just having a few of these tools of massacre as lifesavers would be good enough. The longer Blackie looked at the frost grenade in his hand, the more he could not bear to part with it. With this item in hand, he could use it to save his life at the most crucial of moments. Shifeng only revealed a smile at the two's reactions. He took out another frost grenade for himself, turning to look at the golden fish in the suspended river, saying, "Stop chatting. In a moment I'll count down to 3 and we'll all throw our frost grenades at the golden fish together." Blackie and Lonely Snow looked at the frost grenades in their hands, reluctance filling their eyes. Brother Feng using the frost grenades to deal with these golden fish is just too wasteful. The golden fish have 100,000 HP each. The 200 damage from these frost grenades will not make any difference. Moreover, these items can be used at a crucial moment to save our lives. Using them right now is simply a waste. That's right, leader. Blackie and Lonely Snow both tried to persuade Shifeng. His actions right now were simply that of a wastrel. Feng was dumbfounded and speechless at the two's persuasion. Previously he had used these frost grenades to grind to level 9. Just use them with ease. I still have plenty of them in my possession. Later I'll give every member of the party 30 of these frost grenades, Feng said with a laugh. Blackie and Lonely Snow were immediately shocked, even thinking that they had heard wrong. A frost grenade was such a precious item, yet Feng planned to give each of them 30 in the future? This was simply madness. In the future, if they met those bastards from Martial Union with the frost grenades in hand, couldn't they utterly massacre them? With Feng's assurance, the two of them followed Feng's instructions, throwing their frost grenades at the golden fish suspended in mid-air. Boom! The frost grenades exploded in the midst of the Silver River. Even though the golden fish were adept at dodging, the explosion radius of the frost grenades was extremely wide. Some of the golden fish that did not manage to escape immediately froze solid, damages of over -100 points appearing above their heads. Faust, sitting suspended in mid-air, stroked his white beard. He nodded his head saying, "Not bad. It seems that you guys have some ability to actually cause some damage to these golden fish." "Esteemed Lord Faust, we are only here to catch some golden fish to cook. We hope that our brutish actions did not disturb you," Feng acted courteously as he said. "Oh, I didn't think that you guys would be interested in cooking these golden fish." When Faust heard the word cook, a flash immediately appeared in his eyes. "Since you guys wish to catch the golden fish, I wonder if you can help me catch some live ones as well? My strength is too strong and I will simply kill these golden fish if I am not careful. This dilemma has left me with no choice but to slowly fish here." "This," Feng said with a hesitant expression. "Relax, I won't mistreat you all. As long as you can obtain a satisfactory amount of golden fish for me, I can trade some items for them. How about it?" Faust casually waved his hand, and immediately tens of items with pleasing appearances appeared and floated in mid-air. Every single one of these tens of items was extremely valuable. Moreover, beside the item's introduction, the amount of golden fish required to trade for the item was displayed as well. "Brother Feng, look. That's a level 15 secret silver ranked staff. There. That's a mysterious iron ranked mage robe. What? That's a fine gold ranked cloth armor arm guard." Blackie instantly drooled at the sight of these items. Lonely Snow also discovered a level 15 fine gold ranked two-handed axe, his eyes sparkling at the sight of the weapon. Moreover, the attributes of the weapon were simply mind-blowing. If he equipped that weapon, his attack power would instantly soar by several times. He could get rid of an MT of the same level with just 2 to 3 attacks. However, amongst the many items, an item with a faint orange glow attracted Feng's attention. That was the glowing effect only found on legendary ranked items. A legendary ranked item? Feng was shocked. Previously he had only heard of players obtaining an epic item at most from the Star River Valley. Feng had even doubted the reliability of the information. Now, however, it seemed that the information was indeed true. The rarity of a legendary item was several tens of times greater than that of an epic item. If a legendary item were already present among the rewards, it would not be strange for there to be an epic item as well. In Feng's previous life, even after he reached level 200 and became a top-tier sword king, he did not possess a single legendary ranked item. To Feng, a legendary ranked item was but a fleeting dream. Only the extremely few tier 4 Apex experts would possess 1 or 2 legendary items. It was obvious just how rare a legendary item was. Meanwhile, these players who possessed 1 or 2 legendary items, even if they were only at the peak of tier 4, their battle prowess would not be any weaker than a tier 5 player that did not possess any legendary items. It was apparent just how much of an improvement a legendary item provided to a player's strength. Feng did not think that in this life he would bear witness to a legendary ranked item. This situation was no different than a dream. It was not just Feng who discovered the legendary ranked item. Even Blackie and Lonely Snow noticed it, as the orange glow that the item gave off was simply too eye-catching. "Brother Feng, I'm not dreaming, right? That's a legendary ranked item, right?" Blackie pinched his own cheeks, saying. Meanwhile, Lonely Snow was speechless from excitement. He kept clapping Blackie's shoulders as he pointed towards the legendary item. You guys are not hallucinating. That is indeed a legendary ranked item. It is also something that I chanced upon. However, this item is useless to me. Although it is possible to obtain this item if you want it, it won't be so easy. Faust stroked his beard as he said with self-satisfaction. He felt extremely satisfied by the shocked expressions of Shifeng and the others. At this time Shifeng had calmed down. Although a legendary item was right before his eyes, obtaining it was an entirely different matter. As for snatching the item away from Faust, that would be no different than suicide. They could only follow the rules to obtain it. Shifeng then clicked to look at the legendary item's introduction. Heavenly Dragon's Sacred Breath, Fragmented Legendary Rank. Chapter 154. A quest that is impossible to complete. Fragmented Legendary Rank? Shifeng was slightly surprised, but he still felt that it was reasonable. In Shifeng's previous life, the statistics showed that after operating for over 10 years, there were no more than 3,000 legendary ranked items discovered in God's domain. Right now, however, God's domain had only recently started operation. So, how would it be possible for a legendary item to appear here so easily? Just a fragment alone was already a miracle in and of itself. Blackie and Lonely Snow were dumbfounded after seeing that the item was only fragmented legendary rank. They got all excited over something that was completely different from what they imagined. As a result, their fiery, passionate hearts instantly cooled. Isn't this just a scam? Didn't you say that it was a legendary item? Why is it only a fragment? Blackie complained to Faust. It was no wonder the strange old man was so generous as to take out a legendary ranked item. In reality, it was only a fragment. It was not even close to a legendary item at all. You little brats, aren't you being too greedy here? Do you think that legendary ranked items are like cabbages? Do you think you can just find one in any random place? Faust, flabbergasted, scolded. Moreover, do you think that you brats can successfully obtain it? You're better off looking for something else. I'm not trying to belittle you all, but with your current abilities, it is an absolutely impossible goal. Don't waste your energy on such thoughts. I will cast a spell to strengthen you all, give you the ability to float in midair, and deal increased damage to the golden fish. As long as you severely injure the golden fish for a short time, the golden fish will enter a crippled state and won't be able to move. At that time, use these magical nets to catch them. Following which, Faust took out 3 golden-colored, magical nets, handing them over to Shifeng's group. He then chanted some incantations, providing Shifeng's group with over a dozen buffs, greatly increasing the 3's attributes. Their attributes multiplied by almost 3 to 4 folds, and at the same time they could ignore up to 15 levels. Who says we won't obtain? With such powerful attributes, the Heavenly Dragon's breath will definitely be ours. Looking at his increased attributes, Blackie's confidence instantly grew by over 100-fold. Lonely Snow nodded in agreement as well. He could not help but wish he could begin his assault on the golden fish immediately. Regarding Shifeng's strength, the two of them held an almost blind faith in it. Shifeng had simply shown them too many miracles. His battle techniques were even matchless. Haha. Young folk being so confident is a good thing indeed. However, you should first look at the exchange quantities. Faust stroked his white beard as he laughed. He did not mind Blackie's words at all. The 3 of them immediately checked the exchange quantities. Level 15 bronze ranked item and level 20 bronze ranked item required 1 to 2 golden fish. Level 15 mysterious iron ranked item and level 20 mysterious iron ranked item required 3 to 5 golden fish. Level 15 secret silver ranked item and level 20 secret silver ranked item required 10 to 15 golden fish. Level 15 fine gold ranked item and level 20 fine gold ranked item required 30 to 50 golden fish. Level 15 dark gold ranked item and level 20 dark gold ranked item required 100 to 200 golden fish. Fragmented legendary ranked item required 1,000 golden fish. There were a lot of golden fish in the entire Silver River. At a single glance, one could tell that there were several thousand golden fish in the river. Blackie and Lonely Snow could not help but smile. Here I thought you required some astronomical amount. Isn't it just 1,000 golden fish? We'll quickly gather them up for you, Blatty laughed. Shifeng also felt that it would not be difficult for them to obtain 1,000 golden fish. Only it would require a lot of time to do so. However, to obtain a fragmented legendary rank item, even spending several days would be worth it. Just as Shifeng and the other two were about to take action. Before you all start, I need to give you a small reminder. The Star River Valley will not remain in the Silent Swamp for too long. At most, it will disappear from the Silent Swamp in 4 to 5 hours. I too will disappear with it. If you do not hand the golden fish to me before that happens, you won't receive any rewards. Faust revealed a slight smile as he spoke. System: Rare quest, delicious golden fish accepted. Within the allocated amount of time, catch as many golden fish as you can and hand them over to Faust. The more you catch, the better the rewards will be. Although there was a time limit, Blackie and Lonely Snow still brimmed with confidence. Even if they could not obtain other equipment, it would be enough if they obtained the Heavenly Dragon's breath. 4 to 5 hours, is it? Shifeng looked at Faust's smiling figure, inwardly feeling that the matter was not as simple as it appeared. Otherwise, why would Faust be so generous as to show off a fragmented legendary rank item for exchange? However, time was of the essence. The three of them immediately started catching the golden fish. At this moment, Shifeng's communication notification rang up again. The call's requester was Gentle Snow. Miss Snow, I truly have to thank you for your support last time. Otherwise, those internet trolls would have painted me as a scammer, Shifeng jokingly said. In his heart, Gentle Snow was definitely someone worth his friendship, and all her care and aid towards him had clearly proven this matter. At least you still have a good heart, Gentle Snow laughed sweetly. More importantly, I'm contacting you this time just to ask you about a single matter. What happened? Shifeng inwardly felt that Gentle Snow behaved somewhat strangely today. Did you come into contact with people from Underworld? Gentle Snow suddenly asked. That's right, they contacted me, Shifeng nodded his head saying. Hearing Shifeng's acknowledgement, Gentle Snow could not help but ask in curiosity, just what happened between you? Nothing much. They just wanted something from me and I refused to give it to them, Shifeng calmly said. How could this be? Although I don't know what actually happened, don't try to trick me. If it is only a small matter like this, that person from Underworld would not specifically send me a message, telling me not to get involved. What exactly happened between you two? If you tell me the truth right now, I might be able to offer some help. Underworld's strength is definitely not something an unrated guild like Martial Union could compare to. Just its strength in White River City alone is probably more than 10 times that of Martial Union. There are also plenty of top-tier experts amongst their ranks that walk the path of darkness. If they go all out to deal with you, it might not even be safe for you to stay within the confines of the town. Gentle Snow's tone turned grave as she spoke. A hint of fear towards Underworld's power also colored her tone. She simply could not understand how an independent player like Shifeng could anger Underworld to such a degree. It was truly unbelievable. It's true. Why would I lie to you? They only wish to obtain something that I possess. I simply refused them and told them to bring it on if they can. There really isn't anything else, Shifeng said with a bitter smile. You call that nothing else? I truly admire you right now. You are the first one to actually dare provoke Underworld in such a way. Gentle Snow nearly choked when she heard Shifeng's words. Fortunately, your matter isn't too severe. I'll try to explain to the management of Underworld and see if this matter can be settled. Hopefully this event will become bygones. Shifeng did not particularly mind the matter of Underworld trying to deal with him. In any case, adding one more to his list of enemies wouldn't make much of a difference. However, seeing Gentle Snow earnestly trying to help him, he couldn't just not give her face and reject her kind intentions. Thank you. No need for that. We're friends after all, and it is only natural for friends to help each other. Just don't forget to sell me any high-level equipment that you don't need in the future. Gentle Snow revealed a faint smile before hanging up. Soon after, Shifeng joined Blackie and Lonely Snow's fishing party. However, before Shifeng had even reached the golden fish and attacked them, he quickly discovered a problem. After his attributes increased, Blackie was comparable to a powerful level 20 Cursemancer equipped with a complete secret silver set equipment and a fine gold weapon. However, even then, Blackie's attacks dealt less than 400 damage to the golden fish. Moreover, the movement speed of the golden fish was extremely quick in the Silver River. Even if Blackie's techniques improved by quite a lot, out of 10 dark arrows he sent out, only 5 managed to find their targets. As a result, Blackie's damage output was greatly reduced. The golden fish's 100,000 HP was like a huge mountain. Meanwhile, on Lonely Snow's side he felt even more helpless. The golden fish only dodged and did not attack. Not mentioning whether a melee class could land a hit to begin with, just trying to chase after the golden fish was a big problem. In addition, the golden fish's physical defense was simply too high. Lonely Snow's normal attacks only dealt around 200 damage, and his overall damage output could not even compare to Blackie's. To strike a golden fish down to critical health, the two of them with their strengths combined, needed to spend over 4 minutes concentrating their attacks. The total quest duration was only around 4 to 5 hours. At this rate, they could only catch around 70 golden fish within 5 hours. They would not even hit 1/10 of the required 1,000 golden fish. Chapter 155, Devour Once More. After spending a long amount of time, Blackie and Lonely Snow finally managed to catch a golden fish. At this moment, they both realized that they had greatly underestimated the difficulty of the challenge. Not to mention a fragmented legendary ranked item, even a dark gold ranked item was a fanciful delusion. This old man has already said that your strengths are just too weak. Stop thinking about the heavenly dragon's breath and be more realistic. Otherwise, you all might not get anything in the end, Faust, who floated in the air, smiled. In reality, Faust only teased Shifeng's group for fun by taking out the fragmented legendary rank item. In God's domain, even a fragmented legendary rank item was an incomparably precious item. Its value was over 10 times that of an epic ranked item. If one were lucky, one might even restore the legendary fragment into a true legendary ranked item. So who would be willing to give it away? This was why Faust had set such an unreasonable and unattainable amount for exchange. That damned old man. He is clearly just toying with us. Blackie cursed in the party chat. Leader, what do we do now? Should we just give up on the fragmented legendary and dark gold ranked items and just go for a fine gold ranked item? Lonely Snow had already given up on an unattainable item. Shifeng shook his head, saying, "You guys focus on catching the golden fish. I'll try by myself." It was impossible for Shifeng to give up on the fragmented legendary rank item. Who knew when he would have another chance to meet with a fragmented legendary ranked item? Moreover, the difficulty of obtaining one at that time would definitely be much higher than now. If he couldn't even obtain a fragmented legendary ranked item, how could he secure a legendary ranked item in the future? Soon after, with his attributes now greatly increased, Shifeng rushed towards a golden fish that currently swam in the Silver River. Chop! A black light slashed at the golden fish's soft-sided abdomen. He struck the golden fish before it could even react, a damage of over -1,400 points appearing above its head. Immediately after, Shifeng sent a normal slash at the golden fish, causing over -800 damage. Following which, Shifeng brandished the silver lake in his hand. 3 electric arcs wove across 8 golden fish. Instantly, damages of -1,056, -1,384, and -1,758 appeared above their heads. In the blink of an eye, the golden fish lost over 6,000 HP. The frightening damage surprised Faust. "Not bad," Faust praised as he stroked his white beard. However, he still did not hold a thread of belief that Shifeng could procure the heavenly dragon's breath. On the other hand, there was a large possibility for him to secure a dark gold ranked item. Brother Feng. Leader. Looking at the damage Shifeng had caused, Blackie and Lonely Snow forgot to continue attacking the golden fish as their eyes filled with fanaticism and excitement. With such frightening damage, there might really be a hope of completing the quest. "Don't just stare at me, continue your attacks," Shifeng said in the party chat, his hands not halting their actions as he spoke. Shifeng's intense attacks quickly caused the golden fish's HP to fall at flying speeds. In the end, Shifeng had only spent about 100 seconds to capture a golden fish, using around 2/5 of Blackie and Lonely Snow's time. As expected, it's still not enough. Shifeng wrinkled his brows. At this rate, even if Shifeng continuously attacked and captured the golden fish without stop, he would, at most, capture 170 to 190 golden fish. There would still be an immense gap from the targeted 1,000 golden fish. Haha. Young man, you have truly given me a shock. However, I've already said this before, you all should not try to obtain the fragmented legendary ranked item. With all three of you combined, it would be good enough to trade for 1 or 2 dark gold ranked items. Faust laughed with confidence. Naturally, Shifeng did not give up at Faust's words. Suddenly, a clear blue flame appeared floating above Shifeng's palm. This flame was the ice blue devil flame. The ice blue devil flame wrapped around Shifeng's entire body, increasing Shifeng's damage by 20%. I've truly underestimated you. You can even control a mysterious flame. When Faust saw the ice blue devil flame, he was once more given a shock. Looking at the mysterious flame's power, it should be a tier 2 mysterious flame. Mastering a tier 2 mysterious flame at such a young age, you are truly not a simple fellow. Unfortunately, it is still not enough. With the support of the ice blue devil flame, Shifeng's damage soared once more. He then attacked zealously, filling the sky with sword images. Now his normal slashes alone could deal over 1,000 damage, while his chop dealt over -1,700 damage. The most frightening was the thunder flame explosion, dealing over -3,000 damage. In the end, Shifeng only spent around 1 minute to successfully catch a golden fish. Moreover, Thundering Flash, Earth Splitter and Thunder Flame Explosion also dealt some damage to the other golden fish. Only the cooldowns for these skills were too long. In addition to the golden fish constantly swimming about, never staying in a single place, the effects of these AoE skills were extremely limited. Continuing at this pace, Shifeng could catch somewhere over 300 golden fish in 5 hours. However, it was still a great distance from 1,000. Am I really not able to attain the fragmented legendary ranked item? Shifeng felt very reluctant. No matter what was said, a fragmented legendary ranked item was simply too rare. Finding one now was only due to heaven-defying luck. Haha. Don't be discouraged, young man. You have already performed quite well. If you all can capture 400 golden fish, I can trade you an epic ranked item. Consider it as a reward for your efforts. Faust smiled, consoling. It had been very long since he had seen a youth with such a fighting spirit. However, with Shifeng and the others' current standards, there was not a great likelihood they could earn even an epic ranked item. That damned old man. He only knows how to toy with us. Even if we have a full 5 hours right now, our chances of catching 400 golden fish are less than 40%. Blackie cursed in the party chat. Having learned his lesson, he no longer cursed out directly. My attack power is still too low. My attack speed is also too slow. I need an increase to my damage and speed. Shifeng entered deep thought as he tried to think of a way to increase his abilities. If he used the intermediate frost grenades with all 3 of them bombarding a wide area of the Silver River, they might capture over 400 golden fish. The problem was, however, that he simply did not have that many intermediate frost grenades. Moreover, each intermediate frost grenade cost 10 silver coins. A single intermediate frost grenade could deal around -500 damage to the golden fish. Then killing a golden fish would require 200 intermediate frost grenades, which would cost up to 20 gold coins. Taking into account the effective area of the frost grenades, every 200 frost grenades would kill around 20 golden fish, making the value of each golden fish the equivalent of 1 gold coin. Meanwhile, 1,000 golden fish would equal to 1,000 gold coins. Although purchasing a fragmented legendary ranked item for 1,000 gold coins was no different than daylight robbery, to begin with, Shifeng did not possess nearly that much money. Hence this method was not feasible. What should I do? How can I increase my attack power? Shifeng flipped through his bag. He managed to think of over a dozen methods, but not one of them were feasible. At this moment, Shifeng discovered the level 10 fine gold ranked greatsword that he collected from the Sun Temple. This great sword was something he had prepared for the Abyssal Blade's level up. He had completely forgotten about it due to being too busy. Now that he collected 10 silver dawns, he could level up the Abyssal Blade. That's right. If I can raise the Abyssal Blade to level 10, its attributes will massively increase. Maybe it would be possible at that time. Inspiration structure Feng. There would be a checkpoint for weapons at every 10 levels, and there would be a big improvement when these checkpoints were reached. Right now, the level 5 Abyssal Blade could rival a level 10 secret silver weapon. If it devoured a fine gold weapon and 10 secret silver weapons, it would undergo an impressive growth. Let's start devouring then. Sure, Feng immediately chose to level up the Abyssal Blade, starting the devouring process. Chapter 156, Black Dragon coming into being. At a glance, the Kabilu wilderness was comprised mainly of silt and gravel. There were also plenty of abandoned pastures and farmland. From time to time, sounds of crows cawing reverberated throughout the land. Level 10 monsters such as white-tusked boars, large bisons and vultures roamed this land, and they were all extremely ferocious. At this stage of the game, a level 10 monster area was an extremely dangerous place for players. However, in a certain pasture in the Kabilu wilderness, a 20-man team currently grinded on white-tusked boars. We're almost finished clearing out the monsters over here. Little Shadow, go lure some more monsters over, a handsome youth commanded. This youth wore a set of golden armor and wielded a great sword. Yes, the level 9 assassin called Little Shadow very respectfully answered. He then turned to lure more monsters. If an average player witnessed this scene, they would probably be incomparably shocked. A level 9 assassin wearing mysterious iron set equipment was definitely an expert of God's domain. No matter which large guild such an expert joined, he would be one of the upper echelons of the guild. However, such an expert was unexpectedly willing to take on the role of an errand boy, and there was not even a hint of resentment or rage in his eyes when treated as such. On the contrary, there was even a hint of pride in them. What? Snow? The golden-armored youth was slightly surprised when he received a communication request from this person. He picked up the call and spoke in a soft tone. Snow, it's been a while since you've contacted me. How have you been recently? I really don't know why you insist on staying in a guild like Ouroboros. Won't you develop further if you join me in Underworld? Feng Xianyang, I've already said it before. I will not join Underworld. I will depend on myself to create my own legacy. I'm only looking for you today to ask for your help on a matter, Gentle Snow calmly said. Say it then. As long as it's a request from you, Snow, I will strive to fulfill it, the golden-armored youth immediately said with a smile. This was the first time Gentle Snow had came to him asking for help. Previously, Gentle Snow had constantly tried to put distance between them, so this was a golden opportunity for him to show off. It's nothing big. It's about the message that you sent me before telling me to stay out of that matter. I understand the crux of the problem, and isn't it just a small conflict? Moreover, Yifeng is a friend of mine. So, I hope that you can give me some face and let this matter go, Gentle Snow said. Yifeng, is it? Feng Xianyang wrinkled his brows. He did not think that Gentle Snow would ask him about this matter. That's right, it's Yifeng. What are your thoughts? Gentle Snow asked. Since you've already spoken, naturally there will be no problems. You can rest assured, I'll talk to my subordinates about it, Feng Xianyang smiled. Soon after, Gentle Snow disconnected the call. Snow, why would you care so much about that Yifeng? You don't usually pay much attention to anyone else. Don't tell me you've taken a liking to that brat? Zhao Yueru, who stood beside Gentle Snow, giggled, the expression she revealed suggesting the two must be involved with each other. You're overthinking things, Gentle Snow rolled her eyes at Zhao Yueru. She then said in a soft tone, moreover, don't forget who it was that gave us the potion-making recipe. Not only did it allow you to become an intermediate potion-making apprentice, but you are also earning a lot of money with it. Aren't you happily counting your silver coins all day right now? Fine, I admit that he was indeed a great help, so we ought to help him in return this time. Hearing Gentle Snow saying so, Zhao Yueru was like a kitten that had its sore spot poked, acting pitifully. Moreover, Yifeng's help isn't limited to just that one time. It was only thanks to him that we managed to clear the hell mode of the Dark Moon Graveyard, allowing my position in Ouroboros to rise rapidly. Many elders in the guild have also changed their initial attitudes towards me, choosing to stand on my side instead. This result has saved me from many troubles, and I haven't even gotten the chance to thank Yifeng for this yet. Helping him with a small matter like this is nothing. Gentle Snow then continued, if Underworld still doesn't give up and still wishes to deal with Yifeng, I can only use that move. However, since Feng Xianyang has already agreed, there should be no problems. On the other side, after Feng Xianyang ended the call, his face paled with anger. Feng Xianyang could not understand just what sort of relationship Gentle Snow had with that Yifeng for her to actually speak up for him. Feng Xianyang had been trying to woo Gentle Snow for so long, yet she had paid him no attention from the start. Right now, Underworld was just teaching Yifeng a lesson, yet Gentle Snow immediately came calling. The degree of care that she gave Yifeng was abnormally high. It had even reached a degree that caused Feng Xianyang jealousy. Feng Xianyang had both money and power. He was also incomparably handsome. He was hundreds of times better than that Yifeng in every way. Yet Gentle Snow chose to pay attention to Yifeng instead. There must be a problem here. However, Feng Xianyang was extremely clear about Gentle Snow's daily lifestyle. There was no chance that a minor character like Yifeng could meet her in real life. The only possibility was in God's domain. There must be something that he had here that led to Gentle Snow treating him so well. If Yifeng remained in God's domain, the two of them might have a deeper development. The more Feng Xianyang thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Feng Xuanyang's eyes gleamed with a cold glint. He had no intentions of watching his years of effort go to waste. I absolutely cannot let that Yifeng remain in God's domain. He would not tolerate Yifeng's continued contact with Gentle Snow. He needed to get rid of Yifeng immediately. Only with Yifeng gone would there be no possibility of any development occurring between him and Gentle Snow. Young Master Feng, do you have any commands? South Wolf respectfully asked. I want you to break apart the relationship between Yifeng and Gentle Snow. Think of a way to turn them against each other, then make Yifeng disappear from God's domain. However, you cannot let others know that Underworld is involved in this matter. Do you understand? Feng Xianyang coldly said. Understood. This subordinate will carry out your orders. However, I hope that young Master Feng can allot me some more helpers. That way I can do things more easily. South Wolf smiled as he spoke. Fine. I'll send a party from the Underworld guards to assist you. However, you have to carry things out more beautifully, Feng Xianyang said. Hearing the name Underworld guards, South Wolf was shocked into a jump. He simply did not know how Yifeng had provoked young Master Feng to unleash the Underworld guards, the core strength of Underworld. Moreover, it was not tasking just an individual but a full party. Young Master Feng, rest assured, this subordinate will carry out your orders without fail, South Wolf assured. Star River Valley. The abyssal blade in Shifeng's hand suddenly emitted pitch-black flames. These black flames instantly wrapped around the fine gold-ranked greatsword and the 10 silver dawns. The flames radiated a scorchingly hot temperature as they melted these weapons. The temperature of the black flames was on an entirely different level compared to the ice-blue devil flame. In the blink of an eye, even the fine gold-ranked greatsword melted into a lump of metal, the abyssal blade continuously absorbing the essence of the weapon. After the devouring process completed, the abyssal blade flared with a gigantic black flame. The black flame was like a living being transforming into a black dragon. The size of the dragon was like a great mountain with the height of around 200 to 300 meters, and pitch-black scales that were even harder than steel covered its entire body. Soon after, the black dragon released a heaven-shaking roar, instantly scattering the dark clouds in the sky. The roar of the dragon shocked the entire Star River Valley, and even the golden fish in the Silver River were shocked still, not moving at all. Magic weapon. Faust, who floated in mid-air, instantly knew what was happening when he saw the black dragon's appearance from the abyssal blade. His constantly calm expression before even showed signs of shock right now. How is this possible? A young fellow like you actually controls a magic weapon and haven't felt its curse yet. Chapter 157, Battle Prowess dramatically rises. The appearance of the black dragon instantly sent Blackie and Lonely Snow into shock. Just standing on the ground and feeling the roar that rang through the skies was enough to cause one to tremble with fear. As for the flames surrounding the black dragon, the temperature it radiated increased the temperature throughout Star River Valley by more than 10 degrees. The black dragon had thoroughly frightened them stiff. The black dragon glanced at its surroundings, its sight stopping on Faust momentarily before shifting to Shifeng. It isn't trying to kill me, right? This was the first time Shifeng had personally witnessed a dragon. In God's domain, dragons were the symbol of power and destruction. It was obvious just how terrifying dragons were. Not to mention the dragon before him right now was a king amongst dragons, the Black Dragon King. Young man, relax. It died long ago and this is merely a phantom of its past. Cannot hurt anybody at all. It has only materialized itself now because you allowed the magic weapon to devour and obtain new power. Faust could see the worry in Shifeng's eyes, hence he explained with a smile. As expected, the Black Dragon King before Shifeng simply stared him, taking no other actions. However, even if it were just a phantom, it was still enough to frighten a person greatly. If the actual body of the Black Dragon King were here right now, it might have instantly turned the entire Star River Valley into a sea of flames, a living hell. Shifeng and the others would not have remained standing there safe and sound. After a moment, the shadow of the Black Dragon King dissipated, turning into black flames as it returned into the Abyssal Blade. Immediately, the Abyssal Blade began its transformation. Unknown silver-colored runes suddenly appeared on the pitch-black blade in Shifeng's hand. The Abyssal Blade itself gave off a faint illusion of being surrounded by black flames. There was also a dragon coiling around the hilt of the sword now. A single glance was enough to tell that the Abyssal Blade was no ordinary item. Is this the new power of the Abyssal Blade? As Shifeng held the Abyssal Blade, he felt the misconception of two minds connecting with each other. It felt as if the Abyssal Blade were becoming another part of his body, and moving it was no different than stretching his own arm. Aside from this misconception, the attributes of the Abyssal Blade also underwent an earth-shaking transformation. Abyssal Blade, one-handed sword, magic weapon. Attack power plus 96. All attributes plus 22. Attack speed plus 6. Ignore levels plus 7. Attacks have a 30% chance of causing 200% damage, 10% chance to cause 300% damage, 20% chance to induce Doom Curse, reducing all attributes by 40%, lasting 30 seconds. If wielder belongs to any swordsman job, all skill levels plus 3. Increase free ability points received by 2 points for every increase in level. Equipment level 10. Can be leveled up. Devour 10 level 15 mysterious iron equipment and 1 level 15 secret silver equipment to level up to level 15. Can be evolved, unknown. Additional skill 1. Phantom Kill. Instantly creates a doppelganger. You can control this doppelganger. Doppelganger will have 50% of original body's attributes and all skills. At the same time, doppelganger and the original body can be swapped. Duration of 40 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Additional skill 2. Abyssal Bind. Binds enemies and prevents movement, reducing defense by 100%. Duration of 3 seconds. Cooldown, 1 minute. Additional skill 3. 9 Dragon Slash. Instantly create 9 phantoms of the Abyssal Blade for the wielder's use. Each phantom sword is capable of dealing up to 30% damage. Duration of 28 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Additional skill 4. Dark Violent Dance. 40% of the total damage dealt spreads in a cone-shaped area towards targets within a distance of 12 yards for 30 seconds. Cooldown, 1 minute. The Abyssal Blade was personally created by Master Smith Ulysses using the Black Dragon King's fangs as material. It is one of 36 famed swords and it is ranked 31st. However, this sword has been cursed by the Black Dragon King. Aside from providing the wielder with immense strength, there will be a backlash every period of time. However, after being remodeled by Jack using a star crystal, the strength of the backlash has been greatly reduced. If the wielder is unable to suppress the backlash, the wielder will receive the curse of the Black Dragon King, permanently reducing all attributes by 50%. Unable to be dropped. Unable to be traded. Looks like if the Abyssal Blade devours better quality weapons, the resulting improvements are also greater. Shifeng was extremely satisfied by the Abyssal Blade's improvements. Right now, the Abyssal Blade's attack power has reached the standard of a level 10 Dark Gold ranked two-handed weapon, not to mention its frightening attributes. Just the chances of causing a double damage critical hit increasing to 30% was a frightening improvement, not to mention the chances of inflicting the Doom Curse increasing to 20%. As long as the target was cursed, all their attributes would be reduced by 40%. It was a fatal power. Let's test out the new power. Shifeng tightened his grip on the Abyssal Blade as he looked towards the thousands of golden fish swimming in the Silver River. The Heavenly Dragon's breath will definitely be mine. Young man, you are still better off giving up. Although you have greatly increased your weapon's prowess, it is still impossible for you to obtain the fragmented legendary ranked item, Faust said with a smile. It was not that he looked down on Shifeng. Rather, he was extremely clear about the difficulty of the challenge he had set. If Shifeng reached level 20 right now and possessed a complete set of level 20 fine gold set equipment, in addition to a level 20 magic weapon, he would then have a chance of completing this quest. However, it was clear that Shifeng had yet to reach such a standard. Moreover, he was still far from achieving it. On the other hand, there was a great possibility that he could earn an epic ranked item now. What if I used this? Shifeng suddenly took out the freezing shadow he previously obtained. Freezing shadow, dart type consumable item. Usage count, 10,000/10,000. Causes 120% frost damage towards a target. Only effective towards enemies that are level 30 and below. No cooldown. At a glance, even Blackie and Lonely Shadow who were familiar with Shifeng might not understand this item. The freezing shadow darts could only attack a single target at a time. Compared to using a skill to cause damage, it was much weaker, so how could it possibly reach the target of 1,000 golden fish? Faust could not help but shake his head, silent as he turned back to his fishing. Blackie, Lonely Snow, come over here and help me capture the golden fish. Shifeng flew up to the Silver River as he spoke to his companions. Although the two did not know what Shifeng was trying to do, they still chose to trust him unconditionally. Let's start then. After the two of them made their preparations to capture the golden fish with the magical net, Shifeng also finished his own preparations. Immediately after Shifeng activated the ice blue devil flame, he rushed towards the group of fish with the Abyssal Blade in one hand and the freezing shadow in the other. Shifeng then slashed the Abyssal Blade towards the spot with the highest concentration of golden fish. Thundering flash. Instantly, 3 electric arcs weaved across over 20 golden fish, inflicting frightening damages of -1846, -2389, and -3201. There were also some golden fish that received critical hits, doubling the damage they received to -3692, -4778, and -6402. There were even some that felt the doom curse upon them, immediately reducing their attributes by 40% and their maximum HP to 60,000 points. Earth Splitter. Thunder Flame Explosion. After the 3 massive AoE skills, every golden fish Shifeng struck lost at least 20,000 HP. The ones that received critical strikes lost over 30,000 HP, while those that received the Doom Curse instantly lost close to half of their HP. Seeing these damages, Blackie and Lonely Snow were both dumbfounded. They even thought that they were dreaming. Scatter and Go, Dark Violent Dance. After using the 3 massive AoE skills, he wielded the freezing shadow as he activated the Dark Violent Dance. Shio, shio, shio. Instantly, more than 10 freezing shadow darts pierced the golden fish inflicted with the Doom Curse. Every dart caused over -1,700 damage. Simultaneously, the damage spread effect of the Dark Violent Dance caused over -600 damage to each of the surrounding golden fish. In the blink of an eye, over 100 golden fish had their HP reduced. Unlike the frost grenades, the freezing shadows did not have a cooldown. The number of darts a player could toss out within a fixed period of time depended solely on their attack speed. Due to the attribute improvement of the Abyssal Blade, Shifeng's attack speed had become much faster. In addition to Faust's buff, Shifeng could easily throw out 20 freezing shadow darts simultaneously. However, in an attempt to pursue stability and accuracy, Shifeng limited the number of darts he tossed out to 12 at a time. Due to Shifeng's unrestrained damaging, the HP of the golden fish afflicted by the Doom Curse madly reduced. Very quickly, the 60,000 HP of these golden fish fell to a critical level, forcing them into a crippled state. Chapter 158. The Final Violent Dance. Lonely, I'm not dreaming, right? Blackie slapped Lonely Snow's shoulders, his finger pointing towards the group of crippled golden fish. Lonely Snow's gaze turned sluggish as he shook his head in a daze. Compared to the rapid decrease of the golden fish's HP, Lonely Snow was more shocked by Shifeng's techniques. He only managed to see the countless shadows left behind by Shifeng's hands. Before Lonely Snow could even get a clear view of Shifeng's hands, more than 10 freezing shadow darts already flew out. Such speed could practically rival an assault rifle. Aside from Shifeng's frightening speed, his accuracy also caused others to submit. Every dart he shot out had accurately landed on the golden fish afflicted with the Doom Curse. Moreover, they even landed on the softer side abdomens of the golden fish. If Lonely Snow were in Shifeng's shoes, it would be fortunate if he could toss out one freezing shadow dart at a time and land the hit, not to mention tossing out more than 10 darts at a time and land every single one on the side abdomens of the golden fish. I'll be satisfied when I can achieve such a level of technique. Lonely Snow was completely trapped in the fantasy of Shifeng's dart-throwing technique. Stop daydreaming and quickly capture the crippled golden fish, Shifeng hurriedly commanded. At this time, Blackie and Lonely Snow were finally aroused from their thoughts. They immediately used the magical nets to capture the crippled golden fish. 1 fish, 2 fish, 3 fish. Shifeng only spent a short 30 seconds to force 3 golden fish into a crippled state. Shifeng's violent speed had shocked even Faust himself, and he could not help but feel a slight ache in his heart. However, when the effects of the damage amplification, Doom Curse and Dark Violent Dance dissipated, the capturing speed of the golden fish immediately slowed. Shifeng could only wait until the cooldown for Thundering Flash, Earth Splitter, Thunder Flame Explosion and Dark Violent Dance to finish before renewing his assault. Overall, Shifeng's group captured an average of 5 golden fish per minute. Within 1 hour they could capture around 300 golden fish, and within 4 hours, they could collect the required 1,000 golden fish and complete the quest. Time passed little by little. Unknowingly, over 4 hours passed by already. We're rich. We're rich. Lonely, how many fish did you catch? I got 618. You? Haha. I have more than you. I have 645. We'll have 1,263 if we add them together. We've already reached the targeted 1,000 to trade for the fragmented legendary ranked item. Leader, hang in there. We should still have some time remaining. We might even gather another 100 or so golden fish to trade for a dark gold ranked item. Blackie and Lonely Snow captured the golden fish in exhilaration. As they watched the number of golden fish continuously grow in their bags, they could not suppress even a smile at their faces. The only misfortune in this situation was that Shifeng could not raise his skill proficiency by attacking these golden fish. He also did not obtain a single point of experience from his efforts. If he killed this many level 20 special elites in a normal situation, the 3 of them would have long since risen by 2 or 3 levels. However, Shifeng did not feel much from this. It was only Blackie and Lonely Snow who did not know of the rarity of a fragmented legendary ranked item. They might not get another chance to secure one for a very long time. To obtain the fragmented legendary ranked item, the Heavenly Dragon's Breath, right now even spending 1 to 2 days would be worth it, not to mention spending only several hours. Shifeng's strength would soar if they possessed a fragmented legendary ranked item. As long as he equipped it, even when faced with apex experts, he would still suppress them with overwhelming strength. In God's domain there were none willing to follow a weakling. Players would only revere the strong. If Shi Feng wanted to establish his own virtual empire, he first needed to empower himself. Only then could attract others to follow him. During the early stages of God's domain, players like Shi Feng, who had yet to start up their own workshops, had zero chances of competing against the various large guilds. In God's domain there were plenty of high-leveled field bosses that dropped valuable loot. There were even some that would drop dark gold ranked items. If lucky, players might even encounter a High Lord ranked monster. Although High Lord ranked monsters were incomparably powerful, they possessed a small chance to drop an epic ranked item. As for the usefulness of an epic ranked item to a guild, that was obvious. Not only could it increase a player's personal strength, allowing them to kill even more powerful monsters, they would also attract plenty of famous players to join the guild, further increasing the guild's overall prowess. In regards to dealing with high-level monsters or High Lord ranked monsters, large guilds could simply use numbers to overwhelm them. Although they would have to pay a heavy price, everything would be worth it if they could obtain top-tier equipment. Meanwhile, small guilds and workshops did not have such capabilities, and such a situation would allow the large guilds to have a much easier time procuring top-tier equipment. As more time passed, the gap between the two would continue to grow larger and larger, and soon the small guilds would have no chance to compare to large guilds at all. Although developing a guild with a massive amount of members was an easy task, it was a long and arduous process to fully persuade these players to willing stay in the guild and share in the wealth and woe together. Time was necessary for the members to improve their cooperation with each other. A guild also needed a core framework that could properly manage the guild members. Aside from that, a guild needed sufficiently attractive incentives and treatment to attract new members. It also needed to have a massive space for improvements and wonderful future prospects. Meanwhile, having wonderful future prospects meant having a powerhouse as a leader. None of these points could be missing. Otherwise, the recruited members would easily choose to leave the guild. For guilds like Martial Union, Assassins Alliance, and Ouroboros, they had long since formed a sturdy foundation. They were also led by apex powerhouses. Hence, the moment they entered a new virtual reality game, they would very quickly develop themselves. They also continuously recruited a large number of players. Hence, even if they suffered massive setbacks, they would very quickly rise again. Meanwhile, for startup guilds like Shadow, they did not even possess a proper welfare system. If they wished to recruit a large number of players within a short period, they might cause an adverse effect, entering a period of stagnation and maybe even a period of declination. Thus, Shi Feng chose to go down the road of the elite. He planned to first form a powerful team as the guild's foundation. He would then improve it steadily, gradually increasing the guild's member capacity. He would not follow in the footsteps of Shadow, where the guild appeared superb on the outside, but in reality, it was riddled with holes, unable to withstand even a single blow. If Shi Feng wished to form a sturdy foundation, powerhouses were a definite must, even more so for a newly established guild and workshop like Zero Wing. Without strength that surpassed others, how could they suppress those other experts and recruit them into the guild? Only with great strength would Zero Wing show others the possibilities of advancement in their guild. Meanwhile, the fragmented legendary ranked item was unquestionably a great source of strength for Shi Feng. Time is almost up. I should start the final spurt, then. After battling at full power for over 4 hours, Shi Feng was drenched in sweat. Be it mentally or physically, he was exhausted near to collapsing. If it were not for the attraction of the fragmented legendary ranked item, he would have long since fainted into a deep sleep. Soon after, Shi Feng took out all the frost grenades he had in his possession and all of the Tier 1 magic scrolls he had. He then distributed them to Blackie and Lonely Snow. These items are very precious. We'll use them together. Absolutely do not waste them, Shi Feng sternly said in the party chat. Brother Feng, rest assured. I'm a curseman, sir, so it will not be a problem for me to release these Tier 1 magic scrolls. Leave it to me. Blackie and Lonely Snow could also feel the weight of these items. Not mentioning the frost grenades, just the value of such a large quantity of Tier 1 magic scrolls was immeasurable. If any accidents occurred, their losses would be abnormally huge. Attack that group of golden fish with me. Shi Feng tossed out an intermediate frost grenade, solidifying a group of golden fish in place. He then used Thundering Flash, inflicting a damage amplification effect and the Doom Curse on them. Soon after, he unfurled a Fire-type Tier 1 magic scroll, blasting an attack at the group of golden fish. Blackie and Lonely Snow also tossed out their frost grenades at the same time, freezing all the golden fish. They then followed up by using the Tier 1 magic scrolls, immediately starting violent bombardment. A series of explosions resounded throughout the Silver River, giving rise to layers upon layers of waves. The shocking damages caused the HP of the group of golden fish to roll downwards frantically. Compared to Shifeng's initial burst, this burst was much more powerful. Watching this, Faust could not help but wipe away the cold sweat that formed on his forehead. Are these young lads trying to snatch even my family inheritance away? Chapter 159, The Forgotten History. The power of Tier 1 magic scrolls far surpassed the capabilities of the magic of players at this stage of the game. The might of Fire-type and Ice-type magics that Shifeng wielded was especially frightening. A Tier 1 AoE scroll, Flame Explosion, instantly caused over -6,000 damage to the golden fish, while another Tier 1 AoE scroll, Cold Wind Blowing, caused over -5,000 damage. With all three members of Shifeng's group attacking simultaneously, the golden fish had nowhere to hide. Due to being frozen by the frost grenades, the golden fish were unable to move at all. Tier 1 magic scrolls bombarded them with magical attacks, one after another, rapidly reducing the golden fish's HP and sending them into a crippled state. After an all-out burst lasting more than 10 minutes, Shifeng completely exhausted all of the attack-type Tier 1 magic scrolls he obtained from the Moonlight Forest. They had also fully depleted the frost grenades he bought from the Blackwing City. If totaled, the value of all of the items used was at least 20 gold coins. This loss could bankrupt a normal guild. However, their harvest during these 10 minutes or so was bountiful. They captured a total of 247 golden fish during this time, increasing their total accumulated number to 1510 golden fish, far exceeding Shifeng's initial estimation. They had perfectly achieved the quest's targeted number. Brother Feng, here's the golden fish I collected. Here's mine as well. Blackie and Lonely Snow excitedly handed over all the golden fish they captured to Shifeng. Anticipation filled their eyes as they waited for Shifeng to trade for the Heavenly Dragon's Breath. They wanted to see just how powerful the attributes of fragmented legendary ranked item were. Just as Shifeng received all the golden fish, hesitation appeared on his face. Originally, his goal from the beginning had been the Heavenly Dragon's Breath. Now, however, he had an additional 500 or so golden fish in his possession, far exceeding his initial estimates. He did not know just what sort of items he should trade for with these extras. Brother Feng, what's wrong? Blackie curiously asked as he noticed Shifeng's thoughtful expression. Nothing much. I want to ask you guys for your opinions. Right now we have over 500 extra golden fish, so we can gain plenty more items with them. If we trade them for dark gold equipment, we can get 2 to 3 pieces. If we convert them to level 15 fine gold equipment, we have enough for more than 10 pieces. If we trade them for secret silver ranked items, we can outfit the entire party with them, greatly increasing the party's strength. However, we can also exchange 500 golden fish for an epic ranked item, Shifeng said. When everyone reaches level 15, the entire party can be fully equipped with level 15 secret silver equipment. Blackie trembled with excitement just from the thought of it. Although they still needed some time before they reached level 15, and by the time they reached that level the scarcity of equipment would have decreased. An entire party fully geared with secret silver equipment was not a feat that even a first-rate guild could achieve. Even the elites amongst the elites of these first-rate guilds would, at most, have 1 to 2 pieces of secret silver equipment. Moreover, the equipment would be level 10, not level 15. Possibly, only those very few Apex experts that reached level 15 could gather a full set of secret silver equipment. However, it would still be impossible for them to gather a complete set of level 15 secret silver equipment. This meant that the moment all the members of the Zero Wing party reached level 15, they would instantly soar to become an Apex party in God's domain. None of the elite parties of the major guilds would be their equal. We could surpass all the elite parties of first-rate guilds and become the topmost level 15 elite party in God's domain? Lonely Snow grew excited as well. What do you guys think? Shifeng asked. Blackie and Lonely Snow entered deep thought. This was an extremely grave matter as it was a problem related to the future development of the Zero Wing workshop. After the three of them gave the matter some thought, Blackie suddenly said, Brother Feng, my suggestion is to trade for the epic ranked item. Although it would be awesome for our party fully equip secret silver equipment the moment we reached level 15, it isn't exactly impossible for us to get more secret silver equipment in the future. Meanwhile, an epic ranked item is definitely something we won't encounter again. We also don't know when we'll get another chance like this. This is an extremely rare opportunity, so we need to grab it without hesitation. Although an epic ranked item can only raise a single person's strength, its benefits to the party not that great. However, with a single powerhouse in the party, we will have a much easier time obtaining secret silver ranked items. On the other hand, even if we had a party fully geared with secret silver equipment, we won't obtain even a single epic ranked item. When considering the future, level 15 secret silver equipment will sooner or later be worthless. However, it is a different matter for an epic ranked item. It can bring us longer-lasting benefits. I also agree. To a large guild, the improvements brought about by an epic ranked item might not compare to over 100 pieces of secret silver ranked items. However, these large guilds are still willing to use hundreds of secret silver ranked items to trade for just a single epic ranked item. The reason being, although having 100 or more secret silver ranked items could temporarily increase our strength, what about the future? Leader, I think we should exchange for an epic ranked item instead. Blackie and Lonely Snow exchanged looks with each other. They had both given Shifeng their most earnest opinions. They both believed that once Shifeng grew stronger, by the time they reached level 15, he could outfit them with a pile of good equipment. So, why should they carry out an action that was the equivalent of killing the chicken to get the egg? I get it. I'll take a look and see whether or not the epic ranked items available for trade will be of any help to us in the future. If they are useless, then I'll exchange for a dozen or so fine gold ranked items. Shifeng nodded his head. In reality, Shifeng had thought of this matter as well. However, he couldn't be too selfish either. Compared to a fragmented legendary ranked item, an epic ranked item was not as important. Hence, when trading for other items, he needed to consider everyone else's opinions. After all, this was a result that was only possible through everyone's joint efforts. Young adventurer, here is the list of items. Have a look and simply tell me whichever items you wish to trade, Faust said with a stiff expression. He truly did not expect the young fellow before him to be so powerful. To actually obtain the heavenly dragon's breath that he had treasured for so many years. He had not been willing to sell it in the past, even when someone offered 30,000 gold coins. Yet today he was trading it away for only 1,000 golden fish. Shifeng looked at the list of items, discovering that there were 3 additional epic ranked items available for trade. There was a necklace called Heart of Light, a longbow called Starchaser, and a staff called Mavis's Guard. As for the dark gold ranked items and fine gold ranked items, there were a ton of them available. Almost every kind of item was available. However, the item that aroused the most attention was still the fragmented legendary ranked item, the Heavenly Dragon's Breath. It was needless to be mentioned that the Heavenly Dragon's Breath had to be purchased. As for the remaining 3 epic ranked items, one of them was a longbow, a weapon for rangers, and it was useless to their current party. Hence, only the necklace and staff remained as options. However, when Shifeng looked at both the attributes of these items, he was instantly speechless. He could not decide which item would bring the greatest personal improvement to his party. Which one should I choose? Shifeng's gaze kept switching between the 2 epic ranked items before him, indecisive. Faust only revealed a smile at this sight. What he loved watching the most was the distressed appearance of young people. After hesitating for a long time, Shifeng suddenly recalled a name in his memories from long ago. This name had once resounded throughout God's domain. However, after going through the ravages of time, this name slowly became unknown and forgotten. Esteemed Lord Faust, I wish to exchange for the Heavenly Dragon's Breath, Mavis's guard, and this level 15 secret silver ranked ring, the Ring of Glory, Shifeng said. How do you know about this matter? Listening to the items that Shifeng wanted to exchange, Faust was instantly dumbfounded. He fixedly stared at Shifeng, asking in disbelief. Chapter 160 Shocking Attributes. Great. The gamble paid off. It really is a treasure left behind by that great existence. Shifeng inwardly felt immense excitement. However, he did not reveal it on his face, maintaining a calm outward expression. To Faust's shock and questioning, Shifeng did not give out an answer. He only revealed a mysterious smile at Faust. Esteemed Lord Faust, I wonder if I can purchase these items? Shifeng asked once more. Maybe this too is fate, Faust sighed. He then said, since you've already made your choice, you have to use this strength properly. The total is 1,510 golden fish for all 3 items. Esteemed Lord Faust, here are 1,510 golden fish. Shifeng handed over the golden fish, receiving 3 items in return. He had made a huge profit from this trade. Actually, Shifeng did not think that his luck would be so heaven-defying after his reincarnation. In Shifeng's previous life, 6 years after God's domain began, Shadow accidentally discovered a level 150 lost ruin. Moreover, to fully explore the lost ruin, they had sacrificed a disastrous amount of resources. However, they did not obtain anything significant from this exploration, only managing to find a golden book on a goddess statue. There was nothing special about this book. It was simply a book made of pure gold, so it did not rot easily. Recorded in the book was a segment about a long-forgotten history. Meanwhile, one of the phrases within the book contained the name Mavis. During that ancient era, Mavis was likened to a god and she was referred to as the god of light. Compared to the strange old man Faust, Mavis was much stronger. Aside from that, Shifeng had not a clue about who Mavis was. Even so, an item left behind by a legendary existence much stronger than Faust would not be an ordinary item. Meanwhile, Blackie and Lonely Snow stood silently in confusion as they watched Shifeng. They did not understand why Shifeng was so joyful. However, listening to Faust's words, they faintly felt that they had gained a great advantage from the trade. Young man, seeing that fate has allowed us to meet, let me give you a warning. The magic weapon in your hand is extremely terrifying. Sealed within the magic weapon is the curse of the Black Dragon King, which even I will not face. This curse is extremely formidable, and even if the lucky stone suppresses it sooner or later, you will have to face it. Faust's caution was grim. He then continued saying, while you allow your magic weapon to absorb more power, you also strengthen the curse suppressed within the weapon. Remember that a magic weapon is a double-edged sword. If you wish to obtain extraordinary strength, your will must be extraordinary as well. Otherwise, strength will soon or later devour you whole. Maybe this is also fate. Although the heavenly dragon's breath is only a fragmented item, it could still more or less aid you in resisting your magic weapon's backlash. If you can fully restore the heavenly dragon's breath, it will bring you unimaginable benefits. Strive harder, young man. Finished speaking, Faust's body vanished, while the entire Star River Valley gradually faded from existence as well. System: Rare Quest Delicious Golden Fish completed. Rewarding 300,000 EXP. Reputation in White River City +10. Shifeng instantly rose to level 12, a golden glow enveloping his body. Immediately after, a golden glow also coated Blackie and Lonely Snow, both of them reaching level 11. This quest is too awesome. It instantly gave me 150,000 EXP. Blackie said entranced. Lonely Snow also nodded, saying with a smile, I also received 140,000 EXP. With this, our Zero-Wing party dominates the top 3 positions of White River City. If others know of this, our Zero-Wing workshop will become famous. We might be more than famous. Those other players from major guilds might even be dumbfounded. Those bastards from Martial Union would regret becoming enemies with us. The next time we meet them, I will teach them a good lesson. Confidence about the future filled Blackie's heart. Now that his level was so high and his equipment was excellent, even if he encountered several experts from Martial Union, he could still kill them all. While Blackie fantasized, the Star River Valley had completely disappeared. Only the dark silent swamp and dying forest remained around them. Brother Feng, that strange old man looked so shocked just now. Just what did you obtain from him? Blackie curiously asked. Nothing much. I got the fragmented legendary ranked item, the Heavenly Dragon's Breath, an epic ranked staff, Mavis's Guard, and a secret silver ranked ring, the Ring of Glory. Shi Feng shared the information of the items with the other two. Heavenly Dragon's Breath, ring, fragmented legendary rank. Equipment requirement: Strength 200, Agility 200, Intelligence 120. Strength plus 40%, Agility plus 40%, Intelligence plus 30%, Endurance plus 30%. Movement speed plus 20%. Attack speed plus 30%. Ignore levels plus 10. All item level requirements reduced by 10 levels. Additional skill 1. Dragon's Authority. Suppress all enemies in the surroundings with the might of the Heavenly Dragon, inflicting the fear status onto enemies within a 30-yard distance, reducing their attack power by 20%, attack speed by 20%, and movement speed by 20% for 1 minute. Cooldown 3 minutes. Additional skill 2. Dragon Breath. Inflicts 6x damage in a 305-yard line in front of you. There is a 20% chance to induce the fainted state for 2 seconds. Cooldown 5 minutes. Additional skill 3. Heavenly Dragon's Power. Allows the user to temporarily possess the power of the Heavenly Dragon, increasing HP by 300%, strength by 100%, and defense by 300%, and grants immunity to all controlling effects for 2 minutes. Cooldown 3 hours. The Dragon Slayer Mechasir once owned the Heavenly Dragon's Breath. It was originally a legendary ranked item possessing the suppressed strength of the Dragon tribe. Due to damage resulting from a war between gods, its might has greatly decreased. However, the Heavenly Dragon's Breath possesses an incomparably strong magic power and possesses the potential to restore itself. Its past glory may be restored with 3 magic stars and 1 dragon's heart. Current restoration, 0/4. Mavis's Guard Staff Epic Rank. Level 1, Level 60. Equipment requirement: Intelligence 80. Attributes adjust according to user's level. Magic damage plus 20%. Maximum mana plus 20%. Mana consumption minus 10%. Ignore levels plus 10. All magic type skills plus 2 levels. All item level requirements reduced by 10 levels. Additional passive skill, Spear of Light. There is a 15% chance to trigger this skill when attacking, launching a spear of light at the target and causing 200% magic damage. Additional skill 1, Guardian of Light. Grants a target immunity to all magic damage, reduces physical damage by 80%, and recovers 5% HP every second for 20 seconds. Cooldown 20 minutes. Additional skill 2, Stars of Light. Deals 500% magic damage to targets within a 5-yard radius, or deals 300% magic damage to targets within a 20-yard radius. The damage scales up by 10% every second for 15 seconds. Cooldown 30 minutes. Mavis's Guard was once a staff blessed by the god of light, Mavis. It possesses incomparably powerful magic. However, due to the limited materials used to make the staff, it is unable to display its full might. Its maximum level can increase to level 100 if a master forger uses 5 radiant god steel to reforge the staff. Ring of Glory, ring, secret silver rank. Level 15. Equipment requirement: Intelligence 40. Intelligence plus 24, Vitality plus 15, Endurance plus 10, Strength plus 8, Agility plus 8. Increases damage of all light-type magic by 15%. These are a fragmented legendary ranked item and an epic rank item. Aren't they too OP? Blackie and Lonely Snow's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets when they saw the attributes of the 3 items. Previously, they thought that the attributes of a secret silver weapon were already powerful. Only now, after seeing these attributes, did they understand that no matter how strong you were, there would always be someone stronger than you. In the face of fragmented legendary ranked items and epic ranked items, secret silver ranked items were simply trash. Chapter 161, Frightening Damage. Seeing these items' attributes, even Shi Feng himself was greatly shocked. It was the first time he had witnessed the attributes of a fragmented legendary ranked item. In his previous life, the attributes of fragmented legendary ranked items were all kept secret by their respective owners, so others could only guess the actual attributes. He truly did not think that the heavenly dragon's breath would be so powerful. Instead of increasing a fixed amount of attributes, it had a percentage-based increase of the user's attributes. It was no wonder the powerhouses who possessed legendary ranked items claimed that only a powerhouse could use the full potential of such items. Even if a weakling obtained one, the bonuses would not be significant. If Shi Feng could equip the heavenly dragon's breath right now with his current attributes, he could easily kill a level 20 elite player. Unfortunately, with the equipment requirements of 200 strength, 200 agility and 120 intelligence, Shi Feng could only helplessly stare at it. Right now his strength was only at 111 points with only 123 points in agility, and a measly 50 points in intelligence. He was still far from possessing the required attributes. With the magic weapon he possessed, he would obtain 2 more free attribute points than other players for each level up. Even so, if he wished to equip the heavenly dragon's breath, he needed to be level 20 at the very least, and own a full set of level 20 fine gold equipment. Blackie, see if you can equip Mavis's guard and the Ring of Glory. Shi Feng handed the 2 pieces of equipment to Blackie. Shi Feng had made considerations when he chose these 2 pieces of equipment. He could not always carry everyone in the party as he still had many things he needed to tend to. However, if he wanted his party to level up quickly, the party needed a powerhouse to lead it. Meanwhile, the matter regarding an epic weapon was extremely important. The person he could trust the most was Blackie, so he could feel secure passing both the Mavis's guard and Ring of Glory to Blackie. With the improvement brought about by these 2 pieces of equipment, Blackie's damage output might even surpass his own. After all, his magic weapon was currently only the equivalent of a dark gold weapon. It was still a distance away from rivaling an epic weapon. Moreover, Blackie was a mage class and Blackie's grinding speed was originally faster than his. In addition, the skills Mavis's guard granted were extremely powerful. Blackie would have a much easier time leveling up the party than he would. Alright then. At first, Blackie hesitated. He felt that he did not possess the qualifications to wield this epic weapon in the least. However, looking at Shi Feng's serious attitude and trust, he nodded his head earnestly. Although the requirement of 80 intelligence was very high, Blackie was already level 11. His character's attributes massively increased. He also had a few pieces of secret silver equipment. After he added all his attribute points he received from leveling up into intelligence, he just barely reached the staff's requirement, managing to equip Mavis's guard. Right now, Mavis's guard was a level 11 epic ranked staff. The staff increased numerous attributes. There was also an additional critical attribute that gave a 20% chance of magical attacks achieving a critical hit. It was much more powerful than Blackie's original goal. Mavis's guard also reduced the level requirement for equipment by 5 levels. After Blackie equipped the Ring of Glory and the previously obtained level 15 mage class mysterious iron equipment and bronze equipment, he was completely born anew. He now gave others a faint oppressive feeling. This isn't real, right? My intelligence has reached 186 points. Blackie exclaimed, looking at his attribute panel. Compared to before, the 186 intelligence was more than double what he had before, not to mention the increase in his magic damage. His overall attributes had exceeded even the currently most powerful mage class by at least 2-fold. He could possibly one-shot a properly geared level 10 MT. Too powerful. Lonely Snow gazed at Blackie's dazzling attributes with admiration. Even so, he would not feel jealousy over Blackie. After all, this was a natural matter as he had only recently joined Zero Wing Workshop. Just the aid he received in leveling up and the amount of secret silver equipment were already unimaginable, not to mention receiving an extremely important item such as an epic ranked item. On the other hand, it would be extremely strange if he received an epic ranked item that he could use right now. Moreover, when Lonely Snow looked at Shi Feng's carefree reaction as he gave Blackie the epic ranked item, He knew that as long as he performed well in Zero Wing Workshop, there was bound to be a day where he could obtain his very own epic ranked item as well. Hence he did not need to be jealous over Blackie. An epic weapon is as frightening as expected, Shifeng said with a smile, looking at Blackie's attributes. Normally, an epic ranked item's level would grow along with its user. Only when Blackie reached level 60 could he display the true potential of Mavis's protection. The potential displayed by the level 11 Mavis's guard was but the tip of the iceberg. Moreover, Shifeng knew of plenty of locations which hid epic ranked items. However, he did not have the ability to retrieve them right now. He also did not have a powerful team, so he had no way of obtaining those epic ranked items at the moment. He could only wait until his workshop developed before setting out to claim them. Brother Feng, let's go kill some elite monsters. I want to see the awe of an epic weapon. Blackie looked at Shifeng, restless with anticipation. Fine, let's go look for some then, Shifeng replied with a smile. During that year when he held his first epic ranked item, he too was as excited as Blackie right now. He had been extremely eager to test out his strength on powerful monsters. Very quickly, under Shifeng's leadership, the trio located a level 17 rare elite, the Swamp Lizard. Swamp Lizard, rare elite. Level 17. HP 200, 000/200, 000. I'll lure it over. Lonely, try to restrict it as it attempts to spit out gray fog and use caution. Blackie, pay careful attention while you kite it. Make sure you maintain your distance from it, Shifeng spoke in the party chat. The Swamp Lizard was the most challenging rare elite in the Silent Swamp. If it was not for reaching level 12, the Abyssal Blade having upgraded to level 10, and Blackie's possession of Mavis's guard now, he would not have chosen to fight this monster at all. The Swamp Lizard was a physical melee-type monster. However, it could deal a lot of damage. With a single claw attack, it could take away more than half of a normal level 15 MT's HP. Its attacks also carried an additional petrification effect that slowed the target. Moreover, the Swamp Lizard's movement speed ranked at the very top of all the monsters found in the Silent Swamp. If a normal level 15 party met it, the usual result would be a party wipe. Soon after, Shifeng circled the Swamp Lizard. Without holding back, he activated the Ice Blue Devil Flame. He then used Wind Blade, his swords piercing towards the back of the Swamp Lizard. 2 damages of -288 and -224 points appeared above the Swamp Lizard's head. Compared to when Shifeng dealt with the 3-headed snake demon, his damage had greatly increased. However, to the Swamp Lizard, which possessed 200,000 HP, such damage was negligible. With an angry bellow, the Swamp Lizard slashed its claws at Shifeng. Shifeng dodged to the side, sending a level 7 chop slashing towards the Swamp Lizard's waist. A damage of -1058 popped up above the Swamp Lizard's head. The Swamp Lizard immediately released a pained wail. Its steel-like tail turned into a black shadow as it swiped at Shifeng. Shifeng quickly reacted. He leaped into the air and dodged the attack, distancing himself from the Swamp Lizard at the same time. Lonely Snow took this chance to use charge on the Swamp Lizard, interrupting the Swamp Lizard's follow-up attack. He then sent a violent strike at the Swamp Lizard's back, causing -28 damage. Lonely Snow nearly spat out blood when he witnessed this damage. However, he was utterly helpless about it. Not mentioning the level suppression, the Swamp Lizard's physical defense was extremely high. Moreover, Lonely Snow could only deal this amount of damage due to reaching level 11 and wielding a secret silver weapon. Otherwise, he wouldn't even deal over 10 damage. Let me see just how amazing you are, Mavis's guard. Blackie had waited in frustration. He shot out a level 7 dark arrow strengthened by the Mavis's guard. When the skill blasted the Swamp Lizard's body, a damage of -712 points appeared above its head. Immediately after, Blackie's attack triggered the passive skill on Mavis's guard, the Spear of Light. A silver-colored Spear of Light struck the Swamp Lizard once more, landing a critical hit of -1354 damage. The damage was far more powerful than Shifeng's attacks. Immediately after, Blackie used Evil Whip. 9 thick chains constricted the Swamp Lizard. When the Swamp Lizard broke free from one of the chains with much difficulty, A damage of minus 116 points appeared above its head. By the time it broke free from all the chains, Evil Whip had caused close to minus 1000 damage. Due to Blackie's intelligence reaching over 100 points, he activated the intermediate hidden passive skill for intelligence, Quick Chant. The passive greatly reduced the time required for chanting spells, increasing Blackie's rate of attack. As a result, damages in the hundreds continuously appeared above the swamp lizard's head in quick succession, its HP decreasing like water flowing from an open tap. This is too powerful. This is an epic weapon. Lonely Snow was tongue-tied from watching this scene. Blackie was similarly dumbfounded. In addition to Shifeng controlling and damaging the swamp lizard, before even a minute had passed, the swamp lizard fell dead. It dropped 4 items in total: a level 15 mysterious iron equipment and 3 rare materials. Come on, let's look for a place with plenty of monsters to release the stars of light. Seeing that even normal spells were so powerful, Shifeng highly anticipated witnessing the staff's additional AoE spell. Chapter 162 Chieftain One-Eye. Level 15 Monster Area Silent Swamp. Leader, where are we headed? Brother Feng, wasn't there a herd of swamp hippos just now? Blackie and Lonely Snow followed after Shifeng all this time, moving deeper into the silent swamp. They could not figure out just what kind of monster Shifeng intended to test the Stars of Light on. The Stars of Light has a cooldown of half an hour. It would be a huge waste to use it on just a group of level 15 common monsters. Right now we're going to a place with monsters that are much stronger and more numerous, Shifeng explained. Even the level 17 rare elite swamp lizard died with ease. It was obvious just how high Blackie's damage had become, not to mention a skill like the Stars of Light. The skill could possibly one-shot the level 15 swamp hippos with only 2000 HP each. That would not properly display the true might of the Stars of Light. Only by seeing the skill's full potential could Shifeng make an accurate judgment. He could then let Blackie lead the others to the most suitable high-level monster area to level up. That way, be it Martial Union or Underworld, neither could locate Blackie and the others, much less surround them. Under Shifeng's lead, after the trio reached the core area of the silent swamp, they discovered a large, naturally occurring marsh. All around there were a total of 5 groups of level 20 swamp rhinos. Occasionally they spotted a few level 20 elite twin-horned rhinos. There was also a small island situated in the middle of this large marsh, and a gigantic figure laid flat on this island. This gigantic figure was a 2-story tall rhino. From a distance, the trio could vaguely see the information of this large rhino. It was a monster named Rhino Chieftain One-Eye. Brother Feng, isn't this a little too dangerous? Witnessing so many level 20 rhinos gathered together, Blackie felt his confidence waver. Swamp Rhino Common Monster. Level 20. HP 3, 200/3, 200. Twin-Horned Rhino Elite Monster. Level 20. HP 17, 500/17, 5000. Rhino Chieftain One-Eye, Special Elite. Level 20. HP 50, 000/50, 000. Common monsters were still fine. However, it would be extremely dangerous to tangle with elite monsters, not to mention special elites. Even if Shifeng were very powerful and his movements extremely agile, when surrounded by so many monsters, he would still meet his end. Only here can the Stars of Light display its true might. I'll think of a way to lure even more monsters, so choose when you cast the spell carefully. Shifeng surveyed his surroundings, his mind planning his route. Leader, this is too dangerous. On the off chance that we die, it would be a huge loss, Lonely Snow opposed. The monsters here were not numbered in the 20s or 30s, but in the hundreds. Every one of them could trample a level 15 player with ease, not to mention the elite monsters or the special elite monster. Moreover, with their currently low levels, the monsters would have an easier time discovering them. They could easily be surrounded, and at that time only death awaited them. If I activate a speed scroll, my speed will be faster than theirs. However, when I lure all of them over, Blackie, I need you to use Guardian of Light on me, then use Stars of Light. You don't need to panic. Just maintain a calm heart and you will be fine. Seeing Blackie's nervous expression, Shifeng spoke with a smile. I get it, Blackie nodded, suppressing the panic in his heart. Soon after, Shifeng sent Blackie and Lonely Snow to a slightly elevated location. On his own, Shifeng activated a speed scroll before rushing towards the rhinos. The rhinos immersed in the marsh quickly discovered the intruder. After all, Shifeng's level was simply too low. He was only level 12 and there was a huge distance from level 20. In addition, Shifeng did not attempt to hide his movements in the least, making it even easier for the monsters to discover him. Within moments, over 20 rhinos stood and rushed towards Shifeng. Although the marsh did not reduce movement speed by half, it still reduced it by 30%. Fortunately, this movement speed reduction was also effective against the rhinos. Now that Shifeng had used a speed scroll, catching up to him was impossible. Shifeng followed along the route he had planned before and circled the central island. He intended to lure all the rhinos in the marsh, aside from the one atop the central island. The rhino chieftain One Eye on the central island was extremely difficult to deal with, and it would be a huge loss if he lost his life as a result of an accident. Hence, Shifeng had no intentions of luring it. Brother Feng. Leader's movement technique is truly powerful. If I were in his place, those rhinos would have already turned me into meat paste. Standing on high ground, Blackie and Lonely Snow watched Shifeng use various movements and methods to dodge the attacks from the group of rhinos. They could not help but wipe away the sweat permeating their foreheads. The number of rhinos Shifeng lured grew larger and larger. He had only run half the distance, yet he lured over 100 rhinos. Every time he dodged an attack, the rhinos would dangerously scrap past his body. However, after witnessing this scene repeat itself over and over, Blackie and Lonely Snow discovered that Shifeng successfully dodged every single time. He would always dodge the attack at the very last millisecond. He relied purely on technique to do so, and there was not a hint of luck or coincidence at all. Blackie and Lonely Snow both engraved this scene deeply into their minds, resolving themselves to learn from Shifeng in the future. With an expert like Shifeng demonstrating the moves, they would not have to spend time slowly exploring these techniques. After watching for only a moment, the two of them had benefited greatly. They could not help but wish they could try out these dodging techniques right this instant. Just when Shifeng thought that all was within his control, an elite twin-horned rhino suddenly appeared in front of Shifeng, charging at him. Although Shifeng used parry to block this attack, his entire person was still sent flying. By rotten luck, he landed on the edges of the central island, alarming the rhino chieftain One Eye. Discovering that a human had disturbed its rest, One Eye abruptly stood up. It glared at Shifeng with its blood-red eye, its front hoofs gouging the solid ground as it released an angry roar. Suddenly, it charged at Shifeng with its steel-like horn. Compared to the other rhinos, this rhino chieftain One Eye possessed an extremely fast speed, and not even the marsh could impede its immense charging power. This was the rhino chieftain One Eye's skill, Violent Charge. Even a level 20 MT would instantly die if One Eye's horns smashed into them. Knowing that he wouldn't be able to dodge, Shifeng activated Defensive Blade. He then used Chop, the abyssal blade slashing at One Eye's horn. Due to the Defensive Blade's absolute defense effect, Shifeng did not retreat by even an inch. Instead, a damage of -367 points appeared above the rhino chieftain One Eye's head. Such a tough defense. Shifeng was slightly shocked. However, Shifeng did not intend to continue entangling with the rhino chieftain One Eye. The moment One Eye used War Trample, Shifeng used Silent Steps to appear behind a swamp rhino that was 30 yards away, successfully evading One Eye's attack. Oh! One Eye became further enraged when it saw that its target had evaded. It immediately charged at Shifeng. However, it did not use Violent Charge this time, so its speed was only slightly faster than the other rhinos. Blackie used the skill. After arriving at the appointed location, Shifeng stopped and spoke into the party chat. Although his plan did not include luring the rhino chieftain One Eye, the plan still had to proceed. He simply had to be more careful now. Leave it to me, Blackie had long since waited with anticipation. Immediately, a golden brilliance descended upon Shifeng's form. This was the effect of the first additional skill of Mavis's Guard, Guardian of Light. For 20 seconds, Shifeng became immune to all magic damage. He also enjoyed 80% physical damage reduction and 5% HP recovery every second. Following which, Shifeng activated the Tier 2 Life Shield, his maximum HP soaring. Over 200 rhinos surrounded Shifeng. If it were a level 20 MT standing in place of Shifeng, that MT would have long since been trampled to death. However, Shifeng could hold on. Through evading alone, Shifeng managed to dodge over 60% of the attacks sent at him. In addition to Guardian of Light recovering 5% of his HP every second, he was able to hold on to his life. Almost. Shine out Stars of Light. When Blackie saw all those monsters grouped together, he used Mavis's guard's other skill, Stars of Light. After chanting the final verse of the incantation, Blackie lost half of his mana in an instant. Immediately after, Blackie pointed his staff towards the sky. The dark clouds hovering above the large marsh were instantly pierced and disappeared. The sky trembled and suddenly, a gigantic golden magic circle appeared in the sky, shining down on the core of the silent swamp. Chapter 163, Mad Leveling. This is. Shifeng looked towards the sky, discovering that this magic circle was much more powerful than he imagined it to be. Even a Tier 2 spell wasn't as mighty as this. The magic circle actually shook the sky. This was definitely not something a Tier 2 spell was capable of. Although Shifeng did not know exactly how powerful the Stars of Light was, as long as its might surpassed that of a Tier 2 spell, it would be enough to deal with the rhinos chasing after him. Such a powerful magic power. Blackie looked at the sky, towards the light element that madly gathered in the magic circle, with eyes filled with disbelief. This was the most powerful magic he had seen since he started playing God's Domain. As the magic circle in the sky gathered an endless amount of magic, the rhinos on the ground panicked. They started sieging Shifeng desperately from all corners in an attempt to dispel the fear in their hearts. As a result, Shifeng had to deal with the simultaneous attacks from over a dozen swamp rhinos. The space available for him to evade was extremely limited. Fortunately, he had a physical damage reduction of 80%, and he could generate 5% of his HP every second. Faced with no chances of dodging the incoming attacks, Shifeng abruptly leaped into the sky and activated the ice blue devil flame. The clear blue flame instantly covered his body, while the power of thunder and fire gathered around the abyssal blade. Thunder flame explosion. The moment the abyssal blade struck down, thunder and fire engulfed and devoured all the monsters within a 5-yard radius. Damages of -626 points appeared above the heads of the monsters, and there were even some rhinos who received critical strikes, succumbing to over -1,000 damage. All the rhinos Shifeng's attack struck fell into a fainted state, unable to move for 4 seconds. The monsters surrounding Shifeng in a fainted state formed a natural barrier, granting Shifeng a short breather. Is it starting? Shifeng detected that the golden magic circle in the sky had finished gathering magic power. The magic circle then transformed into a shooting star falling from the sky. Before the shooting star collided with the ground, Shifeng cast Thundering Flash at the Rhino Chieftain One Eye. Unfortunately, the 3 streaks of thunder did not deal much damage to One Eye. All 3 attacks only caused around a total of -900 damage. However, Shifeng's aim was not its damage, but the additional 20% damage amplification effect. It would allow the Stars of Light to inflict massive amounts of damage to One Eye. Finally, the golden shooting star reached the ground, landing in the center of the rhinos. An explosion occurred and a blinding light devoured every inch of the large marsh. From a high position, Blackie and Lonely Snow saw damages of over -1,000 points appearing above all the rhinos in the marsh. There were also plenty that received critical strikes, receiving over -2,000 damage. Furthermore, the rhinos close to the epicenter received damages of over -3,000 points, and some even received frightening damages of over -6,000 points. A level 20 swamp rhino only had 3,200 HP, while the elite twin-horned rhinos had 17,500 HP. Even the Rhino Chieftain One Eye only had 50,000 HP. Minus 3,000 damage was not a light injury. Ayo. One Eye was enraged. It immediately directed its furious gaze at Blackie. It was not just the Rhino Chieftain One Eye. All the other rhinos also redirected their rage to Blackie, as the damages Blackie caused were simply too high. There were many swamp rhinos that instantly died from this single attack. However, during the time these rhino monsters directed their angry gazes towards Blackie, a second golden-colored shooting star appeared in the sky. 2 descended. This time the impact of the shooting star caused 10% more damage than the previous one. This attack wiped out all of the level 20 swamp rhinos, and only the high HP elites and Chieftain One Eye remained alive. However, this was not the end. With every passing second for a total of 15 seconds, a shooting star would appear and descend from the sky. Moreover, each shooting star would deal 10% more damage than the previous one. The elite-ranked twin-horned rhinos could only hold on until the 5th shooting star before dying out completely. Meanwhile, Chieftain One Eye remained alive. Its angry gaze turned deadly as it glared at Blackie atop the high slope. Chieftain One Eye instantly went berserk, its defense and attack power greatly increasing as it charged forth. I won't let you go. Shurfeng used Wind Blade and arrived in front of the Rhino Chieftain One Eye. He then stabbed the Abyssal Blade at it. Abyssal Bind. 9 abyssal chains instantly coiled around One Eye, preventing it from moving even an inch. Following which, streak after streak of stars of light crashed down into the marsh. From the initial minus 3,000 damage, the damage had now accumulated up to over minus 7,000 damage. Rhino Chieftain One Eye's 50,000 HP very quickly drained to 0. It then vanished within the blinding light, leaving behind a pile of items. After the stars of light ended, the entire marsh fell deathly silent. All the monsters within had turned into ashes, leaving behind piles upon piles of items. At the same time, golden light surrounded the bodies of both Blackie and Lonely Snow. Within an instant, their levels jumped from level 11 to a little beyond level 13. Shurfeng had also risen to 92% of level 13, only a thread away from level 14. Blackie looked at the staff in his hands, then looked at the marsh. He did not know how to express the emotions that filled his heart. Not only had the Stars of Light kill the level 20 elite monsters, it even killed a level 20 special elite. Its intense might far exceeded Blackie's imagination. Previously they had enjoyed an extremely envious leveling speed. Now however it was no longer envious but shocking. They rose by 2 levels in just slightly over 10 seconds. Moreover, they had risen from level 11 to level 13 and not from level 1 to level 3. Even elite players would have to grind for 5 or 6 days to obtain such a frightening amount of EXP. However, they achieved it in the blink of an eye. This is simply too formidable. If this skill is used in a team battle, no matter how powerful the enemy team was, they would still have to surrender. Lonely Snow unconsciously shuddered as he spoke. Only now did they truly understand why all those large guilds were so desperate to obtain an epic ranked item. Even if they had to sacrifice countless members, they would still willingly choose to overwhelm those powerful monsters with the lives of their people. As long as they obtained an epic ranked item, be it leveling up or securing high-level equipment, everything would become a lot easier. The current scene before Blackie and Lonely Snow was the perfect example. Not to mention a special elite, the Stars of Light could inflict massive damage to even a chieftain-ranked field boss. This was definitely not a feat that a party fully equipped with secret silver equipment could achieve. The aid rendered by an epic-ranked item to a workshop's development was simply immense. It far outstripped the usefulness of more than 100 secret silver-ranked items. The massacre the Stars of Light caused yielded Shurfeng's group with plenty of level 15 to level 20 bronze and mysterious iron equipment. There were also plenty of varying gemstones. At the very least, the total value of all these items was 10 gold coins or more. It's finally over. Shurfeng let loose a relieved breath. If it were not for the Stars of Light, he definitely could not contend with a level 20 special elite that went berserk. However, he managed to verify the prowess of the Stars of Light personally. He could now send Blackie and the others to the level 22 map, the Crystal Forest, to level up. The drop rate for gemstones in the Crystal Forest was much higher than in the Moonlight Forest. Not only could they level up quickly, but they could also earn a lot of money in extremely precious gemstones and equipment. Moreover, it would be impossible for their enemies to locate Blackie and the others, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. After the trio tidied up all the loot, Shifeng intended to make a trip back to town to clear up his inventory. Leader, the situation you wanted me to investigate has already occurred. Several guilds have started taking action. Should we start taking action now? Kola, who was in Red Leaf Town, suddenly contacted Shifeng, his face filled with excitement. Great. Just in time. I've waited a long time for this moment. Our Zero Wing workshop should also start taking action now, Shifeng smiled brightly. It's about time we show off Zero Wing workshop's strength. Chapter 164. The First Crisis. Kola was at a loss when he heard Shifeng's words. Show the strength of Zero Wing Workshop. Others had constantly targeted the 3 of them, so they had been hiding in Red Leaf Town all this time. They had no chances to leave town to grind and quest, and they were all only level 7 right now. They were only slightly stronger than the average player. They had no chances of competing with the members of other guilds at all. If this situation continued, their levels would sooner or later fall behind even the average players. Is leader telling us to go level up? Kola grew excited at the thought of this possibility. This is too great. We're being stifled to death by constantly staying in town. It would be fine even if we have to slaughter our way out. You 3 wait for me inside the hotel in the trade area. I'll be there soon. Shifeng did not further explain, only revealing a faint smile. Brother Feng, what happened to make you so happy? Blackie curiously asked, seeing Shifeng's joyous smile. Something good. You 2 stay here and continue leveling up. I'll bring Kola and the others later on. After you carry them to level 10, go to White River City to do some high-level quests, Shifeng said. Brother Feng, rest assured. Now that I'm fully geared in level 15 bronze and mysterious iron equipment and possess Mavis's protection, carrying Kola and the others will be a breeze, Blackie assured his leader. He was level 13 right now and even had an epic ranked staff. If he could not carry Kola and the others to level 10 quickly, he might as well revert to playing with mud rather than play God's domain. When Kola and the others see our levels, they will be shocked. And when they see Blackie's epic ranked staff, the Mavis's protection, they will be stunned speechless. I am even eager to see their expressions, Lonely Snow joked. That's right. Kola and the others could not possibly imagine that within just a short few hours, we went from hiding from Martial Union's pursuit to reaching to level 13. We've taken the top 3 rankings within the Star Moon Kingdom and even possess an epic weapon now. Compared to before, it is like the difference between heaven and earth. If I were in their shoes, even I wouldn't believe it. Blackie grew even more joyful at the thought of the shocked expressions of Kola and the others. You guys. Shifeng helplessly smiled at the sight of his 2 teammates. Soon after, he took out a return scroll, teleporting to Red Leaf Town. At this moment, there were a lot of changes occurring in Red Leaf Town as well. The number of players purchasing equipment in the trade area grew larger and larger, and an endless stream of shouts for purchase filled the air of the trade area. There were many new players walking around and looking at the stalls set up throughout the street, looking for required items and equipment. Meanwhile, inside the hotel at the trade area, I've previously asked you guys to collect hardstones, so just how many have you actually collected? Why is the number of whetstones still 0? Unstable Devastation's expression turned grim as he asked. He abruptly stood up after taking a look at his subordinate's report. Boss Unstable, under your commands, we desperately tried to purchase all the hardstones available. However, we're not sure why, but hardstones are extremely scarce on the market right now. Moreover, they're very expensive. After much determination, we only managed to collect slightly more than 4 stacks. However, our guild has only recently started nurturing forgers, so their success rate of making whetstones is extremely low. So, that subordinate timidly said. Ping. Unstable Devastation slammed his fist onto the table, snarling, You bunch of useless wastes. I clearly notified you all of this matter long ago, and 3 or 4 hours have passed already. Yet you guys couldn't even produce a single whetstone? How is the elite team supposed to level up this way? Why do I even need you guys here? Boss unstable. Maybe the other guilds have discovered the issue of their weapons deteriorating quickly? Maybe that's why we only managed to purchase a few stacks of hard stones? The Berserker 5 Rats said. That's a high possibility. After all, it isn't only our guild leveling up in high-level monster areas. However, hard stones aren't exactly rare, and they can be obtained from level 2 monster areas or above. Moreover, normally nobody touches those things, so there should be a huge stockpile available in Red Leaf Town right now. There should also be plenty of players selling them on the auction house. We also discovered this matter fairly quickly, so even if the other guilds have taken action, it is impossible for them to buy them all out immediately. Unstable Devastation nodded, then shook his head again. He could not make any sense of the situation. After they started hunting Yifeng's party, they discovered that the durability of their weapons fell extraordinarily fast. In the beginning they paid no attention to it, only focusing on leveling up in their search for Yifeng's party. However, before they found Yifeng, their equipment and weapons were already close to scrap. Without a choice, they had to give up their search for Yifeng, returning to town to repair their equipment. Although the journey back wasted a lot of time, the elite team's equipment was extremely precious. If they did not repair it all in time, resulting in their equipment turning into scrap, the guild would suffer an irrecoverable loss. Moreover, without the equipment they would also have no way to grind and level up. Thus they needed to return and repair their equipment. After repairing their equipment, Unstable Devastation began hearing complaints from his subordinates. The repair fees were too expensive, they said. The cost of repairs had nearly depleted all the money they had. As for classes that wore plate armor, they were even forced to borrow money from others for the repair fees. This situation dumbfounded Unstable Devastation. These players were all elites amongst elites. Normally they carried a lot of money on their persons and they were considered wealthy. However, their wealth was not enough to cover the fees. Unstable Devastation quickly discovered the crux of the problem. The lower the remaining durability of a piece of equipment was, and the higher the level of the equipment was, the more expensive the resulting repair fee would be. Grinding high-level monster areas greatly depleted equipment's durability. Making a trip to and fro from town to these high-level areas also required them to waste at least 2 to 3 hours. Moreover, they could, at most, stay for 3 to 4 hours at these high-level monster areas before they needed to return to town to repair their equipment. This meant that they had to spend almost half their time in God's domain just traveling. As a result, the time needed for a single level up almost doubled. If they could negate the travel time, their leveling speed would surpass the other players. When Unstable Devastation thought of this crucial matter, he immediately instructed his subordinates to look for a solution to this problem. The resulting solution was the whetstones. Although this item could only repair a small amount of durability of a weapon, even that small amount was enough. Compared to equipment used for protection, a weapon's durability decreased at a much greater rate. If they used whetstones to repair their weapons, the total cost would be much less than repairing it at the smithy. Hence, Unstable Devastation quickly ordered his subordinates to purchase whetstones. However, they quickly discovered that forgers did not normally create this item as its cost was simply too high. Moreover, whetstones normally did not sell at all. Unstable Devastation could only take a step back once again, and instead choose to purchase hard stones, the materials required to make whetstones. Hard stones were also relatively cheap items. They were mainly used to create whetstones and certain engineering components. Each stack was only around 30 copper coins and there were 20 in a stack, which meant that they could make 20 whetstones from a single stack of hard stones. However, Unstable Devastation had received even more shocking news. If they could not purchase whetstones directly, then so be it. However, how could hard stones be difficult to purchase as well? In reality, it wasn't just Martial Union who had discovered this problem. The other guilds had also discovered this issue. By the time they tried to purchase hard stones, they suddenly discovered that, be it the auction house or the stalls in town, there were only scarce amounts of hard stones remaining. It was far from enough for the forgers in their own guilds to create whetstones with. Elsewhere, Shi Feng had just set foot on the main street of the trade area. He watched as the various large guilds tried to purchase hard stones at a high price. They purchased each stack for 80 copper coins. The price of hard stones had more than doubled. Immediately, Shi Feng felt an intense joy in his heart. The moment he had long awaited had finally arrived. However, this was only the beginning. He still wanted to add oil to the fire, causing the price to soar sky high. Chapter 165. A Foolish Choice. Shi Feng completely ignored the high prices these guilds were willing to pay. He headed to the appointed hotel directly. He had stockpiled hard stones for so long, to the point where he had purchased 90% of the hard stones available in White River City. Thus, he would not reveal his hand just for this little bit of profit. Right now, the danger of equipment durability was only beginning. Along with the constant increase of players' levels, they would head towards monster areas of a higher level. Very quickly, players would discover the problem regarding their equipment durability and the importance of whetstones. If they did not possess whetstones, it would greatly affect their leveling speed, and as a result, others would increase the gap between them. This result had caused the demand for whetstones to soar. They were as popular as the commonly used regeneration potions and mana recovery potions. Meanwhile, hard stones were required to make whetstones. Along with the growing demand for whetstones, the prices of hard stones would still increase by several folds. In Shi Feng's previous life, hard stones once sold for a maximum price of 3 silver coins per stack. Its price had increased by tenfold from the original. Right now, due to God's domain's evolution and the investment of major corporations, the available resources were more precious than in Shi Feng's previous life. Most likely, the prices of hard stones would increase to record highs. The current price of 80 copper per stack was only the beginning. Red Leaf Town Trade Area, Black Rose Bar. At this moment, Fire Dance had gathered her entire team to discuss matters regarding the team's future development. Fire Dance's team often frequented this Black Rose Bar, as it occupied a more secluded region. Very few players came to this place. Thus, this place became the gathering spot for Fire Dance's team. Every time they completed a dungeon raid or obtained some precious item, they would come to this bar to celebrate. Fire Dance, we understand what your intentions are. However, I will still tell you the same thing. We are only playing God's domain to pass the time, and we don't have any great ambitions. We prefer to be free, and we aren't planning to earn any achievements through God's domain. If you want me to join that person called Yi Feng's team, I can only tell you that I'm sorry. That's right, Fire Dance. If it were a normal situation, maybe joining would be fine. However, Yi Feng has a beef with Martial Union, and right now Martial Union targets us too. Martial Union has already put out the word that, if we do not sever our relations with Yi Feng and apologize to them, we won't ever need to think about leaving town to level up in quest. If we leave town, they'll just kill us and send us back. If we join Yi Feng's team, won't we end up in an even worse situation? That's right. Martial Union is just too powerful right now. There is no way Yi Feng can establish himself in Red Leaf Town. If you want us to join Yi Feng's team, I can only look for another way out of this. I too share this opinion. We have lost a lot of our levels, and our average right now is only level 5. We can only apologize to Martial Union if we want to have the possibility to continue mingling in Red Leaf Town. If we join Yi Feng's team, we'll truly be finished. According to my investigations, the Martial Union branch in Red Leaf Town is completely under the control of that person called Unstable Devastation. He has gathered all the players from Martial Union in 5 different towns to Red Leaf Town, and he is prepared to go all out developing in Red Leaf Town. There are many experts from Martial Union in Red Leaf Town right now. Their guild's treatment is generous, and its development rate is impressively fast. I heard that their member count has already exceeded 1,000. And amongst them, there are over 200 elite members. They are much stronger than before. Martial Union has the ability to constantly target us and prevent us from leaving town to grind and level up. We can afford to provoke them any longer. Even if we reach level 10 and go to White River City, Martial Union's member count would have exceeded 10,000 by then. It would only be a simple matter for them to deal with us. It was a mistake to provoke them right from the very beginning. Our only way out of this mess is to offer them an apology. Right, I agree as well. Our original goal in playing God's Domain was simply to mess around. We are completely different from that Yi Feng who has embroiled himself in a fight with Martial Union. If you, Fire Dance, wish to join him, please don't drag us in as well. We don't wish to be under surveillance 24 hours a day. Fire Dance did not expect everyone to voice their opinions. They all expressed their refusal to join Shifeng's team, and they even wanted her to apologize to Martial Union. I understand. I'll only ask this one last time then. If there are any of you willing to join Yi Feng's team with me, please stand by my side. Fire Dance understood their troubles. Previously they were all veteran gamers of virtual reality games. However, the virtual reality games they played before only had a player base in the hundreds of thousands. Even until the later stages of the game, a top-tier guild would only have several thousand members. On the other hand, God's Domain had made clear to them the true meaning of a large guild and the true power of a game with over 2 billion players across the globe. God's Domain was completely different from any other virtual reality games. It had utterly shattered their concept of virtual reality games, as it was practically a second reality. Previously, they didn't think there was anything special about the various large guilds. Only now did they truly understand how frightening a guild could be in a virtual reality game. Just the members of Martial Union inside a single town reached the thousands, and it was still increasing. If they reached White River City, their member count would break into the tens of thousands. A team of independent players like themselves could not afford to provoke such a large guild. Moreover, such a large guild like Martial Union was only an unrated guild. As for third-rate, second-rate and first-rate guilds, they were tyrannical existences. Although Martial Union was a very frightening existence in Red Leaf Town, Yi Feng's shocking performance had been deeply engraved onto Fire Dance's soul. She truly thought that she had wasted her time playing those other games before. Right now, only the thought of following Yi Feng filled her heart. She wanted to get to know and experience the world of Apex experts. Fire Dance, wake up, alright? We will not follow you. Right now, our only way out of this mess is to apologize. Haven't you always dreamt of becoming an expert in God's Domain? If you continue fighting it out with Martial Union, you will head away from that goal. Stop being silly and acting foolish. After Fire Dance finished speaking, aside from Water Buffalo, there was not a single person who walked towards Fire Dance's position. They all had their heads lowered, feeling that Fire Dance was simply too foolish. She had truly been bewitched by that Yi Feng for her to dig her own grave by joining him. Alright, since you guys have decided, Water Buffalo and I will join Big Brother Yi Feng by ourselves. Fire Dance's mood sank after hearing everyone's decision. They had joined each other after much difficulty, dreaming of reaching some achievements in God's Domain. Yet the result was such in the end. Soon after, Fire Dance opened her friends list, selected Yi Feng and contacted him. Previously, she had told Yi Feng that she would contact him after speaking with her team. Now that everyone had finished their discussion, she had to notify him. Big Brother Yi Feng, I'm done on my side, Fire Dance said, disappointed. Although she had long since guessed such a result, she originally thought that 3 to 5 others would follow her. Now, however, there were only 2 of them. She was too embarrassed to even speak of this matter. That's great. How many people do you have? If we have enough, we can raid a team dungeon. At this moment, Shifeng had just finished meeting with Cola and the others. He was prepared to focus fully on establishing a core team for Zero Wing. Before that, he sent Cola and the other 2 to visit the auction house to purchase some bags with larger capacities, a large amount of mana recovery potions and some refreshments. He also asked Violet Cloud to join Blackie to grind and level up. However, he did not think that Fire Dance would contact him just in time. Her timing was impeccable. Chapter 166. Initial formation of the team. There are only 2 water buffalo and myself. Everyone has their own opinions, so I can't demand this of them. Fire Dance nearly choked on her words after hearing Yifeng's excited tone. 2 people? That's not too bad, Shifeng lightly laughed. Do you guys have anything you need to do right now? If not, you can join me. In reality, Shifeng did not particularly mind the matter with Fire Dance's teammates. Previously, Fire Dance mentioned that her teammates were not ambitious and that they were only casual players in God's domain. Hence, it was best for Shifeng if all of these people did not join him. It would save him a lot of trouble. He also did not need to waste time on training them. I don't have anything else to do here. Water Buffalo and I will meet you. Previously, Fire Dance had worried that she would disappoint Yifeng with the news. However, after listening to his relaxed tone, she could not help but sigh in relief. After disconnecting the call, Fire Dance and Water Buffalo bade farewell to everyone else. They did not know when they would meet again. I truly can't understand her. Why is she so obsessed with that guy? An assassin in leather armor said after Fire Dance departed. He could not help but sigh. I'm also very curious about that Yifeng. Just what is so good about him? If she becomes Martial Union's enemy like this by the time we enter White River City, she might very well still be in hiding in this town, not daring to leave. Would there even be a meaning to such a gaming life? The team members that chose to stay behind voiced their confusion, one after another. Meanwhile, at the Fountain Plaza of Red Leaf Town, although it was still daytime in God's domain, the benches that decorated the plaza were currently overcrowded with players. All around, one could see couples flirting with each other. The scene was the complete opposite of a battlefield. Big Brother Feng, sorry for making you wait. Upon her arrival to the Fountain Plaza, she discovered Yifeng enjoying the breeze as he waited for someone. No worries. All our members are finally here now. In the future we will all be members of the same team. Let me introduce you all then. Shifeng smiled as he started introducing each of the team members. There were a total of 6 members present, excluding himself. The Guardian Knight, Kola, the Oracle, Drowsy Sloth, the Summoner, Gluttonous Mouse, the Cleric, Violet Cloud, the Assassin, Fire Dance, and the Berserker, Water Buffalo. With all 6 of them they could be a standard dungeon party. Fire Dance, being level 9, was the highest leveled player amongst them. Following her was Violet Cloud and Water Buffalo, who were both at level 8. The remaining were all level 7. Looking at how Violet Cloud had raised herself to level 8 just through cooking, the effort and suffering she had gone through were obvious. If it were not for Shifeng's stern command, Violet Cloud would not intend to go out to grind at all. She rather preferred continuously cooking and earning money. When Kola and the others saw Fire Dance's level, admiration filled their hearts. Moreover, she was also a great beauty. They only reached level 8 with Shifeng's guidance. Even if Martial Union had not killed them, sending them back to level 7, they would only be level 8. They were still far from level 9. Moreover, Fire Dance's equipment was extremely high quality. She also possessed a few pieces of secret silver equipment, while the others were mysterious iron. One could see that Fire Dance was definitely an expert, far more amazing than themselves. As for the one who managed to recruit such an expert beauty into the team, Kola and the other 2 could not help but give Shifeng a thumbs up. This was as expected of their leader. As for Shifeng's level, nobody in the team could discern it, as Shifeng had hidden his information with the demon mask. The others could only see, unknown. However, nobody felt concerned about his actions. Shifeng constantly felt like a mysterious expert to them, so it was only natural that they could see his identity. Big Brother Yifeng is amazing as expected. We've only been apart for half a day, yet the pressure you give off has massively increased. After Fire Dance met Yifeng again, she could clearly feel that he was different from before. He was like an unsheathed sword, and her 6 senses told her that Yifeng had become much stronger. Since everyone is familiar with each other now, I'll tell you guys what you need to do next, Shifeng said formally. However, just as Shifeng was about to reveal their goal, a group of players suddenly appeared and surrounded the Fountain Plaza. Martial Union is dealing with an issue. All those uninvolved, leave immediately. Martial Union's members chased away the other players, taking complete control of the Fountain Plaza. Yifeng, you've made me look for you for a long time now, a scholarly youth said as he stepped out from the crowd. This was unstable devastation. There were over 400 members of Martial Union crowding the Fountain Plaza. When Kola and the others saw all these players, they immediately panicked, their expressions turning solemn. What? You want to take action here? Shifeng swept a glance over the players from Martial Union. The majority of them were level 5 or level 6. Only a minority were level 8 or level 9 elites. How could I possibly be such a brute? I'm only here today to give you all a final warning, Unstable Devastation said with a smile. Last time he had taken a huge loss because of Yifeng. He really wished to kill Yifeng now. However, they were right in the middle of town. If he killed Yifeng here, he might implicate Martial Union as well. However, if he mobilized a dozen or so players against Yifeng, they would only be helpless against him, disgracing Martial Union's reputation. This was not a result he wished to see. Warning. We've already reached the point of no return. Your warning holds zero meaning to me. It is only a bunch of nonsense, Shifeng laughed. You are still so fearless even when faced with so many of our members. I truly admire you for that. Unfortunately, your strength is limited. You are not an opponent for Martial Union at all. My warning isn't actually directed at you. Unstable Devastation clapped his hands, shifting his sights towards Kola and the others. He then coldly said, This time my warning is for the teammates standing behind you. You all better come to your senses. If you sever your relationship with Yifeng immediately, I assure you that I will not pursue past matters and let you all go. Of course, if you resolve to stand with the powerless Yifeng, prepare to suffer the rage of Martial Union. I admit that killing Yifeng himself is extremely difficult. However, it is only a simple matter for Martial Union to exterminate you all. Although Unstable Devastation smiled as he spoke, Kola and the others could only feel a deep chill from his words. They could not help but admit that Unstable Devastation's words sounded logical. They were not top-tier experts and they did not possess that many life-saving skills that could help them escape. Although Martial Union could not kill Yifeng, that did not mean they could not get rid of them. As proven, they had died once before already. There would definitely be a second time in the future. If such a situation continued, they would not have a future in God's domain to speak of. Looking at the panicked and hesitant expressions on Kola and the others, Shifeng spoke not a single word. He remained silent as he stood there. This move of Unstable Devastation's was extremely vicious. He wanted Shifeng to taste the betrayal of his closest friends. Not only would it reduce his overall power, but it could also become a hit to his heart. Unfortunately, Shifeng was no longer the arrogant brat that he used to be. On the contrary, he wanted to use this plan of Unstable Devastations to refine the members of his elite team. In the future, the team he led would have to face off against many powerful foes. If they could not handle the challenge before them right now, how could they succeed in the future? Shifeng did not desire teammates who only enjoyed the good times, but could not suffer through the bad with him. This could be Shifeng's test for them. He wanted to see just what sort of choice they would make in such a situation. After quite some time had passed, Kola and the others exchanged glances with each other, smiles on their faces. They had all made their decisions and they all stood by Shifeng's side without hesitation, having zero intentions of leaving. Kola, Drowsy Sloth, Gluttonous Mouse, and Violet Cloud were originally players who others looked down on. They lived at the very bottom of God's domain, and they only possessed the levels and equipment they had today because of Shifeng's help. By becoming enemies with Martial Union, at worst, they would only revert to their original states. So, how could they possibly betray Shifeng in this sort of situation? As for Fire Dance and Water Buffalo, they had long since steeled their hearts to follow Yifeng. They wished to experience the world of top-tier experts, and faced with such a threat, they paid no mind at all. Unstable Devastation, even in death we would never betray our leader. If you have the ability, then come. Kola laughed loudly as he looked at Unstable Devastation. Good. Very well said. Unstable Devastation smiled with indignation, saying, Don't say that I never gave you a chance. This is something you've all chosen for yourselves, so don't blame me for not lacking courtesy. Boys, get them? Originally, Unstable Devastation thought that he could take this chance to shame Yifeng, turning him into a laughingstock. However, he truly did not think that these people would be so muddle-headed. They must have eaten something wrong to follow Yifeng so steadfastly. Otherwise, Yifeng must have shown a hopeful fantasy, letting them think that they still had a future. Since he was already here, he would not let Yifeng and the others escape unscathed. Chapter 167. The Disparity Between Realms. Immediately, more than 400 players in the Fountain Plaza surrounded Shifeng and the others. They all unsheathed their swords and armed their crossbows as they eyed their prey. However, to Shifeng's surprise, none of them showed any intentions of rushing forward. Instead, they parted to the sides and opened a path, letting through 20-odd players. When these 20-plus players arrived by Unstable Devastation's side, their complexions were as gloomy as water and their expressions numbed. These players' levels were not high, only around level 5 or level 6. Their equipment was also nothing special. Compared to the elites of Martial Union, the difference was just too great. They did not seem like players from Martial Union at all. I'll be looking forward to your performances. Unstable Devastation spoke to these newcomers harshly. He then turned his sights towards Fire Dance, revealing a fierce sneer as he looked forward to the start of a good show. These newcomers nodded their heads indifferently. They took out their weapons and walked towards Shifeng. In the distance, Fire Dance and Water Buffalo were immediately stunned when they saw these players. You guys, why are you all with Martial Union? Fire Dance loudly questioned these players. The 20-plus players that walked over were not strangers to Fire Dance. On the contrary, they were the ex-companions with whom Fire Dance shared both bitter and sweet times. At this moment, Unstable Devastation looked at Yifeng, laughter escaping his mouth as he said, Yifeng, I am an extremely generous person. Previously, these players aided you in killing many of Martial Union's members. I've promised them that as long as they kill you and your companions, I will forgive all of their past transgressions, and Martial Union would no longer seek trouble with them. Yifeng, don't you think that you should do something for them to compensate their losses? Unstable Devastation jeered. Yifeng had embarrassed him greatly last time, so he would not let him off the hook so easily. He eagerly wished to see whether Yifeng would dare take action or not. As long as Yifeng took action, the headline on tomorrow's official forums would be, "Publicly acknowledged swordsman expert is an extremely treacherous person. He willingly killed his allies to save himself." At that time, only tatters would remain of Yifeng's reputation. Unstable Devastation wanted to see just how Yifeng intended to mingle in God's domain in the future. Unable to endure it any longer, Fire Dance abruptly burst out in rage. Her eyes sent a chill as she glared at Unstable Devastation, yelling loudly, "Unstable Devastation, you despicable little man. These people have all killed your Martial Union members under my commands. If you have the guts, then come at me." Originally, Fire Dance felt extremely joy for being able to join Yifeng's team. She did not think that she would cause Yifeng such a mess. If Yifeng killed all of these people right now, others would gossip and nasty rumors about him would spread. Yifeng would be slandered as a merciless person, a person willing to kill even those who had helped him in the past. Although this matter was not of her doing, these people were still her past companions. She was responsible for leading them to kill the members of Martial Union. Now that these people had betrayed her and sided with Martial Union, bringing trouble to Yifeng, she felt extremely apologetic towards Yifeng. "Fire Dance, we have no choice in this matter. We have to do this if we wish to obtain Martial Union's forgiveness and continue playing in Red Leaf Town. Fire Dance, this is our only way out. We hope that you can understand." "That's right. They forced us, left us no way out. Let us kill you just this once." Fire Dance's companions closed the distance as they spoke. Some of the mage classes even started chanting their spells, prepared to launch their attacks. "You guys." Fire Dance's complexion turned extremely ugly. She immediately turned towards Yifeng apologetically saying, "I'm sorry, big brother Yifeng. I will definitely give you an account of this matter. Unstable devastation, you best listen up. Fire Dance will immediately leave the team right now. I will no longer have any relations with Big Brother Yifeng, so let me shoulder this debt between us. Fire Dance immediately left the party. After her public declaration, she unsheathed her daggers as she walked forth, towards her companions. She intended to deal with these companions of hers personally. That way Yifeng would not experience in any sort of slander. After seeing this, Unstable Devastation's complexion turned pale with anger. He did not think that this woman called Fire Dance would be so determined. Fire Dance, aren't you just making things harder for us? Regardless of the circumstances, we were once companions in the past. How could you treat us like this? That's right. We've gone through life and death so many times together. Are you really going to treat us like this? Fire Dance's previous team voiced their accusations, one after another. These accusations deeply pierced Fire Dance's heart. The laughs and suffering they went through together, all the bonds had simply turned to smoke. The only thing she could do was hold back her tears and kill the emotions in her heart. Fire Dance, are you going to be so heartless as to kill us? A middle-aged assassin wearing gray-colored leather armor asked resentfully. His words had immediately caused Fire Dance to pause. However, immediately after, this middle-aged assassin stabbed his dagger towards Fire Dance's heart. Dang! Before the gleaming dagger could reach its target, a pitch-black sword blocked the attack. Fire Dance, you're not taking me, the team leader, seriously, are you? Since you've already joined my team, you are still a member of our team until this leader decided to kick you out. I will not acknowledge your selfish retirement from the team. Now that you are a member of our team, this team leader has the responsibility of shouldering everything for you. So in regards to your painful memories, I will help you purge them all. Ever since Shifeng re-entered God's domain, he no longer cared about what others thought of him, because only weaklings would mind how others looked at them. Oh right. I forgot to mention one more thing to you guys. Anyone who joins my team has to keep in mind one important thing. If you constantly mind how others look at you, you will never truly improve your own strength and techniques. You don't have to care how others look at you. It is enough as long as you advance on the path that you wish to take. Only with that can you become a true expert. Shifeng suddenly appeared in front of Fire Dance. To Fire Dance, he towered like a mountain before her, blocking any and all dangers from reaching her. Big Brother Yifeng. Tears inadvertently leaked out from Fire Dance's eyes. Yifeng's actions and words truly touched her heart. After listening to his words, it was as if the door to the realm of experts slowly opened for her. Maybe her hesitation held her back from becoming a true expert. So what if he killed them? Who cared about others' opinions? The strong would never pay attention to such small matters. The only things they needed to consider were the courage to forge ahead and constantly raising their own strength. By the side, after Water Buffalo listened to Yifeng's words, his heart was inexplicably moved. He would never have thought Yifeng would be such a dependable person, a person others could admire. Meanwhile, Kola and the other two merely exchanged glances with each other, smiles plastered on their faces. That's right. This was the leader that they respected and admired. Immediately, Kola and the others stepped forward, one after another, blocking Fire Dance. Well said. So, what are you guys still waiting for? Unstable Devastation felt extreme joy. He had recorded all of Yifeng's words. When the time came, he could deny his actions. Yifeng, you despicable little man. We've already helped you so much, yet in the end you still wish to kill us? You are simply inhuman. Fire Dance's ex-companions cursed, enraged. They all rushed at Yifeng one after another, intending to slash and bash him to death. Shifeng smiled disdainfully at their actions. Looking at the 20+ melee and mage class players launching their attacks at him, Shifeng only lightly waved the abyssal blade. Thundering flash. 3 electric arcs instantly weaved across the bodies of the 20+ players. Damages ranging from -500 to more than -1000 appeared above everyone's heads, instantly killing everyone. Meanwhile, the green prism marker above Shifeng's head instantly turned bloody red, giving others a chilling feeling. Big brother Yifeng. Leader. Fire Dance and the others immediately panicked. If a player actively killed other players within a town, the guards would hunt them until death. Moreover, after the offending player revived, the guards would toss them in jail. Judging by the intensity of Shifeng's red name, he would lose at least 3 levels after death, maybe even 4. Haha. Yifeng's name is finally red. Without the town's protection, we can kill you here without any repercussions and make you lose all of your items. Unstable Devastation laughed madly, saying, "Everyone else, get him. I will immediately promote whoever manages to kill Yifeng into the leader of an elite team." However, immediately after Unstable Devastation finished his words, a familiar voice sounded from behind him. "Has Ironsword Lion never told you how he died?" Shifeng asked coldly, appeared behind Unstable Devastation after using silent steps. Chapter 168, God-Ranked Expert. Yifeng had previously killed over 20 players in a single move. The frightening damage that he dealt that was over -1,000 points completely shocked all of the surrounding onlookers, and now Yifeng had appeared right behind Unstable Devastation. Unstable Devastation was both shocked and angered. Indeed, he did not know how Ironsword Lion had died. However, the current Yifeng was far more powerful than he imagined. Yifeng's strength exceeded his previous estimates. If he received an attack from Yifeng right now, he would unquestioningly die. Unstable Devastation almost instinctively used one of his life-saving skills. He dashed forth unhindered, then leaped high into the air. He was currently immune to all restricting effects, and by the time he landed he was already 20 yards from his original location. Shifeng merely smiled at Unstable Devastation's reaction. With his current reaction speed and powerful attributes, it would be an extremely easy task to destroy Unstable Devastation. Or, speaking from another perspective, Unstable Devastation had 0 chances of retaliation. However, since Unstable Devastation dared to make enemies with him, the Martial Union player needed to prepare to enter hell. It would be too good of an ending if he allowed Unstable Devastation to die just like that. He wanted Unstable Devastation to feel despair in front of absolute strength and then die. Shield Warriors and Guardian Knights block him. Elementalists use Ice Spheres. Focus all attacks and eliminate him. Before Unstable Devastation even landed on the ground, he calmly gave out commands. Reacting quickly, the Shield Warriors and Berserkers immediately used Charge at Shifeng. Seeing that more than 10 warriors charged at Shifeng and were about to stun him, Shifeng abruptly leaped up, the abyssal blade carrying with it the power of thunder and lightning as he landed. Boom! A wave of thunder and fire devoured all of the warriors. Even the highest-leveled shield warrior could not react in time and activate shield wall before Shifeng's thunderflame explosion devoured him. The shield warrior received a critical hit of over -1,700 damage, dying instantly. However, even a normal hit of more than -800 damage was enough to critically slash a level 9 shield warrior's HP, not to mention the berserkers with less HP and defense. They all died in the blink of an eye, leaving behind a pile of equipment. The remaining survivors were all level 8 shield warriors. They were the fortunate ones spared from a critical hit. However, even though they were alive, they suffered a fainted state for 4 seconds. When the players from Martial Union witnessed this scene, they all stared in shock. Previously, it was no big deal when Shifeng had instant killed those crippled level 5 to level 6 players. However, the players he had just killed were no random Tom, Dick or Harry. They were all level 8 or level 9 elites of Martial Union. Healers, quickly heal them. Ranged players, attack with everything you've got. Only now was Unstable Devastation aware of how formidable Shifeng was. His monster-like attack power could even instantly kill a shield warrior that boasted the highest defense amongst all classes. No one present could defend against his attacks. Fortunately, they had the advantage of numbers. They could exhaust Shifeng to death. Immediately after, several heals landed on a shield warrior, pulling his HP back up to half. Another of Shifeng's slashes landed on the shield warrior's HP. A huge damage of over -700 points appeared above the shield warrior's head, his HP plummeting to 0. His body fell to the ground. Following which, with every slash of his sword, Shifeng culled the lives of the surviving shield warriors. Even if the shield warriors possessed the defense of heavy armor and passive skills that reduced the damage they received, every one of Shifeng's casual attack caused around -300 damage. The healers could not maintain the shield warriors' HPs at all. As for the berserkers without heavy armor, a single sword strike dealt them over -400 damage. Very quickly the remaining shield warriors lay flat on the ground. At this moment, the Guardian Knights all activated Protection Blessing as they rushed forward. Meanwhile, the mages behind them shot out streak after streak of magic. Fireballs and ice spheres flew at Shifeng one after another. Shifeng activated wind steps, avoiding more than half of the ranged attacks. Immediately after, he rushed after Unstable Devastation. Although Shifeng dodged more than half of the spells, there were still a few occasional spells that hit him. However, the damage these spells dealt nearly dazzled the backline mages. Even when blasting a level 9 MT, skills such as the Flame Explosion and Great Fireball could deal over 100 damage. However, none of them had actually dealt more than 20 damage to Shifeng. The highest damage was only -15 points, while a majority of the spells only dealt single digits. To Shifeng, who possessed over 1,500 HP, these spells simply tickled. Shifeng's automatic recovery alone regenerated 30 HP for him every 5 seconds. This indicated that even if Shifeng received the ice and flame magic attacks from a normal level 7 or level 8 elementalist, Shifeng would not die, even if he did nothing. Shifeng's was currently level 13, and these mages had no idea. Shifeng also had 20 points in both fire-type and ice-type resistance. Even without the level suppression of 4 or more levels, their damage to Shifeng would not exceed 40 points. There were many mages on Martial Union's side. However, their damages were too pitiful to watch. Standing behind Shifeng, Drowsy Sloth and Violet Cloud merely used one heal each, and within an instant Shifeng's HP was already back to full. Faced with another wave of melee classes charging at him, Shifeng activated Dark Violet Dance, using the 12-yard cone attack. Taking a step forward, Shifeng instantly circled the Guardian Knights, and like a ferocious lion he pounced on the other melee classes. Before one of the swordsmen could even use parry, Shifeng's sword sent him flying. The swordsman died in mid-flight, dropping a piece of equipment as his body disappeared. To Shifeng, these swordsmen and assassins' attempts to block him were meaningless. With a single earth splitter, more than 10 players lost their lives. Shifeng's attacks were all one-hit kills. With over 100 points in strength, he could snap a common weapon in half with his bare hands. As for the current Shifeng, who held the Abyssal Blade and Silver Lake in each hand, a simple slash from either weapon could easily send the assassins and swordsmen flying and greatly damage their weapons. For some who reacted slower and failed to block Shifeng's attacks, they died under a single slash. Not only did their defensive equipment's durability greatly decrease, but they also dropped a level and lost a piece of equipment. However, this was all. There was still the cleaving effect. Before the players behind could make sense of things, they lost close to half of their total HP, and in the next moment even that remaining half vanished. As a result, a group of players lay dead on the ground after meeting their inexplicable demise. Within a short 5 seconds, Martial Union lost over a dozen elite members and several dozen average members. Shifeng was like the god of death that caused people's hearts to shudder. Meanwhile, Unstable Devastation stood only several meters away from that frightening god of death. Shifeng's chilling gaze landed on Unstable Devastation. The intent he radiated sent a chill down the surrounding Martial Union players' backs. Just looking into Shifeng's cold eyes caused them to retreat backward inadvertently. Everyone block him for me. Even when bombarded with so many spells and sieged on all sides by so many players, Shifeng still walked forth, step after step, leaving behind a massacre as he advanced. It was the first time Unstable Devastation felt such a deep-seated fear. To Unstable Devastation, Shifeng was no longer a player but a devil. There was also the tangible killing intent that surrounded Shifeng. Although Unstable Devastation knew that this was only a game, the realistic effects of virtual reality caused Unstable Devastation to forget that this was just a virtual world completely. He had even forgotten how many elites of Martial Union had died and how grave losses were to Martial Union. The only thing Unstable Devastation knew was that he was in an extremely dangerous situation. If he did not escape immediately, only death awaited him. Immediately, Unstable Devastation activated a speed scroll. He then turned and ran. Shifeng simply smiled at Unstable Devastation attempt to escape. With a single wind blade, his sword pierced towards Unstable Devastation's back. Unstable Devastation spun around, firing an arrow from his bow in an attempt to hold Shifeng back. However, he immediately discovered that Shifeng was truly too frightening. Shifeng's pitch-black abyssal blade easily split the arrow, and in the blink of an eye, Shifeng arrived in front of him. A silver glow pierced his heart, and immediately after, another black glow slashed across his neck. Unable to stop his HP from madly decreasing, his HP reached 0 in an instant. Even until death, Unstable Devastation wore a stupefied expression. The others from Martial Union were similarly shocked as they witnessed this sight. Unstable Devastation was one of the big bosses of Martial Union. He was also a level 9 ranger. Yet when facing Yifeng, he had no power to retaliate at all. Just how strong was this Yifeng? Shifeng noticed a secret silver-ranked longbow dropping after Unstable Devastation's death. He casually picked up the longbow and placed it in his bag. He then turned to look at the other members of Martial Union. Although Shifeng did not take any action, only sending them a glance, his might had already deeply engraved into their minds. The members of Martial Union all halted their actions, inadvertently backing off. They all revealed fearful expressions as they looked at Shifeng. Why hadn't the town guards arrived yet? This thought suddenly appeared in their minds. They felt that only the guards could protect them from Shifeng's attacks. However, from the moment Shifeng began his assault to the moment Unstable Devastation died, only a brief 8 or 9 seconds had passed. Even if the town guards hurried over, they would need at least 10 minutes before they arrived. Faced with the members of Martial Union who dared not move, Shifeng only swept a glance at them. He did not rush up and kill them. The cooldown for most of his skills had almost finished. Although he could kill a sizable chunk of Martial Union if he continued his spree, he would run the risk of paying with his and his teammates' lives, and this was not an ending that he wished to see. Meanwhile, Shifeng's actions had caused plenty of the surrounding onlookers to become tongue-tied. A single glance from Shifeng was enough to petrify the hundreds of players from Martial Union. This power was just too frightening. Just who is this guy? Is he a god-ranked expert? The onlooking players were both curious and shocked as they watched Shifeng. He had single-handedly faced off against several hundred players and even managed to kill tens of players without receiving any damage. Even a god-ranked expert was not capable of such a feat. After some time, the town guards finally arrived. The guards are here. We're saved. Seeing dozens of guards in silver heavy armor rushing over, the members of Martial Union sighed in relief. Chapter 169. The Most Awesome Red Name. At this moment, thousands of players surrounded the Fountain Plaza of Red Leaf Town. Due to the increase of new players in God's domain, Red Leaf Town had become the most prosperous town among the few surrounding towns. The player count in Red Leaf Town was already close to 20,000. Hence, the scene of Martial Union suddenly chasing away all the players from the town's Fountain Plaza would naturally attract the attention of other players. Curiosity would grow over the disturbance. This wasn't limited to independent players. Even the other large guilds had sent players over to investigate what Martial Union was up to. When all these players arrived, they discovered that Martial Union currently attempted to carry out a vendetta against an independent player. Moreover, they did so right in the middle of Red Leaf Town. However, Red Leaf Town possessed a protective mechanism for players. If they started a battle here, the town guards would definitely appear. Not only would they kill red players on the spot, but they would also jail them upon revival. No matter how one looked at it, killing someone in town was unwise. Both sides would only suffer losses. At this stage of the game, no matter how many players one had on their side, they still would not dare provoke the town guards. Every player clearly understood how powerful these guards were. As these guards would normally patrol around the town, players could easily find one and observe their statistics. The normal guards alone were level 60, while the guard captain was a level 80 elite. It would not matter how many players went up against them, any who resisted would only meet their demise. To put it another way, the current players in God's domain had no abilities whatsoever to retaliate against the town guards. However, nobody would have imagined that someone would actually take action. Moreover, the one who took action was that independent player. Originally, everyone thought that the independent player was fated to die. In spite of that, the results exceeded everyone's expectations. One man alone had massacred the players from Martial Union, instilling a paralyzing fear. This feat was too heaven-defying. Unfortunately, even if that independent player were powerful, he would still die at the hands of the town guards, who told them to start a fight right in the middle of town. The town guards that hurried over had surrounded the fountain plaza, detaining all of the players involved in causing this ruckus. Big brother Yifeng, I'm sorry. It's my fault for dragging you into this mess. Fire Dance apologized as she walked over. Shifeng's character name had begun to turn black due to the high intensity of the red color. Just looking at it caused one to shudder. Including her past companions, Shifeng had killed more than 100 players during this battle. With this crime value, if Shifeng died, he would lose at least 7 levels. Meanwhile, the town guards had them surrounded. The guards would kill all red players, leaving Shifeng no chance to escape. This was still not the most important point. After the guards killed him, Shifeng would immediately revive in jail, and his crime value would determine the duration of his imprisonment. With Shifeng's crime value, he would be locked up for around a week before he could clear away his crime value. The players of Martial Union watched Shifeng with ridiculing expressions. Although they, too, would receive punishment compared to Shifeng, theirs would significantly pale in comparison. Relax, Shifeng laughed. Cola and the others had smiles on their faces. It was especially true for Violet Cloud. This was not the first time she had experienced such a situation. Martial Union had also caused the previous incident she encountered. She would have never imagined that history would repeat itself. The reactions of Shifeng's teammates confused Fire Dance and Water Buffalo. Why, as teammates, were Cola and the others not worried for Shifeng one little bit? Big sister Fire Dance, you should relax. Our leader isn't an ordinary person, Violet Cloud giggled as she spoke. The moment Violet Cloud finished speaking, a guard, donned with silvery gray-colored heavy armor, walked up. Esteemed Lord Demon Hunter, we meet again. How may I be of service to you this time? The guard captain was all smiles as he greeted Shifeng respectfully. Compared to the last meeting, Shifeng's current reputation was much higher. Hence, the guard captain spoke to Shifeng with even more respect. Although Shifeng and his teammates felt that the guard captain's actions were only natural, this scene shocked the other onlookers. It was especially true for the members of Martial Union. Their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets in shock. Shifeng was clearly a devil of massacre. Yet instead of quickly killing him, the guard captain spoke to him with such regard? What was going on in this world? Isn't that person Yifeng? I remember him. Last time he killed the members of Martial Union right in front of the guards. In the end he got away with simply paying a small sum of money. I was dumbfounded at that time, but later on I found out that if a player became a noble they gained special privileges. Even if he killed players right in front of the guards, he would not receive any sort of punishment. At worst, he would have to pay a small compensation fee. How could Martial Union be so forgetful this time? They still dare to take action against Yifeng inside of Red Leaf Town. Don't they know that Yifeng is a noble of Red Leaf Town? How foolish could they get? You might not know this, but the Martial Union in Red Leaf Town has already changed. The previous members have long since left the guild, and Unstable Devastation is the new leader. Right now, the members of Martial Union are all players called in from other towns. A large majority of them also consist of newcomers, so they have no idea about this matter at all. Some of the players aware of the previous incident simply shook their heads while laughing. They felt that Martial Union as a guild was truly beyond salvation. At the very least, before they tried to deal with Yi Feng, they should have investigated and tried to understand more about him. Regardless of what others said, Yi Feng was one of the few players who managed to clear the hell mode of Dark Moon Graveyard. Hearing the explanation from these knowledgeable players, the faces of everyone from Martial Union turned grim. Only now did they know why Shi Feng behaved so calmly. However, now that matters had reached this point, they could only glare at him, their gazes full of reluctance. Esteemed Lord Guard Captain, this isn't the first time these people from Martial Union have provoked me in town. I wonder if there is any way to prevent such incidents from happening in the future? Shi Feng asked with a smile. Esteemed Lord Demon Hunter, since this guild called Martial Union has a record of past offense, with my lord's high status, you can employ your rights to chase this guild out of Red Leaf Town. However, you will have to pay a fixed amount of reputation to utilize this right. What will my lord decide? The guard captain stated. Originally, Shi Feng simply inquired. After all, without a definite degree of status, he could not employ such a right. However, he never imagined that a demon hunter would have such a high social status. Hence he asked, how much do I have to pay? Since Martial Union does not possess any members of nobility in Red Leaf Town, my lord only needs to pay 100 Red Leaf Town reputation points, the guard captain said. I understand. Shi Feng only had 130 Red Leaf Town reputation points right now. However, spending 100 points as a precautionary measure was nothing of significance. He had the Demon Hunter title in any case. He would be a noble wherever he went, and he did not lack such a small amount of reputation points. I wish to employ this right. System. You have used your special privileges. Reputation in Red Leaf Town reduced by 100 points. Red Leaf Town will deport all members of Martial Union. As you wish, esteemed Lord Demon Hunter. Immediately, the guard captain gave out the deportation order to his subordinates. However, all members of Martial Union currently in the Fountain Plaza would first sit in jail for 3 hours before their removal from Red Leaf Town. As for the other members of Martial Union, the guards would immediately exorcise them from town, and any who resist would be immediately killed. Simultaneously, all members of Martial Union within Red Leaf Town received the deportation notice. The notice stunned every one of them, and even Unstable Devastation, who just revived with a stomach full of anger, was dumbfounded. He had already given up on his plan to develop Martial Union in 5 different towns, and after much difficulty he only just managed to solidify Martial Union's foundation in Red Leaf Town. Just as he was about to welcome a bright future, that future shattered. How could this be? Just what happened? Unstable Devastation's mental state was a mess right now. Everything had happened far too quickly for him to react. He had wasted so much manpower, resources, and a great amount of time, yet it all had gone to waste. Just who was this Yi Feng? Why did he possess such great authority? How could a red player have the authority to deport an entire guild from a town? For a time, countless questions darted through Unstable Devastation's mind. However, regardless of how hard he racked his brain, he could not think of any way to deal with this matter. He also could not change the fact that they were being deported. He could only watch as guards walked up to him, intending to chase him out of Red Leaf Town. Everyone had sentimental attachments for their homeland. If they suddenly moved, within a short time they could not adapt to the new location. It was even more so for average players. They would not suddenly accept having to leave the location with which they were most familiar. Thus, they all promptly chose to leave Martial Union instead. For a time, the member count of Martial Union frantically decreased. Only a few moments had passed since the deportation started, and the member count had already dropped below 500. The majority of the members who stayed mostly consisted of the members that Unstable Devastation had originally brought over from other towns. Hence, they did not choose to leave the guild immediately. However, leaving for another town now would greatly impact their leveling speed. As a result, the guild's development would stagnate for a long period. The loss they incurred was simply immeasurable. Watching the town guards deport the members of Martial Union, the onlooking players were at a loss. They were shocked into speechlessness. Just what was happening here? Could that red player be the new mayor of Red Leaf Town? However, compared to Martial Union's exorcism, the members of other guilds concerned themselves with another matter. Boss, I've discovered big news here. Look at the recording I just sent to you. Vice Leader, I discovered another God-ranked expert. Big bro, something big happened in Red Leaf Town. Someone in the Fountain Plaza has flipped over Martial Union's several hundred players by himself, and even the guards could do nothing against him. The members of various large guilds started contacting the upper echelons of their guilds. They intended to report this unbelievable incident, letting the upper echelons determining their next move. Originally, these upper echelons refused to believe the reports. However, after watching the irrefutable evidence, they were all greatly shocked. Could a single player be so strong? Shifeng had killed a level 9 shield warrior in a single hit. Moreover, they were very familiar with this shield warrior. He was Cold Mountain Fighting Spirit, the core MT of Martial Union's elite team, and he was fully geared with mysterious iron equipment. Yet he still died from a single hit. Xuanzi, listen up. You must keep an eye on him. I'll hurry over there now. For such a God-ranked expert to actually be an independent player, we must recruit him. Remember, you absolutely cannot provoke him. If any problems occur, it'll all be on your head. Undefeated Wolf, the vice leader of the third-rate guild Heaven's Crown, said sternly. Boss, rest assured, I'll keep an eye on him. I will not let him out of my sight. At this moment, the upper echelons of the various large guilds had made a similar decision: to recruit Shifeng into their guilds no matter what it took. One could no longer use the normal standard to judge a great expert like Shifeng. He was a tactical ranked expert that could single-handedly decide the results of a team battle. If they could recruit him, be it team dungeons or fighting field bosses, he would have a decisive role. Chapter 170 Famous. After the guard captain respectfully left, Fire Dance finally understood why her new teammates were not concerned one bit for Shifeng. However, more questions tumbled through her mind now. Just who was Shifeng? Standing by the side, Water Buffalo finally managed to shut his hanging jaw. There was a saying commonly used in virtual reality games: a team's achievements depended on their leader. Right now, even the guard captain treated Shifeng with such respect. With a team leader like Shifeng, just to what heights would he lead them? In God's domain, gaming experts like Shifeng were definitely highly sought-after characters. With a simple word from Shifeng, countless large guilds would be willing to offer a high price to recruit him into their guilds. Even first-rate guilds were no exception. Water Buffalo never imagined that Shifeng would form his own team instead. Meanwhile, the players who joined such a team would become the envy of others. Previously, the main reason Water Buffalo willingly joined Shifeng's team was his trust in Fire Dance. Meanwhile, Fire Dance was more or less an expert herself. As for Water Buffalo, he had his own hero's dream, and he only joined Fire Dance's team to learn various techniques from her. Since the beginning, this was the first time Water Buffalo truly felt fortunate for being able to join Shifeng's team. However, it was not due to Shifeng's terrifying attack power. Instead, it was because of the techniques Shifeng displayed during battle. Be it dodging angles to attack, timing, or a confident grasp of the surrounding terrain, Shifeng was extremely precise with all of these aspects. Otherwise, Shifeng could not have made fools out of Martial Union. Moreover, Shifeng was a righteous person. Regarding potential, Shifeng stood at the apex of the virtual gaming world. If Water Buffalo could learn even a little from this new team leader of his, he would have no troubles with becoming a normal expert. If he followed Shifeng's guidance, he might even set foot in the unreachable world of top-tier experts. Ugh, there's too many people here. Let's go to a restaurant with fewer people before we continue our discussion. Shifeng surveyed his surroundings, discovering that there were over 300 or 400 players staring fervently at him. This was not a suitable place to speak about his future plans. Kola and the others nodded. They could no longer endure the countless stares either. These gazes all belonged to independent players that wished to join their team. Among them there were plenty who were level 7 or level 8. There were even quite a few wealthy players who offered tens of thousands of credits in exchange for power leveling, or in some cases assistance with their quests. There were also plenty of good-looking female players running up, asking to become friends. That aroused the envy of many male players. However, they were helpless in the face of Shi Feng's ferocity. Shi Feng was like a hero from ancient times. In this day and age, men who possessed powerful techniques were very attractive to beautiful women, not to mention a god-ranked expert like Shi Feng. However, something more amazing occurred simultaneously. The various large guilds in Red Leaf Town flooded Shi Feng with communication requests, wishing to chat with him. He rejected them all. Sister Fire Dance, you have to strive harder. This is a great chance for you right now. In the future, as leader's popularity grows larger and larger, who knows, there might be even more powerful beauties joining the team. Water Buffalo nudged Fire Dance, laughing quietly. Scram. Who said that I wanted to become Big Brother Yi Feng's girlfriend? Fire Dance stuttered, a light blush suddenly appearing on her cheeks. Atop a hill outside Red Leaf Town, hundreds of Martial Union's members gathered. They could only observe Red Leaf Town from the hilltop, not daring to go near the town. Despicable. Despicable. That damnable Yi Feng. All my plans have been ruined now because of him. Unstable Devastation coldly glared at Red Leaf Town, his heart burning with anger. Previously he had looked down upon Shi Feng. He merely thought of Shi Feng as a vagabond expert. How powerful could he be? Only now did he realize the crux of the problem. Shi Feng was no ordinary expert. As proven, he was even capable of deporting their entire guild. If Unstable Devastation had known of this matter earlier, he would not have taken such a foolish action. Yi Feng, you will only enjoy this glory for the moment. Very quickly, the footage that will ruin you will dominate the official forums. When that time arrives, everyone will condemn you. Although I can't kill you, it will be enough if I can annoy you to death. We'll see if you can establish your own team with your reputation in tatters. Without a team, a person's strength is limited. When we enter White River City, I'll deal with you slowly. I don't believe that you can deport Martial Union from White River City as well. Unstable Devastation laughed contemptuously. He then uploaded the footage he recorded to the official forums, and while doing so he instructed his subordinates to hype things up. To save his own life, Shi Feng slaughtered his own companions. Sooner or later, Shi Feng's name would fall into ruin. Who would dare team up with such a person then? Inside a restaurant in Red Leaf Town, Shi Feng finally managed to break away from all the pestering that had overwhelmed him. Nobody could disturb him inside a private room. After spending more than 10 minutes discussing and arranging the necessary tasks for Kola and the others, just as they were about to take action. Leader, as expected, that Unstable Devastation has retaliated. Right now, a video has appeared on the official forums. The post also stated that, in order to save your own life, you willingly killed your own companions. Extremely despicable. There are also plenty of people slandering you below the post, Kola said. Fire Dance and the others took a look at the post as well. God-ranked expert is a despicable little man. Proof available. Immediately the team's expressions turned livid. They did not imagine that their former companions would behave so shamelessly. They actually stood up to accuse Shi Feng. They had clearly received Shi Feng's reward, yet they worded it as if they had only attacked Martial Union because of their friendship with Shi Feng. After they realized their wrongdoings, when they tried to denounce Shi Feng, he killed them all. Such a treacherous little man did not deserve to be called an expert. However, as Shi Feng was too strong and they were only a group of weaklings, they were powerless to seek justice. They could denounce Shi Feng online. The proof lay in their previous leader, Fire Dance, joining Shi Feng's current team. It was irrefutable, solid proof that Shi Feng could not challenge. Shi Feng was originally very famous throughout White River City. Not only did he clear the hell mode of a team dungeon, But he also enjoyed an indistinct relationship with the snow goddess, becoming the envy of others. Now that a scandal about him surfaced, in addition to the post being extremely one-sided, Shi Feng became everyone's target. All kinds of curses were written in response to the post. Some of Shi Feng's previous supporters also voiced their shock at Shi Feng's hideous behavior, exclaiming their bad judgment from before. Instantly, this post became the most viewed topic in White River City. Its view count soared, far surpassing the post made during the war between Black Flame and Hammer Trading. "Leader, let's start a counterattack right now." Kola could no longer endure this travesty. Unstable devastation was simply too despicable. He had failed to defeat Shi Feng in an upright battle, so he retaliated from the shadows, slandering Shi Feng's reputation. Although Shi Feng did not suffer any substantial losses, he still needed to establish his own guild in the future. Those players blinded by this matter would certainly not join a guild with such a leader. How were they supposed to develop their guild? How could they compete with those large guilds? Haha. It is truly well said with both proof and logic. I'm so touched I'm tearing up. Shi Feng could not help but laugh after seeing the post. Shi Feng had seen such tactics countless times in his past life. Among them, Unstable Devastation had used such tactics more than a dozen times to deal a hit to his enemies. Shi Feng could not help but admit that the tactic was indeed effective. However, so what? Unstable Devastation was the same as in the past. In the end, he could still not become the guild leader of Martial Union, and his strength in the later stages of the game was even weaker than Ironsword Lion by several stages. In front of absolute strength, all minor tricks were pointless. Alright, everyone's dismissed. Go to the Silent Swamp and meet up with Blackie and Lonely Snow. Also take these 2 group isolation scrolls. Find a place inside of town to use these, then leave town and head for the Silent Swamp. Shi Feng took out 2 Tier 1 group isolation magic scrolls, handing them to Fire Dance and Kola. The group isolation scroll allowed players to enter stealth mode and increased movement speed by 10%. It could only be used in a non-combative state and it had a duration of half an hour. The stealth effect would break when players entered combat. With this item, Kola and the others could easily meet up with Blackie while avoiding surveillance. The group departed from the restaurant. Meanwhile, Shi Feng headed towards Red Leaf Town's town hall by himself. Unstable Devastation, I'll teach you right now that no matter what tricks you have up your sleeves in front of absolute strength, it is all meaningless. Shi Feng smiled as he closed the official forums. He then entered the tightly guarded town hall. Chapter 171, Underworld Guard. Red Leaf Town, Slums, the Enchanted Bar. It was currently daytime in God's domain. A majority of the players were all out in the fields, leveling up, so there were very few players currently in the bar. However, there were currently over 10 men geared with high-level equipment sitting in the corner of the bar. A murderous air surrounded these 10+ men, and each of them possessed a sharp gaze similar to that of a poisonous snake, causing the hairs of others to stand on end. The presence of these men kept other players a respectful distance from them, chasing them from the bar one after another. Hence, aside from the NPCs present, only these 10+ men remained within. There was a man with thick eyebrows who sat at the outermost edge of these players. He was a former captain of Martial Union, Ironsword Lion. At this moment, Ironsword Lion did not wear the guild emblem of Martial Union, signifying that he was no longer one of Martial Union's men. Ironsword, you've done well this time. It is only thanks to you that Unstable Devastation has done as I wished. Once we return, I'll give you credit for your efforts. As long as you continue working hard, sooner or later, you can be the same as Absolute Heaven, an outer member of Underworld. Seated at the head of the table, Southwolf praised Ironsword Lion. Thank you, Lord Southwolf, for your support. I will definitely give my utmost to complete all tasks given by the organization. Ironsword Lion respectfully said, his face filled with extreme excitement. Ever since Absolute Heaven had recommended him to Southwolf, Ironsword Lion discovered that his previous self was a frog in a well. His past self did not truly know how deep the waters of God's domain were. The interests involved in God's domain were simply too big for him to comprehend. If it were not for him coming into contact with a mysterious organization like Underworld, he would not know about this huge secret at all. Ironsword Lion was immediately stunned when he found out about this secret. He even thought that he had heard wrong. It took him more than 10 minutes before he could accept this chilling secret. He celebrated the fact that he could gain the favor of Underworld, leaving behind the worthless Martial Union. God's domain was not a place in which unrated guilds like Martial Union could play around. Even third-rate guilds could be annihilated at any time. Only those second-rate guilds or above, which possessed a strong background, could qualify to compete for authority in God's domain. If Ironsword Lion could become an outer member of Underworld, he could live a carefree life in the future. At that time, having an annual salary would only be a small matter. The more important part of becoming an outer member of Underworld was the status and authority that came with the position. He would be on equal standings with those big shots of corporations in the city. This was something that he had always dreamt of becoming. Let's continue by discussing how to deal with Yifeng. With unstable devastation slandering him right now, Yifeng will sooner or later fall from fame. The next step is destroying the relationship he has with Gentle Snow. Then finally giving Yifeng a fatal blow, we will make him disappear from God's domain completely. When Southwolf recalled Shifeng's arrogant words, he could not help but narrow his eyes, a cold glint shining in them. He wished he could get rid of Shifeng right this instant. However, young Master Feng had already given him a command and had even sent a party of underworld guards to assist him. Hence, Southwolf could only vent his anger by slowly toying with Shifeng. At this moment, Absolute Heaven, silent all this time, suddenly opened his mouth saying, "It would be very simple to break apart the relationship between Yifeng and Gentle Snow. The problem is, how are we going to deal with Yifeng? From the footage transmitted to us just now, I think that everyone has clearly seen how powerful he is. Even several hundred players could do nothing to Yifeng. Who could block that frightening attack power of his? The last time I exchanged moves with him, I could withstand a few his blows. If I met him now, however, I probably wouldn't even have the chance to escape. As for a direct confrontation, he could most likely kill me in 2 to 3 moves. Dealing with Yifeng right now? We'd only have a chance if we had 10 or more top-tier experts to surround him. However, where can we find so many experts? Naturally, I realize this. This is also the reason why we need to deal with Yifeng. He possesses an epic ranked item, so his strength is intense. However, you shouldn't downplay our strengths just because of this. He merely got rid of a group of trash like Martial Union. Although the underworld guards are not as capable as Yifeng, we can do the same thing. The only thing we lack is attack power. Regarding pure technique, Underworld Guard is much stronger than Yifeng. Moreover, young Master Feng has specifically sent us a full party of Underworld Guards as assistants. With a party of Underworld Guards, even if Yifeng has an epic ranked item, he will still be helpless against them. So you don't have to worry about this, Southwolf said, smirking. He is simply a small character that got lucky. If it weren't for young Master Feng's command, I would be enough to deal with him. There would be no need for our entire party to take action, a level 9 assassin named Flying Rat said disdainfully as he toyed with his dagger. Flying Rat wore the level 8 mysterious iron set equipment, the Blood Dawn. That's enough, Flying Rat. That Yifeng has some ability. Otherwise, young Master Feng would not have told all of us to come here. Southwolf, contact us if you have any matters that you need us to deal with. The Underworld Guards aren't free all day. The higher-ups have already given us a command to reach level 10 by tomorrow. Otherwise, they'll expel us from the Underworld Guards. So we're off to level for now, Ming Sha, the party leader of this group of Underworld Guards, said. Ming Sha had a large body and he was a stern-looking man over 40 years old. Killing intent radiated from his entire body, and even Absolute Heaven feared this man. That is only natural. How could I possibly waste Big Bro Ming Sha's valuable time? Southwolf said respectfully. Within the Underworld organization, the position of the Underworld Guards was relatively high up as they were the core strength of all of Underworld. Normally, underworld guards would only listen to the commands of the guild leader or elders. As for young Master Feng, however, he was not even an elder in the organization. He could only mobilize the underworld guards due to his position in underworld being slightly special. If it were any other person, the underworld guards would not pay them any attention. Elsewhere, Shi Feng had already walked into the town hall. "Sir, how may I be of service to you today?" An elegant female worker walked up and asked Shi Feng. "I wish to activate the permission to utilize the teleportation circle," Shi Feng said. "In God's domain, only when a player reached level 10 would they have the qualifications to come to the town hall and utilize the teleportation gates. After all, teleportation gates were extremely precious, and their maintenance required a lot of resources. Not just anybody could use them." "I understand. Please follow me." Following which, Shi Feng arrived at the front desk of the town hall. After dealing with all the necessary procedures, he obtained a new identity card. With it, he could freely utilize the teleportation gate. However, he would have to pay a fee each time he used it. Normally, when one teleported from a town to a city, the fees were 1 silver coin. Meanwhile, teleportation between cities was slightly more expensive, and the fees would change depending on the distance. Teleporting to one of the closest cities from White River City cost at least 20 silver coins. Meanwhile, teleporting to the capital city, Star Moon City, from White River City, cost around 1 gold coin. As a result, average players had no way to utilize these teleportation gates to travel between cities. Thus, average players would normally stay within the surroundings of their own cities to level up. They would not go to other cities to grind or do quests. Of course, they could run to other cities by foot as well. Only, they would need to spend at least a few days running to cross such a distance. When Shi Feng arrived at the teleportation hall of Red Leaf Town, the place was void of players. There were only a few level 100 elite guards wandering about. In actuality, Shi Feng did not originally intend to go to White River City so early. However, after the ruckus unstable devastation caused, his troubles had grown larger and larger. In order to develop his guild in the future, he could only hasten his plans and take action now. "Adventurer, you have to pay 1 silver coin to use the teleportation gate," the magician guarding the teleportation gate informed Shi Feng. Shi Feng paid the fees without hesitation, walking up to the teleportation gate. Chua. Shi Feng disappeared from the teleportation hall of Red Leaf Town. At the same time, a notification rang out throughout the Star Moon Kingdom. Star Moon Kingdom Region System Announcement. Congratulations to Yi Feng for becoming the first player in Star Moon Kingdom to arrive at a city. Rewarding 20 reputation points in White River City and the title of Honorary Citizen of White River City. The appearance of this notice immediately sent trembles through all the players in the Star Moon Kingdom. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.